Chapter 78. Su Luan arrived in front of the ogre wizard's corpse. He lightly tiptoed and reached out to catch the battle axe. He looked down at the ogre wizard and chopped off its head with the axe. Su Lin put the head in a bag and looked at the other parts of the battlefield. "Master, the rest of the ogres have been killed." Chris landed beside Su Lin and waved her whip back and forth. "How are our casualties?" Su Lin asked. "None dead yet, but there are 5 seriously injured. If we don't treat them quickly, they won't make it." "The rest are all injured," Chris said. "Bring all the seriously injured here," Su Lin said directly. Soon, a few barbarian warriors brought the 5 seriously injured warriors over. These 5 barbarians were seriously injured. The lightest one's chest was caved in and a few of his ribs were broken. If it weren't for the fact that the broken ribs didn't pierce his heart, this barbarian warrior wouldn't have survived until now. Su Lin had a barbarian warrior who was good at setting bones reconnect his ribs. Then he used a physical healing spell on him. Green life energy wrapped around him and entered his body. Then it went to his injured parts. Under the effect of the life energy, the injured parts began to heal quickly. By the time the life energy was used up, most of the injuries had healed. The most seriously injured one had his stomach split open by the axe. Even his intestines had been cut open. If it weren't for these barbarian warriors' talents of toughness and strength, as well as their strong life force, this guy would have died long ago. However, this kind of injury was easy to treat. After 2 physical healing spells, the originally hideous wounds slowly healed. These wounds only healed on the surface, and it would take some time for them to fully recover. During this time, these barbarian warriors could only carry out some normal activities. Training or fighting was impossible. After healing the 5 barbarians, Su Lin treated the other injured barbarians. At this time, a light drizzle fell from the sky. Su Lin had the others clean up the battlefield while he looked at the rewards of this battle. "You've won a huge victory. You have defeated an ogre warhammer tribe with a wizard. Your name has spread far and wide in the wastelands. Your name has a certain degree of deterrence to other wastelands races. Your prestige +2. The battle is over. You have received 26,385 EXP. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. You have received 2 attribute points, 2 skill points, and 1 gold treasure chest. In this battle you obtained a leaf from the Tree of Wisdom." Su Lin added 2 attribute points to strength and opened his personal panel. Name: Sullen race, human level, LV 191385419000, strength, 37 dexterity, 29 spirit, 24 physique, 29 charm, 19 commander, 63 characteristics, talent valiant, thunderbolt, Pegasus, advanced sturdy, advanced tenacity, calm, elemental affinity, iron will skills, dark ice slash, thunder lightning spear, physiotherapy, life healing, crimson flame, forbidden magic, mechanical control, stone to mud, morale boost, beginner, ultimate skill, whirling cherry, great mastery, heroic, master. Torrential rain, advanced, weapon proficiency, swordsmanship 160, spearmanship 185, archery 98, throwing 83, equestrian 130, thunder lightning spear, advanced version of the lightning spear. After using it, the user will receive a boost to the power of lightning. Su Luan took out the leaf of the wisdom tree. The leaf of the wisdom tree was green and looked like an ordinary leaf. However, the leaf of the wisdom tree exuded a faint fragrance. It smelled good and made one's mind very clear. Leaf of the Tree of Wisdom. This leaf has a magical effect. After using it, it can increase spirit by 3 points. The leaf of the Tree of Wisdom was similar to the Big Dipper heavenly liquid that Su Lin had obtained in the past. They could directly increase one's attributes. However, one increased strength and constitution while the other increased spirit. Su Lin didn't need spirit at the moment, so he stored the leaf in his storage space. Then, Su Lin opened the golden treasure chest that he had just obtained. As the golden light dissipated, a system notification sounded in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a recruitment order." Hearing that it was a recruitment order, Sullen's eyes lit up. This thing was simply a timely reign for him. Currently, in his territory, besides 500 serfs and 40 mercenaries, there were 300 barbarians. Compared to a small town, the population was seriously insufficient. As for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls, Su Lin didn't count them as part of the population. He didn't believe that these races would coexist peacefully with humans. Although the slaves in the camp were very obedient, that was because Sullen's previous battles had scared them out of their wits. Naturally, they didn't dare to resist. These monsters in the wilderness basically had the habit of eating humans. This was completely unacceptable to humans. In reality, whether it was humans, dwarves, barbarians, half-elves, half-orcs, elves, centaurs and other races, these monsters could only be slaves in Sullen's territory. The development of his territory required a large number of people. Originally, Sulin had asked Xian to take advantage of the trade caravans to advertise and recruit people in the northern provinces. However, Sullen's territory was 300 kilometers away from the nearest human city. This was too far for these people. Moreover, they were also suspicious of Sullen's policies, so no one was willing to come here for the time being. In order to replenish the number of humans in the town, Sulin had asked Xian to buy a batch of slaves every time he returned to the camp. However, relying on slaves to replenish the population of his territory was too expensive, and the quality of the slaves was also worrying. The slave traders had long since picked out slaves with skills, and it wasn't cheap to buy these slaves. Now that he had this recruitment order, although it couldn't completely solve the lack of population, it was still very good for recruiting people. Last time he had used the recruitment order to recruit more than 100 barbarians. He didn't know how many people he could recruit this time, and what race he could recruit. Of course, as long as it wasn't a cannibal race, Sulin would accept it. He took out the recruitment order and chose to use it. The recruitment order, which was made of an unknown material, turned into a pile of dust in an instant, and then a gentle breeze blew past, leaving no trace behind. After using the recruitment order, Sulin no longer paid attention to it. This kind of thing had a long-term effect. Soon, a group of people would come to apply to join, and he only needed to wait quietly. P.S. The Ogre Wizard stats are posted below. Ogre Wizard, Kalando, Race, Ogre, Class, Wizard/Berserker, Strength, 21, Potency +6, Berserk +6, 33 under Berserk, Agility, 16 +4 Haste, Vitality, 23, Spirit, 22, Charm, 8. I really don't understand such an ugly ogre's charm can reach the standard of a normal person. Skills: Fireball, Exploding Flames, Potency, Haste, Stony Skin, Short Distance Displacement, Voodoo Curse, Magician's Hand, Bloodthirsty Berserk. Innate abilities: Sturdy, Tenacious, Intelligent. Every creature will be different and have the talent to become a wizard. Spirit +4. Instant cast, dual-wielding weapons. Chapter 79. After the battle, Sulin checked on the 8 ballistae. Fortunately, they weren't damaged. Only 2 of them had some small problems and they would be fine once they got back. The surviving ogres were stabbed, and the injured goblins, houndhead men and gnolls were also killed. Sulin didn't have any medicine to treat them, and the uninjured were all locked up. However, there weren't many goblins, houndhead men, and gnolls captured in this battle. Most of the slaves had escaped during the battle and the rest had been killed. The slower ones had been captured by the barbarian warriors, and the total number of captives was just over 100. Apart from the captives, the spoils of war were the most abundant. The ogres' armor and maces were all made of iron. Due to the craftsmanship, they weren't light. An ogre's full set of armor weighed close to 200 pounds. Only ogres and giants could use such heavy equipment. Sulin was prepared to bring the equipment back to the furnace for recasting. There were close to 200 ogres and all of their equipment weighed more than 2 tons. Moreover, they were made of iron, not ore. Even if Sullen's territory had iron mines, it would take at least half a month for the houndhead men in the mines to produce 2 tons of iron. After cleaning up the battlefield, Sulin didn't leave immediately. It was still drizzling and he didn't want to rush back in the rain. There weren't many roads in the wilderness, and it would be even more difficult to travel if it rained. It wouldn't be good if he couldn't make it back in time and had to set up camp in the wilderness. However, he had to send someone back to inform the territory. He found 2 uninjured barbarians and had them send the message in the rain. Sulin brought the others into the ogre camp that hadn't been completed yet. Although the camp wasn't completed yet, the houses had been built. However, the ogres' houses still needed to be cleaned. After all, ogres weren't very particular about hygiene, and their houses couldn't be expected to be very clean. However, it was good enough to have a place to shelter them from the wind and rain in this weather. Although the autumn rain was as thin as a cow's hair, it carried a chill. Although the barbarians had strong bodies, it didn't feel good to be in the rain for an entire night. After letting the slaves clean up the camp, Sulin moved in. The barbarian warriors went to make a fire and cook. Chris went to deal with the aftermath of the battle. Sulin brought the ogre wizard's body to a room. The ogre wizard's body was placed on a large stone platform. Normal ogre corpses weren't worth much, so Sulin gave them to the gnolls as food. The ogre wizard's body was still valuable. Su Lin took out a sharp knife and slit open the ogre's chest. The ogre looked fat, but after cutting it open, Su Lin realized that it wasn't bloated. Instead, it was a layer of fat covering the ogre's strong muscles, especially its stomach. It looked like a swimming ring, but upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see the outline of strong muscles. Su Lin took out the ogre's heart and stored it in ice. In addition to the ogre's heart, Su Lin found a barbarian skinning master to skin the ogre wizard and collect some of the ogre wizard's blood. As a magical creature, ogre wizards had a certain amount of magic power. Although Su Lin didn't know how to make magic potions and magic items, as long as he sold these things to wizards, he could get a good price. If he could recruit an alchemist, then these things would come in handy. After storing the things properly, Su Lin waved his hand and put them all into his storage space. Although the storage space provided by the system was only 3 cubic meters, the things inside would be in a static state. They would be the same as when they were put in. The barbarian warriors were in high spirits. At night, they specially prepared a grand bonfire party. The party was held in an empty space in the camp. They even used the scattered wood to build a canopy. Other than the barbarians who were on night watch, all the other barbarians participated. These barbarian warriors were very happy to have defeated an ogre tribe today. They saw this battle as an honor. All the barbarians used special paint to leave a tattoo on their bodies. After this battle, all the barbarians who participated in the battle leveled up. The strongest barbarian warriors had already leveled up to the barbarian Great Axe Berserker. As a non-hero profession, they were almost at the top at this level. If they wanted to continue leveling up, they would need to create their own hero template and become a hero. The number of self-created hero templates was very small, and Su Lin only had one so far, so this path was not realistic. Even if Su Lin got a self-created hero template in the future, it would definitely not be enough for them to upgrade all of their units to the top tier. Of course, this didn't mean that they couldn't level up in the future. It was just that they couldn't rely on the system's experience to level up. If they worked hard, there was still hope to break through the bottleneck and become a hero. However, the probability was too low. It was considered high if 1 out of 100 or even 1,000 top soldiers succeeded. In fact, the only creatures in this world that didn't have a bottleneck were dragons. As long as they lived long enough, they could slowly become adult dragons, young dragons, old dragons, and ancient dragons. There was no bottleneck at all. After passing the ancient dragon stage, as long as they didn't die of old age, they could become ancient dragons, ancient dragons, ancient dragons, and even ancestral dragons. Of course, it would take at least tens of thousands of years for a young dragon to become an ancient dragon. Apart from a few creatures, no creature could live for such a long time. The lifespan of a human was between 70 to 100 years, which wasn't short in this world. Gnolls only had a natural lifespan of 35 years, goblins and kobolds were even shorter. Dwarves had a lifespan of 300 to 500 years, elves had a lifespan of 500 to 1,000 years, and even half-elves had a lifespan of 300 years. Of course, if your strength reached the legendary level, your lifespan would naturally increase greatly. The profession with the longest lifespan was the wizard. As long as a legendary wizard didn't seek death, they could easily live for hundreds or thousands of years. Even if their life was coming to an end, they could choose to reincarnate as a lich. In theory, a legendary lich could live for at least 3,000 to 5,000 years. Therefore, a legendary wizard's wealth was no less than that of a young dragon. The power of a wizard came from knowledge. Time also made them very powerful. P.S. Thank you to the Jealous Cult for the 2,000 reward. Thank you to the Heavy Dragoon for the 200 reward. Chapter 80. As for liches, if you encountered one, you'd have to pray for luck. After a wizard reincarnated into a lich, every lich would be at least a legend rank expert. They were also proficient in all kinds of spells and could be said to be one of the most dangerous creatures in the world. What was even more troublesome was that even if a lich died, it would revive through its phylactery. As long as the phylactery was not destroyed, the lich would not truly die. Among all the classes, the warrior class could be said to be the most miserable. Low-level warriors were completely cannon fodder. Only when they reached a higher level would they be better off. However, they could not be compared to wizards of the same level. If a high-level warrior could not become a legend, their stamina would begin to decline. After about 50 years of age, a warrior's body would enter a period of decline. If they could not become a legend before 60 years of age, they would basically have no chance in this lifetime. Of course, after becoming a legend, a warrior's lifespan would double, and their stamina would not decline anymore. They would be able to maintain their peak state until the last 10 years of their life. However, even if their lifespan doubled, a human warrior's lifespan would only be 200 years. Compared to a wizard's lifespan, it was simply too little. This did not mean that a legend rank warrior was not strong. On the contrary, they were very good at melee combat. It was just that if they encountered a spellcaster, they would be easily killed by a spellcaster. Pure warriors did not have the ability to cast spells, so when facing a spellcaster, they would be suppressed everywhere. Later on, some warriors also took on other classes. Those barbarian axe berserkers had now reached the peak of their class. As a top-class unit, they had awakened even more powerful abilities. Among them, the signature skill of their class, Berserk, had become Advanced Berserk. Compared to Berserk, Advanced Berserk increased the strength of their muscles and the duration was also increased. In addition to the barbarian axe berserkers, they also gained dodge intuition, which greatly increased their ability to dodge. It could be said that a fully armed barbarian axe berserker had now reached the level of a knight commander. Among all the barbarian warriors, apart from the two heroes, there were already 10 barbarians who had reached this level. The rest were barbarian warriors and barbarian great axe warriors. Chris had also leveled up, but although her strength had increased, she was still far from becoming a legend. It was not easy for Succubi to advance. When he woke up the next day, it was already noon. Last night he had discussed the art of binding with Chris. It had to be said that Succubi were innately skilled and proficient in all kinds of positions. They could easily do many positions that humans could not do. Furthermore, Succubi had far superior physiques and recovery abilities than humans. They were both capable and durable, making them the best candidates for head maid. After destroying the ogre tribe, Sulin was very happy last night, so he celebrated with Chris. However, he didn't notice that he was having too much fun and woke up a little late. "Master, you're awake. Come wash your face." Chris strode over to the bed with her slender legs. First, she washed him with clean water, then she used the facial cleanser to carefully wipe his face. Chris had now taken care of him in the direction of total laziness. Now Sulin didn't even need to get up, and she would help him do everything. After washing up, Sulin rolled over and got out of bed. Chris gently helped him put on his clothes. Of course, it was hard to determine how long this process would take. Sometimes it would take an hour or two. After all, he was more energetic in the morning. However, they had to return to the territory today, so Chris quickly dressed him. After a simple breakfast, the group was about to leave. The weather had cleared up, and the damp soil from yesterday's rain quickly dried up. Sulin led the barbarians to escort the captive out of the ogre territory. There were many spoils of war this time. Fortunately, the ogres had tamed a few camel beasts here. These camel beasts looked like rhinoceroses and had bad tempers. Moreover, their appetite was shocking. Although they were strong enough to pull things, they were not popular in the human world. Only the powerful ogres liked them. In addition to transporting resources, these camel beasts were also the ogres' food reserves. Ogres were carnivores. Besides various human-like creatures, they also ate other animals. However, they had a preference for human-like creatures. These camel beasts were probably the ogre tribe's food reserves. Although these camel beasts were difficult for normal people to tame and control, Sulin now had a group of barbarian warriors who were not inferior to the ogres. They could still suppress these camel beasts. More than 10 camel beasts left with the spoils of war, along with the slaves they had captured. The ogre camp was also burned down when they left. If the camp was not completely destroyed, it would be occupied by other tribes in 2 days. This place was indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack. If Sulin wasn't short on manpower, he would have wanted to occupy this camp. After destroying the camp, the ogre tribe's resources all fell into Sulin's hands. Other than iron ore, the ogre tribe had many furs. However, ogres weren't proficient in the art of making furs. Many of these furs were already damaged and rotten. After loading the relatively good ones into the carts, they burned the rest. After summoning Red Flame to set the camp on fire, the camp was soon engulfed in a sea of fire. Although they carried many spoils of war on the journey back, their speed was much faster. The strong camel beasts were much stronger than horses. There were many weeds growing in the wilderness and there were no roads. The wheels of the carts were often entangled in the weeds. Although horses didn't know how to drag, this wasn't a problem for the camel beasts. More than 10 camel beasts formed a simple road in the wilderness. Of course, this road didn't exist for more than a few days in the wilderness. It was quickly covered by weeds. Because the camel beasts were huge, the boats built in the territory couldn't carry them. Therefore, Sulin and the rest didn't return by boat. Instead, they traveled along the river. After returning to Northgard Castle, it was still in a state of alert. When he saw Su Lin return with the team, Boulder heaved a sigh of relief. Although he already knew that the army had defeated the ogre tribe yesterday, anything could happen in the wilderness. Before the team returned, he didn't dare to let his guard down. "Boss, the welcoming ceremony is ready," Boulder said fawningly. "Welcoming ceremony?" Su Lin was a little surprised. "Yes, boss. Let's go into the city now." When they entered the town, the army received cheers and welcomes. The two sides of the road were filled with people. The serfs looked excitedly at the ogre corpses and exclaimed from time to time. Some hot barbarian girls even boldly blew kisses to the team. "Boulder, keep this welcoming ceremony in the future." "Boss, as you wish." Chapter 81. The corpses of the ogres were salted with lime and hung on the walls of the town. This was actually a strategic deterrent. Other monsters and humans would be scared when they saw the corpses. In the northern wastelands, this was even more of a deterrent to other tribes. If more tribes migrated here, most of them would avoid this place after seeing the corpses of the ogres, unless they were much stronger than the ogres. After eliminating the ogres, Northgard Castle was filled with cheers. However, after a short celebration, the town returned to its original state. Because the planting season was coming to an end, all the land in the territory had been put on hold for a while. All the land was used for farming. Of the 12,000 mu of land in the territory, more than 8,000 mu were planted with potatoes. The remaining 2,000 mu were planted with winter wheat. This was specifically requested by Chris. Xion had bought it from Cult City last time. According to Chris, a lord's diet must include fine flour. As for the last 2,000 mu of land, they were all planted with sugar beets. These sugar beet seeds were all collected from the wild. It could be said that more than 90% of the sugar beets within 30 kilometers of Sullen's territory had been collected. The yield of the sugar beets was still unknown, but it shouldn't be too low. The sugar beets that grew in the wild were the size of small radishes. The yield of 1 mu of sugar beets was probably close to that of potatoes. Territory farmland frowny face quantity, 12,000 mu. Current status, planting complete type, 2,000 mu of winter wheat, 2,000 mu of sugar beets, 8,000 mu of potato diseases and pests, health fertilization, little or no maturity. Winter wheat, 237 days, potato 104 days, sugar beets 352 days, agricultural special effect. None. After seeing that the sugar beets would take a year to mature, Su Lin was a little anxious. After all, the sugar trade had just started. The demand for sugar would definitely increase in the future. The sugar beets collected from the wild wouldn't last long. Only by planting them on a large scale could they provide sufficient production. Without sugar beets, there was no way to extract sugar. Sullen's sugar trade would probably end prematurely. There were other ways to speed up the growth of plants. For example, the elves had ways to speed up the growth of plants. However, the elves hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. The other option was for wizards to cast spells that could speed up the growth of plants, or druids who were proficient in planting. Of course, they could also ask the priests of the goddess of earth for help. They also had spells that could speed up the growth of plants. However, these methods were not very useful for Su Lin since his territory was so remote. For the time being, there was no way to speed up the growth of plants. Su Lin could only continue to collect sugar beets in the wild. At the same time, he limited the amount of sugar he could trade. He would start implementing it after Xion returned. After the farmland in the territory was planted, the construction of the town was once again put on the agenda. Previously, because of the rush to plant the farmland, the construction of the town was basically stagnant. Now that the farmland was planted, only a small number of people were needed to maintain it. The extra people could start the construction of the town. The dozen or so camel beasts obtained from the ogre tribe were not killed. Although they had bad tempers, they were strong and could carry a lot of weight. They were very useful for transporting goods or building roads. The dozen or so beasts weighed several tons, so it was very convenient for them to transport wood and stone. Su Lin specially made a few huge stone rollers and let the camel beasts roll them back and forth when they were building roads. The effect was not inferior to the professional road rollers in his previous life. With the addition of the camel beasts, the construction of the roads in the territory was very fast. In addition to the roads, the construction of Sullen's Lord's Castle also sped up. Due to the small size of the town, Sullen's Lord's Castle was not built too big. Apart from the town hall, there was also his residence, a small drill ground and a garden where he lived. The garden was built with pure white marble. Su Lin specially found these marbles in the nearby Sierra de Lotus. Sulin also used stone to mud to remove the impurities in the stone, so the marbles were as white as jade. According to Sulin's idea, he also wanted to build a fountain. However, he did not have a skilled sculptor, so the statue in the fountain could not be made. He did not want to just find a random statue, so he could only wait for the sculptors in the territory to improve their skills. A week later, Sulin's Lord's Castle was finally completed. Congratulations, host. The Lord's Castle is completed. The city management interface has been opened. Lord's Castle, simple. This is a simple and crude Lord's Castle. The bonuses to the territory are limited. Note, a dignified and majestic Lord's Castle can better set off the Lord's dignity. Dignity +2, Security +2, Defense +2, Popular +1, Comfort +1. City Management Interface. City, Northern Fortress, Small Town, Location, Northern Wastelands. Popular, 90. The highest popular rating is 100. When the popular rating is lower than 60, the townspeople will express doubts about the Lord. When the popular rating is lower than 40, the townspeople will begin to leave. When the popular rating is lower than 30, the townspeople will have a few chances of riots. When the popular rating is lower than 20, the townspeople will rebel. Please treat your people well. Tax. 0 can set tax standards. Currently lacking a tax officer. Income. 2,000 kinnar, grain per year. 5,000 kinnar, caravan trade, national treasury. 1,200 kinnar, 8,000 units, grain, dried salted fish 5327, dried meat 1851, population 812 includes barbarians, livestock, cattle 117 bison, antelope cattle 233, camel cattle 17, horse cattle 40 horses, sheriff, pending appointment, guard captain, pending appointment, garrison officer, pending appointment, mayor, to be appointed, tax collector, to be appointed, steward of the castle, Chrissy, matron of waiting, Chrissy, manager of caravan, Jean. Social security, 80. The higher the social security, the more stable the territory is. A safe town can increase the sense of belonging of the townspeople. If the security is low, it will cause chaos in the town. Prosperity, 12. Please increase the commercial activities of the town as soon as possible. The more prosperous the town is, the more people will be attracted to live there. Population required to upgrade, 5,000 current population growth, 2. 1% troops, barbarian guards 71, longbow archers 5, town defense, beginner stone wall territory specialties, sugar, dried salted fish, dried meat, potatoes, fur, ironware territory buildings, mayor's mansion, houses, barracks, market, warehouses, farmlands, blacksmiths, port, mines. With the territory management system, Sulin could clearly see the current state of the territory. It was a lot easier to manage the territory. The main problem now was the income and population. Other than the sugar trade, the territory's income was almost zero. The population was the foundation of the territory's growth. He was severely lacking in population. Relying on natural growth was too slow. Luckily, he still had the recruitment order. However, the recruitment order was too hard to come by. Sulin needed to find other ways to increase the population. Chapter 82. Master, the rum you mentioned has been brewed. Would you like to have a taste? Chris asked as she walked over with a bottle of wine. The last time Xian came back from Cult City, he bought a batch of slaves along the way. Among them there were a few slaves who knew how to make wine. Due to the lack of technology, the waste honey, which contained a lot of sugar, could not be extracted into white sugar. It was a waste to just throw it away, so Sulin tried to use the waste honey to make rum. In his previous life, rum was created from waste honey. At that time, South America planted large amounts of sugar cane, and after the sugar was extracted, a large amount of waste honey was produced. The plantation owners invented the use of waste honey to make rum. At that time, due to technical issues, the fresh water carried by the sea for a long time would easily spoil. Most importantly, rum could cure sepsis. Therefore, many ships carried a large amount of alcohol. Alcohol could be stored for a long time without spoiling, and it could prevent the sailors from getting sepsis. Rum spread all over the world with the voyage, and the use of waste honey to make rum became another source of income for the plantation owners. It was good to use waste honey to make rum. Without using food, they could obtain a large amount of rum. This was good news for Sulin, which was short on food. In this era, there were very few forms of entertainment. Even in Kalen City in the south, the only entertainment among the nobles was hunting or banquets. There were also very few bards or circus performances, and even fewer forms of entertainment for the commoners. The most common form of entertainment was to go to a tavern and have a drink. There were many barbarians in Sulin, all of them strong and energetic. In order to let them vent their excess energy, Sulin specially built a drill ground for them to spar. It was the same for the alcohol now. There was another reason. The trade in the territory had begun. As time passed, more and more caravans would arrive, and they would definitely bring a large number of mercenaries and caravan guards. These people would definitely need to find entertainment. There were no seafood merchants in Sulin's territory, and there were no young ladies who sold abalone. There was still a long way to go. Therefore they could only come to the tavern. Mercenaries and guards were paid well, and they spent money quickly. As long as the tavern was built, it would definitely become an important source of income for the camp. There was no reason not to do something like this that could solve the problem of wasted honey, increase the number of entertainment options, and even make money. Taking the rum, Sulin smelled it first. There was a faint aroma of alcohol. He poured the rum out. The rum was amber in color. He tasted it slightly. The taste was not bad. The taste was refreshing and the smell was fragrant. It was much better than the ale he had drunk before. The ale that Sulin bought before was cheap and tasted a little sour, so the merchants added a lot of water into it. This kind of ale was also the most popular in the tavern because it was cheap enough. It only cost 2 copper nars to drink a cup. It could be said that the ale was actually water with a little bit of alcohol, which was far inferior to the rum. "This wine tastes pretty good," Sulin said in a good mood as he put down the cup. "This kind of rum is the best one they've ever made." Chris picked up Sulin's unfinished glass and tasted it. "How much is the cost?" Sulin asked. If the cost of this wine was too high, he could only sell it as a high-end wine and continue to make cheap wines. "According to your instructions, the rum is brewed using waste honey. A lot of water is added to dilute it, and then yeast is added to ferment it. The cost of a barrel of 100 liters of rum is about 2 kinnar," Chris said as if she was familiar with it. Sulin did a quick calculation. This price still did not have any price advantage compared to ale. "Master, this rum can be diluted with water. The one you're drinking is not diluted." Chris explained with a smile, "This kind of wine can be diluted by 1-fold. The taste will be much lighter, but it's still much better than ale. Then dilute it by 1-fold. You can calculate the price." Sulin agreed immediately. Adding water into the wine was a normal operation in this era. Of course, high-end wines would not do this. "Make this rum into a low-grade wine and a high-end wine. Change the high-end wine to a better name and mix the taste. We'll sell the 2 wines together," Sulin said. "Okay, I'll go and tell them to do it." Chris nodded. "Right, give each of the slaves who make the wine 30 points. Give them 50 points for making this wine," Sulin ordered. "Tell them to mix the wine as soon as possible." Chris nodded and left with the rum. Next, the slaves quickly mixed the 2 wines according to Sulin's request. The high-end rum was clearer and almost transparent. It had a strange fruity smell. The taste was refreshing and sweet, and the taste was sweet and fragrant. It was very good. The taste of the low-grade rum was much worse, but it was refreshing and had a translucent reddish-brown color. From its appearance to its taste, it was still much better than ale. At the same time, the cost of producing it was only 10 silver nars per barrel, which was already close to the price of ale. The high-end rum was more expensive. After mixing, this kind of rum cost 2 kinnar per barrel. Sulin was going to build a glass factory in his territory and bottle it for sale. He was not going to sell a bottle more than 2 kinnar per bottle. 1 barrel could hold at least 200 bottles. Sulin also came up with a name for this wine, Cold Dew wine. He also made up a story to raise the price of this wine. This was a common marketing method in his previous world, but it was definitely the first time he used it in this world. As long as the story was moving enough and the wine tasted good, this kind of wine would be able to sell quickly. Of course, if Sulin had enough connections, he could let the king use this kind of wine in court banquets. That way the effect would be even better. But if he had enough connections, why would he come to this godforsaken place to explore? After the wine was made, Sulin immediately began to build a tavern in the town. The location of the tavern had been chosen long ago, and it was ready to start construction. The progress of the tavern was very fast. It only took 2 days to build a tavern that could accommodate 70 to 80 people. Tavern, a town building. A lively tavern can let people relax after a day of work and have a drink. The tavern's appearance makes the town more prosperous. The tavern's existence will attract people who like to drink. Prosperity +5, happiness +5, information +5, security -2. Special effect, chance to attract wandering heroes to stay here. Chapter 83. Attract wandering heroes? After seeing this information, Sullen's breathing instantly became heavier. He only had 3 heroes in his territory: Johnson, Boulder, and Chris. None of them were weak. If he could recruit heroes, the tavern's value would be even higher. After arranging for people to open the tavern, Su Lin purposely went to the tavern to sit for a while. After experiencing the tavern for a while, he ordered the person in charge to collect information in the tavern and pay attention to some strange people. After the tavern opened, Su Lin found that the barbarian warriors liked the tavern more than the drill ground, so Su Lin had no choice but to restrict them. In order to deal with the upcoming trade, Su Lin built a barracks near the trading market. It was a place for soldiers to rest. Next to the barracks was the trading market's tax office. The tax office was very simple now. The territory had not even appointed a tax officer, so Chris had to take up the post. Fortunately, there were no other taxes in the territory except for trade with caravans. This was also why Su Lin had not appointed a tax officer. After all, there was no tax. Merchant caravans would definitely be taxed if they came to do business. In the fief, any transaction worth more than 100 gold coins would have to be filed with the tax office and paid a certain amount of tax. If anyone tried to take advantage of the loophole and purposely limit a transaction to less than 100 gold coins, they would be punished 10 times the amount. All trades had to be done in the trading market. Trading outside the market was considered illegal. The goods would be confiscated by the soldiers in charge of the market's security. Coming out of the tavern, Su Lin saw Xian with a face full of dust. "Monseigneur, it's great to see you. I was just about to report to you." Xian was overjoyed when he saw Su Lin. He quickly walked to Su Lin and bowed. "Monseigneur, the caravan has returned safely to the territory. All the goods are undamaged. This time we bought 300 slaves from Cult City. We also earned 1,500 kinner from this trade." "So much?" Su Lin paused for a moment, then took the bill and flipped through it. The biggest item on the bill was the white sugar. Xian had brought a total of 50 caddies of white sugar to Cult City for trade. The rest were furs and other things. They were sold for less than 500 kinner in total. 50 caddies of sugar sold for nearly 3,000 kinner in Kalant. After that, he spent more than 1,000 kinner to purchase supplies in Cult City. He spent more than 1,000 kinner to purchase 300 slaves. After paying taxes, he still had 1,500 kinner left. The average price of the white sugar that Jean sold was about 60 kinner per caddy. Compared to the distribution of the white sugar, the price was double. In the end, the white sugar was sold out in less than half a day. Moreover, there were many nobles and merchants who did not manage to buy the white sugar and wanted to pre-order it. However, without Sullen's order, Jean did not dare to accept. "It seems that the nobles have quite a high demand for white sugar," Su Lin thought to himself. Although he was mentally prepared, he still underestimated the nobles' love for white sugar. These nobles who lived extravagant lives had reached a very high level in their pursuit of all kinds of material comforts. The long period of peace had caused them to become more and more extravagant. "Well done," Su Lin praised as he patted Jean's shoulder. Xian was very satisfied with his current job. He had gone from a penniless mercenary who lived on the wind and dew, to a merchant who worked for a noble. This huge change made him extremely grateful to Su Lin, the man who had bestowed him with all this. "This is all thanks to your guidance. I only did the most basic things," Jean said respectfully. As one of the first mercenaries hired by Su Lin to expand his territory, Jean had personally witnessed how Su Lin cut through all obstacles and established a firm foothold in this dangerous wilderness. Then Su Lin led the barbarian warriors to victory after victory. In just 2 short months he had built a town from nothing and excavated a gold mine in this barren land. Now Jean believed that he was witnessing the rise of a legendary figure. Being able to follow a legendary figure was also a great benefit to him. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to rise from a commoner to a new noble. "Jean, no need to be humble. I know your hard work." Su Lin nodded at him. After working as a merchant for a while, Jean's negotiation and trading skills had improved. This was the most obvious change. "Monseigneur, only a few of the nobles we bought this time have skills. The rest of the slaves can only be serfs or handymen." "I'm sorry, Monseigneur. Most of the artisan slaves with skills have been bought by the nobles." Slaves with skills were in high demand in the slave market. They were basically monopolized by the merchants and nobles. Others could only pick up the leftovers from them. Su Lin was able to buy dozens of artisan slaves because of his noble status. There are more than 300 slaves. Divide the artisan slaves according to their skills. As for the rest, let them build roads. Su Lin quickly arranged the slaves' jobs. Monsignor, many people have been asking about our supply of sugar in Kalt. I followed your instructions and told a few merchants. They've decided to come to our territory to trade. All right, I understand. Su Lin released the news to attract other merchants. He wanted more people to compete for the sugar. Of course, other than the sugar, the arrival of many merchants would also lead to the discovery of the territory's commerce. This was very important to Su Lin's territory. As for the sugar, he planned to take out 500 pounds of sugar every month to trade. The 500 pounds of sugar would be divided into 5 portions and auctioned off one by one. The highest bidder would win. To prevent the merchants from secretly colluding with each other to suppress the price, Su Lin used a secret auction. The price was kept secret. Each person only had one chance to bid. This way, even if they had discussed the price beforehand and divided the shares, it would be useless. In order to not be eliminated, they had to raise the price. The merchants did not follow Jean to Northtown Castle. They were prepared to come together. For the upcoming trade, Su Lin gave the slaves priority to build roads to the market. At the same time, the roads in the territory began to expand. In this era, it cost a lot to build roads. Su Lin required the roads in the territory to be at least stone. Some places even needed to be paved with stone slabs. The roads would not be dusty on a sunny day or muddy on a rainy day. Chapter 84. Apart from roads, Su Lin also started to build a water supply system for his territory. Although he had been in this world for more than 10 years, Su Lin was still not used to living without running water. In this era, most cities relied on well water, and well water could be bought with money. Having a sweet well in the city was a stable source of income. Of course, some poor people would choose to fetch water from the river, while the nobles would choose to get water from the nearby mountain springs. Because it wasn't easy to get water, people in this era rarely took a bath. It was considered hygienic for a commoner to take a bath once a month. Su Lin couldn't accept his barbarian warriors not taking a bath for a month. These energetic burly men had to patrol and sweep the wastelands every day, so it was inevitable that they would be covered in dust and sweat. Therefore Su Lin forced them to bathe every day. Of course, this request was unanimously supported by the barbarian women. Now, even if Su Lin did not supervise them, the barbarian women would supervise their husbands. If they did not bathe, they would have to sleep outside for the night. When Su Lin came to the riverside to inspect, he saw a group of naked men and children jumping into the red sand river to bathe. The weather was not cold at this time, so it was not bad to bathe here. It would not be good if it started snowing. Su Lin planned to build a water supply system as well as some public baths. Magic in this world could do many things that technology could not do in his previous world, but the number of wizards made it difficult to spread magic. Su Lin planned to build a water supply system that was similar to the Lanzhou water wheel in ancient times. With the mechanical manipulation skill, Su Lin was very familiar with the principles and manufacturing of various machines. He planned to build 3 or 4 Lanzhou water wheels on the Red Sand River. First, the water wheel would raise the water in the river, then send the water through the water supply channel to the city's reservoir. The reservoir had to be built at a high place, or the water would not be able to flow. The aqueducts outside the city used the elevated aqueducts of ancient Rome in his previous life. In order to ensure that these aqueducts were sturdy and durable, Su Lin used mud to stone to reinforce these aqueducts. The aqueduct was built from the river all the way to the outskirts of the city. Su Lin thought about it for a while and decided to build the aqueduct outside of the city. The main reason was the expansion of the city. The northern fortress was not that big at the moment. It was only 500 meters long and wide. It was not crowded with thousands of people living in it. However, as the population of the territory increased, the current size would not be enough. Therefore, Su Lin had already planned to expand the town. This time, Su Lin planned to double the size of the town in all directions. This way, the area would increase by 4 times and upgrade the town into a large town that could accommodate 5,000 people. The length of the aqueduct from the Redwater River to the city was more than 5 kilometers. Because the city was much higher than the river level, these aqueducts had to be built as elevated aqueducts. It was very difficult to build an elevated aqueduct. There were no architects in the territory who could build such a big project. Su Lin had to do it himself. After all, he had been in this world for 10 years and had received proper aristocratic education, even though he was only an observer. The education of the aristocrats in this world was very strict. They had to learn etiquette, geography, horsemanship, literature, architecture, history, martial arts, and so on. Su Lin had learned all this knowledge seriously. Although he did not spend too much time on architecture, he was confident that he could build an elevated aqueduct with the theories from his previous life. The aqueduct was about 60 centimeters wide and the reservoir was 50 centimeters deep. The highest point of the aqueduct was 30 meters from the ground. The diameter of the water wheel was 35 meters. In order to build such a water wheel, Su Lin personally brought people to the Sierra de Lotus to cut down the iron oaks that had been growing for hundreds of years. Iron oaks lived in cold environments. The wood was hard and did not easily deform. It was also resistant to corrosion and did not burn easily. It also grew very slowly. It would take at least 200 to 300 years to grow to 40 to 50 meters tall. The water wheel built with this kind of wood was light and durable. After spending a few days cutting down 8 iron oaks in the Sierra de Lotus, Su Lin brought his people back with him. In order to cut down the iron oaks, Su Lin brought people to exterminate 2 Jack Allen tribes. Su Lin had seen the Lanzhou water wheel in his previous life at the water wheel park. When he saw it up close for the first time he was very shocked. The water wheel, which was 20 to 30 meters tall, was driven by the flow of water. It did not rely on steam or electricity to raise the water level of the river to 20 to 30 meters. The structure of the water wheel was not very complicated. According to the memories of his previous life, Su Lin combined them with his mechanical control skills and finally built the first Lanzhou water wheel. The huge water wheel stood on the Red Sand River. The rapid flow of water pushed the water wheel to turn. The water tank on the outer ring of the water wheel was filled during this process. As the water wheel turned, the water rose to 30 meters in the air and poured into the aqueduct. As long as the water wheel was not damaged and the Red Sand River was not cut off, the water could be transported continuously. Water wheel, a giant water wheel built with iron oaks. The structure is ingenious, sturdy, and durable. It is a very good tool to carry water. Sturdiness plus 10, abrasion plus 10, water carrying plus 10, power plus 15. The aqueduct was built with rocks. Because it had to reach a height of 30 meters, a very deep foundation was dug underneath. The construction of the aqueduct also required Su Lin's personal command. In this era, there were very few adhesives used to glue walls together. Most of them used glutinous rice juice or volcanic ash cement. Glutinous rice juice required a lot of food and Su Lin did not want to waste it. Su Lin could not afford to ship the volcanic ash cement here either, so he had to work hard himself. After every section was built, he would cast mud to stone on the aqueduct. After using the mud to rock spell, these rocks would completely fuse and no cracks could be seen. The effect was much better than that of the glutinous rice juice and cement. The effect was good, but it was too expensive. In Cult City, hiring a wizard who was proficient in mud to stone would cost at least 300 kinar per day. Even nobles could not afford this price. If Su Lin really ran out of money in the future, he could also consider becoming an architect. Mud to stone could turn a 10-meter-long aqueduct into rocks every time he cast mud to stone. Su Lin would cast the spell more than 10 times a day. He had spent a lot of effort on this water system. P.S. Thank you Eater Ku for your 1000 Chidian coins tip. Thank you Ho Yi from Changyi's family for your 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you NPC 123689 for your 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you Ababababa for your 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 85. The water supply system had built a large reservoir outside the city. The water from the Red Sand River was not drinkable. Although the water was clear in this era, many people drank it directly. If there were dead animals upstream, the drinking water of the entire city would be threatened. One of the reasons Su Lin built the reservoir was to disinfect the water. The reservoir would be lined with pebbles, fine sand, and charcoal to filter the water. Of course, these could only filter out the impurities in the water. Su Lin also prepared a fine net made of pure silver. After a few steps of filtering and disinfecting, the water source would be safe. It would take a long time to complete the water supply system. While the water supply system was being built, the caravan from Calent City arrived. After Jean left Calent City, Fernan was the manager of the caravan sent by the Fiery Bird Chamber of Commerce to the Northern Fortress. At the same time he was also the biggest merchant among the 8. The Skylark Chamber of Commerce, which had already cooperated with the Northern Fortress, was also among them. However, the Skylark Chamber of Commerce was only ranked 4th among the 8. Other than Robert from the Skylark Chamber of Commerce, there was another person Su Lin knew. He was the manager of the Wuxia Chamber of Commerce, Owen. Yes, he was the fatty that Su Lin set up last time. When he came here to steal from Northtown Castle, he didn't want to pay any price. In the end, he was set up by Su Lin and the barbarian warriors. He didn't expect that he would dare to come here to make a deal. Of course, Su Lin wouldn't set him up on purpose. He needed Northtown Castle to prosper. It was better not to set people up. Of course, if someone thought Su Lin was easy to bully, he wouldn't mind playing with them. Mr. Fernand, I think we should form an alliance and monopolize the sugar trade here. Yes, I think so too. As long as we can monopolize the sugar trade here, we can easily double our annual profit. I agree. The other managers all agreed. They already considered the sugar trade in Northtown Castle to be theirs. Since everyone agrees to monopolize the sugar trade, we need to divide some shares. Fernand nodded. Closely after that, Fernand glanced at the managers of the other 7 chambers of commerce before saying bluntly, I want 20% of the white sugar. You can negotiate the remaining 80% among yourselves. The other 7 chambers of commerce did not have any objections to this. Clearly this was already the norm. Following this, the 7 chambers of commerce began to continuously negotiate and quarrel for a larger share, causing the entire scene to become extremely heated. Fernand didn't intend to interrupt. Instead, he took out a pair of delicate scissors and carefully trimmed his nails. It wasn't until the managers of these chambers of commerce decided on the shares that they began to speak. Since we have already agreed on the shares, then let's confirm the purchase price. Robert, how much did you pay for Kinnur last time? 50 Kinnur a caddy. That's too expensive. We should ask him to lower the price. Owen said impatiently as soon as Robert finished his sentence. Yes, lower the price. I think we should lower it to at least 35 Kinnur before we can accept it. Another manager of the caravan agreed. You're oversimplifying the problem. In order to get a high price, he might be preparing to auction it off. Robert knew how difficult it was to deal with Chris, so he directly poured cold water on her. So what? We've already agreed on the price. If it's higher than that, we won't bid. Yes, let's do that. The group of people agreed. What if he's not willing to sell? One of them suddenly asked. Simple. If he dares to reject the deal, then we'll show him the power of our 8 chambers of commerce. I think he'll agree. The others laughed. As the 8 biggest chambers of commerce in Cult City, they controlled more than 60% of the city's trade. They had the right to say that. After the discussion, they held a small banquet before they went to prepare the caravan for the Northgard fortress. Su Lin didn't know that the 8 chambers of commerce had already agreed to monopolize the sugar trade. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In his opinion, the alliance of these people was not reliable at all. A small external force was all it would take for the alliance to fall apart. The 8 caravans arrived at Northgard Castle. Other than Robert, the other caravans were shocked by the sight of Northgard Castle. In their minds, this small territory in the northern wasteland should be even better than the countryside in the north. However, when they arrived, they realized that although the town was small, it was unusually clean and tidy. The roads were all paved with stones. There were drainage ditches on both sides of the roads. There was no stench of feces in the air. All the houses were neatly arranged. It had a different kind of beauty to it. Everyone was informed of the rules before entering the town. It was the first time they heard of such complicated rules. Many of the guards and mercenaries found it hard to accept. Which city had a rule that one must walk on the right when walking? What was a small, broken town like this? In the end, after the 2 barbarian axe warriors taught the restless mercenaries a lesson, all the caravans agreed. They couldn't do anything about it. Who would have thought that the 2 barbarian warriors could take out more than half of the guards and mercenaries of a caravan? After knowing the strength of Northgard Castle, even the managers of the caravans became obedient. After a show of strength, the caravans were arranged to stay at the trading market. Su Lin did not have much interest in the arrival of the caravan. He was now busy building the water supply canal. The water supply canal from the river was gradually lowered. The starting point of the canal by the river was about half a meter lower than the end point of the reservoir. The closer it was to the town, the higher the ground was. The less work there was to do and the faster the construction was. After casting mud to rock on this section of the water supply canal, Su Lin rode his black-maned horse to the tavern. During this time he would sit in the tavern for a while every day. After all, the tavern's attributes said that there was a chance to attract some heroes here. He was going to try his luck at the tavern. If he met a hero, he would make a profit. After arriving at the tavern, Su Lin realized that the tavern was very lively today. The tavern that could hold 80 to 90 people was full. Luckily, the tavern was a 3-story building. There were still many empty seats on the second floor. Su Luan asked for a glass of rum, and then found a corner and began to observe the guests in the tavern. But to his disappointment, although there were many people in the tavern today, these people were either guards or mercenaries. He didn't find any special people at all. These mercenaries liked rum very much. Although it was twice as expensive as ale, it was still very popular. It seemed that rum could be sold for a good price. Chapter 86. The white sugar trade was discussed in Sullen's Lord's castle. The next morning, the managers of the 8 merchant guilds came together. Chris sat lazily on the sofa in the main seat. Her seductive demeanor stunned the managers of the merchant guilds. Some of the managers were even more embarrassed. Ahem. Fernand, who recovered first, reminded them with a dark face when he saw the ugly behavior of the others. Everyone looked a little embarrassed when they recovered. However, as old foxes, their skin was thick enough. They pretended as if nothing had happened and continued the discussion. Welcome to our North Town castle. The conditions are simple, so please bear with us, Chris said with a smile. We have 500 pounds of white sugar to sell this time. 500 pounds of white sugar? That's quite a lot. How about the trade and the price? Fernand nodded. He did not wait for Chris to answer and continued, we can buy all of these goods. We have discussed the price. We can give you a high price. Fernand's expression was as if he was sure the other party could only accept it. Chris picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. She did not say anything. Sulin had expected this. They had even discussed the solution. Seeing that Chris did not say anything, Fernand thought they had agreed. He continued in the same tone, your town is too far away from Cult City. Every time you come here it costs a lot. So, you have to give us a discount on the price. Of course we will also compensate you. If your town needs any goods, we can help you transport them. The price is negotiable. Our 8 merchant guilds control 60% of the trade in Cult City. We have enough power to meet your requirements. Oh, then what do you think the price of white sugar should be? Chris said with a mocking smile. Fernand and the others looked at each other. They were secretly proud of themselves. She was indeed a country bumpkin. As long as she showed off her muscles, they would admit defeat. We have discussed it. 35 kinar for 500 pounds of white sugar is a good price, Owen said. Chris did not answer. Instead, she looked at the other managers. However, no one else spoke. Very well, I know what you mean. Chris nodded and put down the teacup. But we have a better way. Then he stood up and said with a smile, this batch of 500 caddies of white sugar will be divided into 5 portions. All the stewards of the Chamber of Commerce can bid, but this time we will be using a closed bidding method. Everyone, there is a sign on the table. Write down your price on the sign and hand it to me. In the end, we will choose the 5 caravans with the highest prices to trade with. As for the 3 caravans with the lowest prices, I'm sorry to have made you come here for nothing. Crazy said with a smile as she played with a small leather whip with her jade-like fingers. By the way, let me remind you that you only have one chance. After saying that, she winked mischievously and then returned to her seat calmly. That's impossible. We will never agree to trade in this way. Never. Just as Chris finished speaking, Fernand, who was still elegant just a moment ago, couldn't help but shout. As the manager of the largest chamber of commerce in Cult City, he had always been the one to set the price. No one dared to refute him. Who would have thought that he would fail in this remote and desolate place today? Mr. Fernand, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with our arrangement? Chris said with a smile. However, her tone was as cold as the wind from the northern wastelands, sending chills down one's spine. Fernand opened his mouth when he saw Chris's beautiful face. In the end, he didn't say anything. Who else has an opinion? You can leave now. Chris looked around. She was filled with an oppressive aura. The atmosphere in the living room became abnormally heavy. After waiting for a while, no one stood up to leave. Looks like no one has an opinion. Then let's begin. Write down your prices on the board. After a while, we will send someone to collect them. Seeing that no one was leaving, Chris chuckled and returned to her seat. The 8 managers glanced at each other and exchanged a few polite words with each other before picking up their pens to write down their prices. However, this price was not easy to write down. If they wrote it too low, the other companies might write it too high. If they wrote it too high, they might end up wasting their time here. If they wrote it too high, they would not be willing to give up. Therefore, these people didn't start writing. Chris leisurely looked at the conflicted expressions of these merchants. In her heart, she was full of admiration for her master Sullen's method of bidding. Just a hidden bid had easily defeated the alliance of these 8 Chamber of Commerce. The hidden bid method didn't give these people a chance to unite. Moreover, there was another benefit. Those Chamber of Commerce who were originally afraid of Fiery Bird Chamber of Commerce and didn't dare to compete with them didn't have any misgivings this time. After about 15 minutes, a few barbarian girls came in and collected all the hidden bids written by these merchants. Chris picked up these hidden bids and started to examine them. Chris didn't immediately announce the results. Instead, she asked all the managers to go back and wait for the news. She then took the hidden bids and left the living room. "Owen, how much did you write?" A manager pretended to be nonchalant and asked. 35 kinner. "We agreed to give them this price. We can't change it," Owen said unyieldingly. "Robert, what about you?" "Of course I firmly support the price we agreed on previously. Not a single copper kinner can be added," Robert said righteously. His expression was like that of a knight who was expressing his loyalty to the king during a knighthood ceremony. "Yes, we should unite. We can't let these country bumpkins take advantage of us," another manager said loudly. Hearing these people's words, Fernand nodded to himself. It seemed like this time it was in the bag. After the managers left, Chris started to look at the hidden bids. The highest bidder offered a price of 80 kinner. Chris took a look and saw that it was actually Owen from Bohemia Chamber of Commerce. In second place was Robert with 78 kinner. The lowest bidder offered a price of 65 kinner. This was more than double the price of 35 kinner that they had agreed on previously. Among the top 5 Chamber of Commerce, the lowest bid was 73 kinner. The average price was 76 kinner. The 500 caddies of white sugar sold for at least 38,000 kinner. Chapter 87. The next day, Fernand looked at the other 5 caravans trading with the North Town Castle. "Owen, didn't you say that you were going to give me 35 gold nars?" Fernand said angrily. "Sorry, Mr. Fernand, maybe I remembered it wrong." Owen didn't feel embarrassed at all. He gave the kinner to the staff next to him and took his men to load the goods. Fernand knew that he was fooled by these people. He couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. What gave him a headache now was how to explain it to the Chamber of Commerce. Sulin looked at the embarrassed woman in front of him. He didn't expect that his recruitment order would recruit a hero. Today, when he was casting mud to stone on the canal, a horse came running from afar. When he got closer, he found that there was an injured woman on the horse. The woman's face was covered with a veil, and her eyes were shining like stars. Although her entire body was wrapped in a large black cloak, one could still see the graceful curves of her body. Her back was simply bandaged with a bandage. At this time, the bandage was already oozing blood. Obviously, the running just now had caused her wound to split open. "Help me." After saying that, she fell down from the horse. Sulin quickly reached out and caught her. "Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have met an injured hero. Helping her can increase the success rate of recruitment. The recruitment order effect has ended." Sulin didn't expect that the recruitment order would only recruit one hero. He wanted to recruit some barbarians or other powerful races to increase the number of troops in the town. He didn't expect that there would only be one hero. But since the recruitment order effect had ended, he couldn't regret it. Seeing the injured heroine, Sulin called a carriage and was ready to carry her in. Her wounds were simply bandaged, and her veil was rubbed to one side, revealing a beautiful face. When Sulin gently carried her, her delicate eyebrows frowned unconsciously, and then she calmed down. He reached out and picked her up. He could easily feel the elastic skin of the woman in his arms, which made his heart flutter slightly. There was a faint fragrance on the woman's body. The carriage stopped at the lord's castle. Sulin carried the woman inside and found Chris to check her injuries. To Sulin's surprise, the succubus was very interested in the woman. After checking her injuries, Sulin cast a physical healing spell on her. Light green life energy entered her body, and the hideous injuries on her back quickly healed. However, although her injuries had healed, her face was still very pale. Having Chris stay behind to take care of her, Sulin returned to the outside of the city to direct the construction of the aqueduct. After a period of construction, the slaves were already familiar with this work. They just had to wait until the end to cast a spell to turn mud into stone on the aqueduct. After finishing today's work, Sulin went to the barracks to have a look. The barbarian boys who had not yet reached adulthood were already receiving training here. When they reached adulthood, they could directly join the army. Su Lin even planned to set up a reserve system in his territory in the future. This way, even if the army suffered losses, it would be quickly replenished. It would not affect the combat effectiveness of the army too much. After inspecting the barracks, Su Lin felt hungry. He turned around and walked towards the Lord's castle. As soon as Su Lin entered the Lord's talisman, he felt that the atmosphere today was a bit strange. Chris did not come out to greet him today. It seemed that she would have to suffer a few more plasma cannons tonight. Master, you're back. As soon as Su Lin took off his cloak, Chris came over. Yes. Taking the towel from Chris, Su Lin wiped his hands and asked casually, "Is that woman awake?" "She's awake." Chris took the towel and smiled. "Master, she's a wizard." "Wizard?" Hearing the word wizard, Su Lin raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that the recruitment order this time would attract a wizard. Wizards were very powerful in this world. Of course, they were also very mysterious. Under normal circumstances, wizards rarely appeared in the secular world. They preferred to hide in their own laboratories and study all kinds of spells. "Yes, a wizard. But master, you don't have to get your hopes up. She's a wandering wizard," Chris added. Chris then told Su Lin the news she learned not long ago. A few minutes later, Su Lin rubbed between his eyebrows and quickly digested what he had just heard. After sorting out his thoughts, Su Lin continued to say, "You mean she's the only one left in her school of wizards?" "That's right." Chris nodded and said, "According to her, her school of sorcerers was originally a small one. After her elder was injured in a conflict with a dark sorcerer, he passed away soon after. Because she was worried that the dark sorcerers would take revenge, she left her original place and began to wander. This time, she came to the northern wastelands to collect some materials for experiments. In the end, she was attacked by 2 adult violent mountain bears. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to injure the 2 violent mountain bears and escape. She was also lucky enough to come to our territory. What luck! It was obviously the recruitment order that was powerful." Su Lin complained about the recruitment order in his heart. Then he continued to say, "In other words, she's a lousy wizard?" Chris glared at Su Lin coquettishly and said softly, "She's a girl. How can you say that?" Okay. She's a mysterious witch." Su Lin shrugged. "Then does she have any plans?" "It seems like she wants to stay here for the time being. Of course, she said that she's willing to serve you, the great lord. Master, she's also an alchemist and very beautiful." After saying that, she even winked at Su Lin teasingly. Alchemists were also a branch of wizards. Most wizards would take on this profession. Alchemists could use all kinds of materials to create things with magical powers. All kinds of magic weapons, armors and magic tools in the human world were basically made by alchemists. If there was an alchemist, then the things in his warehouse could be used. The ogre heart, blood and skin left behind by the ogre wizard he killed last time, and the heart, blood and tiger skin left behind by the Gale tiger Su Lin killed. These things were very good raw materials. After being made into potions or equipment, they could quickly increase the strength of the territory. Chapter 88. Su Lin and Chris went to the backyard together. Hathaway was still resting on the bed. Hathaway was the witch Su Lin had saved. Although her external injuries had healed, she had overdrawn her will during the battle with the 2 mountain bears. "Hello." "Hello. Thank you for saving me." Hathaway stood up and said. At this time, Su Lin had a clear look at her appearance. Her wine-red hair draped over her shoulders. Her white face was pale due to her injuries, but her facial features were exquisite. Her large black eyes shone like stars. Her loose robe did not cover up her curvaceous figure. The robe in front of her chest was pushed up high. Her breasts were so big that he could not hold them with one hand. He liked this kind of girl who had a big heart. Chris did not lie. Hathaway was definitely a beautiful woman. Compared to Chris's charm, Hathaway had a mysterious charm. Anyone who sees such a beautiful lady injured would lend a helping hand. Su Lin said with a smile. "You are a true noble. Thank you for the compliment. Miss Hathaway, I would like to invite you to join my territory. What do you think?" "I accept your invitation." Hathaway nodded. "Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully recruited a hero. You are rewarded with a silver chest. Name, Hathaway. Loyalty, 80. Profession, wizard, alchemist. Rank, beginner wizard, intermediate alchemist. Strength, 11. Agility, 10. Will, 18. Vitality, 13. Charm, 25. Command, 30. Characteristics, talent. Elemental affinity, strength and spirit, focus, strength and perception, energy control, bloodline awakening, intelligence skills, magic trick, magician's hand, illumination, hypnosis, charm person, arcane missile, grease, shield, featherfall, web, burning hand, acid arrow, invisibility, scorching ray, protective arrow, intermediate alchemy abilities, combat casting, proficient casting, rapid casting, meditation, talent for magic weapon proficiency, sword weapon 60, staff 95, horsemanship 107. Note: wizard research costs a lot of money. You need to pay her monthly salary. Seeing Hathaway's stats, Sulin was a little surprised. He didn't expect her charm to reach 25, only slightly higher than Chris. No wonder she was so beautiful. It could be said that she was one of the top beauties among humans, and she was also a sorcerer. Warlocks were also a class of spellcasters. Compared to normal wizards, warlocks were tall, rich, and handsome. This class depended on one's looks. As long as one's charisma was high enough, they could obtain the ability to cast spells. In other words, ugly people couldn't become warlock. Understand? Compared to wizards, warlocks didn't need to learn all kinds of spell knowledge, study spell models, and all kinds of spell theories. They could easily cast spells. Think about it. Every day you're hanging your head and stabbing your butt with an awl. You're working so hard to get into a good university. Next to you is someone who goes online every day, reads novels, flirts with girls, and has never done any homework. In the end, after the college entrance examination, his grades are better than yours. Isn't that very hateful? What made wizards even more envious was that the bloodline of warlocks could be passed down to their descendants. In other words, as long as one's father or mother was a warlock, then their descendants would have a high chance of awakening as a warlock. As long as there were enough descendants, there would be one or several warlocks in every generation. It only took a few generations to form a warlock family. Of course, the inheritance of warlocks would gradually weaken, unless there was a phenomenon of atavism. Otherwise, it would weaken from generation to generation. Wizards, on the other hand, had a hard time. To become a wizard, one needed to have a strong talent, a talent for spiritual strength, and a talent for learning. Only people with strong spiritual strength could learn meditation, and then learn all kinds of languages, casting gestures, spell models, and so on. Finally, they could cast spells. Let's put it this way. Every successful wizard was a top student. This class was naturally unfriendly to bad students. Therefore, it was very difficult to cultivate a wizard. Moreover, the power of a wizard couldn't be passed down. At most, their descendants would have a higher chance of becoming a wizard. It was very difficult to form a wizard family. Therefore, most wizards were trained by teachers or academies. They would find talented children from the large number of ordinary people and train them. Compared to the latter, it took a lot of time, effort, and money to cultivate a qualified wizard. Of course, since wizards had invested so much, as long as they persevered, they would gain more. Every advanced wizard had mastered a large number of spells, which allowed them to deal with all kinds of situations. At this stage, wizards could be called spellcasters. Compared to warlocks, advanced wizards could master twice as many spells as warlocks of the same level. Apart from these, the spells that warlocks mastered all came from their bloodline. Therefore, the spells they mastered were relatively simple. The casting ability of a legendary warlock was much weaker than that of a wizard of the same level. Of course, warlocks also knew this weakness. Therefore, warlocks who were ambitious and talented would often take on the role of a wizard. There were very few people who could do this. Sulin didn't expect that the wizard he recruited would be a genius who took on the role of a warlock. The only downside was that he would have to pay her a monthly fee for her services. Speaking of which, Sulin basically didn't pay the soldiers when he was developing his territory. Barbarians didn't have the concept of money. Most of the barbarians were slaves that he bought. Chrissy was also a succubus that he caught with his own ability. Why should he pay? As for Hathaway, Sulin had to pay. Every wizard was a master at spending money. Although they were rich, they also spent a lot of money. All kinds of enchanted materials were not cheap, and the same went for the materials used for experiments. Therefore, the money had to be paid. Then Chrissy arranged a room for Hathaway. Because the town was simple, the best house was Sulin's mansion. Luckily, there were many rooms in the mansion, so Chrissy only needed one. By the way, Hathaway, you're an alchemist. Can you make magic tools? Sulin suddenly asked. Of course, but with my current skills, I can't make advanced magic tools. I can only make beginner and intermediate magic tools. In addition, I need you to provide me with the materials to make magic tools. I'm currently penniless, Hathaway said as she spread her hands. Of course, there are some problems that I need to explain in advance. Making magic tools has a certain chance of failure. If it fails, more than 90% of the materials will be damaged. After all, I'm only an intermediate alchemist now. Of course, I'll provide the materials. Please don't worry about that. I'll take the damage of the materials into consideration. Su Lin smiled and said, well, today, to celebrate Hathaway joining my territory, I'm going to hold a welcome party. As you wish. Chrissy smiled slightly. P.S. Thank you to Ho Yi from Chang Yi's family for the 300 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Say Loneliness to Loneliness for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to We'll Never Meet Again for the 200 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to A Bookworm for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Yunzhong 128 for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to 1452 and 5418 for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Chapter 89. Hathaway was now a beginner wizard and a beginner warlock. She was on the same level as a human knight. Only by activating her own life energy could she be considered a knight, followed by a grand knight, a knight commander, a conferred knight, and a legendary knight. It was not easy for a normal person to become a knight. A healthy child would need to train from a young age to become a knight squire, then a trainee knight, and finally a knight after activating their life energy. Wizards were also strictly divided into ranks. Before mastering a level 1 spell, they were considered apprentices. As long as they mastered a level 1 spell, they would be a beginner wizard, followed by an intermediate wizard, an advanced wizard, a grand wizard, and a legendary wizard. Of course, it was not easy to become a legendary wizard. Every human kingdom had at least 1 or 2 legendary knights, but the number of legendary wizards was a lot less. Basically, only the upper echelons knew their names. Ordinary people had never heard of them. As for the barbarian soldiers in Su Lin, they were Barbarian Hunter, Barbarian Warrior, Barbarian Axe Warrior, and Barbarian Axe Berserker. As long as the barbarians were recognized by the system, they could be promoted. The barbarians were a powerful race and were naturally stronger than humans. Therefore, as long as a barbarian reached adulthood, they could become a barbarian hunter. However, this was only the same level as a human squire. When they became a barbarian warrior, they would be equivalent to a human knight. The top military class would reach the level of a knight commander. However, although the system's military class accelerated the growth of their strength, it was difficult to level up after reaching the top military class. After the territory passed the most difficult period, the resources here were also a lot more abundant. More than half of the 38,000 kinar from the sugar trade had been spent to buy various daily necessities brought by the merchants. Therefore, Sullen's standard of living had improved a lot. Although the dinner was prepared at the last minute, there was still a lot of food. There were roasted whole lamb, steak, roast goose, and various desserts. The most popular desserts were the various desserts. It took Su Lin a lot of effort to make this ice cream after he had white sugar. He added all kinds of fruit sugar to milk and then froze it with ice magic to make this ice cream. Chris liked the taste after eating it once. Hathaway also had no resistance to this ice cream. Ding. Your subordinate hero Hathaway is very satisfied with the ice cream. Her sense of belonging to the territory has increased. Hathaway's loyalty has increased by 5 points. Hearing the system notification, Su Lin was slightly stunned. Just like that, the loyalty of a witch was increased. How could a meal of ice cream attract a witch? Su Lin, can you give me that ice cream? Hathaway stared pitifully at the untouched ice cream in front of Su Lin. Looking at her greedy look, Su Lin shook his head helplessly, then handed over his cup of ice cream. Here, eat it. Thank you. Hathaway quickly took the ice cream and couldn't wait to put a spoonful into her mouth. Then she closed her eyes with a face full of enjoyment. Her expression was very much like a cat that was being stroked. After the banquet, everyone went back to have a rest. In this era there were few ways of entertainment, especially at night. Su Lin was very vengeful, so he took Chris back. He was going to teach this little succubus a lesson tonight. He would use the plasma cannon as much as he wanted. The house was covered with velvet, and the quilt was very soft. Ever since she started wandering, she hadn't slept in such a comfortable bed for a long time. However, as soon as she lay down, she vaguely heard some strange noises coming from outside. At first she thought it was strange, but when she realized, Hathaway blushed and spat in the direction of the noise. Then she covered her head with the quilt and went to sleep. However, the velvet quilt couldn't block out the noises. Although she was covered with the quilt, the noises were getting louder and louder. It was like a cat's paw scratching back and forth in her heart. The noises lasted until midnight before it finally stopped. The next morning, Su Lin woke up feeling refreshed. When he was having breakfast, he bumped into Hathaway. However, Hathaway didn't seem to have slept well last night. The dark circles on her face were very obvious, and she couldn't stop yawning while eating. Hathaway, didn't you sleep well last night? Is the bed uncomfortable? Sulin asked with concern. The bed is very comfortable, but there were 2 cats outside the window last night that kept meowing until midnight. It was so noisy that I couldn't sleep until midnight. Hathaway rolled her eyes at Sulin. Then she finished her breakfast, yawned, and went back to sleep. Cats meowing? There are cats here? Sulin was a little confused. What he didn't know was that Succubi's voice had a special magic that could easily transmit the sound to Hathaway's room. Since there were wizards in the territory, they needed to build a laboratory. Because wizards' experiments often had a certain degree of danger, the laboratory needed to be built far away from people's residences. After letting Hathaway choose a place in the territory, Sulin continued to direct the construction of the aqueduct. After casting mud to rock on the aqueduct, Sulin suddenly remembered that there was still a treasure chest that he hadn't opened. While the slaves were working, Sulin opened the storage space and opened the silver treasure chest inside. Congratulations, you have opened the silver treasure chest. You have received the skill Earth Spring Surge. Earth Spring Surge. After use, a fountain can be created in the underground water veins, and enemies on the ground will be blasted into the air. Sulin looked at the skill. To be honest, the power of this skill was just SOSO. It consumed a lot of mana and the damage was average. However, it didn't mean that this skill was useless. On the contrary, this skill had many uses. Originally, Sulin planned to let the Lord's mansion use the aqueduct water. Now that he had this skill, he planned to directly create a spring in the Lord's mansion. With this spring, even the fountain in the garden could be used. After letting the slaves continue to build the aqueduct, Sulin mounted his horse and rushed to the Lord's mansion. Soon, Sulin arrived at the backyard. At this time, there was no one in the backyard. After spending a skill point to learn Earth Spring Surge, Sulin released his mana and prepared to cast it. As his mana was cast, his power of the will merged with the ground, passed through the rock layer, and quickly found a water vein 30 meters underground. Then he guided the water vein continuously upward. Finally, the water vein broke through the surface and directly gushed up to a height of more than 10 meters. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of others. After a while, Chris and Hathaway came and then cooperated with Sulin to connect the fountain to the Lord's mansion's water supply system. Chapter 90. The water supply system in the Lord's castle had been built a long time ago. Previously, they had been waiting for the water supply system outside the city. Now that Sulin had brought in the fountain, the problem of the water supply system in the castle was solved. Even the fountain in the garden had started working. Although he could use the underground spring spell to guide the underground water to create a fountain, Sulin did not stop the water supply project outside the city. After all, when the territory expanded, the population would definitely skyrocket. He could not let the Lord dig wells for those people every day. Therefore, building a complete water supply system was the best way. Hathaway's laboratory was built very quickly. It was located in the northeast corner of the town. Sulin purposely went to take a look at her laboratory and found that it was somewhat similar to the ones he saw in his previous life. The only difference was that there were none of the various advanced equipment in his previous life. This is your laboratory? Sulin reached out and picked up a glass beaker. How is it? Are you curious about the wizard's experiments? Hathaway happily placed all kinds of strange tools in the laboratory. There's nothing to be curious about. It's not some alchemy master's laboratory. Sulin pursed his lips and said, "Oh right, you said that you can make magic tools. I have some materials here. See if you can make them." Magic materials? Where are they? Let me see. Hathaway grabbed Sulin's arm and asked when she heard that Sulin had magic materials. Feeling the amazing elasticity from his arm, Sulin's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but rub against her. Hathaway suddenly felt something strange in front of her chest. Her face instantly turned red and she quickly let go of his hand. Seeing that Sulin still wanted more, she could not help but step on his foot. Sorry? It's a reflex." Sulin smiled awkwardly. It did not feel good to be caught red-handed. "Alright, these are the materials I was talking about." Sulin took out the items from his storage space and wanted to change the topic. Sure enough, as soon as he took out the magic tiger skin, it attracted Hathaway's attention. "Stormwind tiger skin?" Hathaway said in surprise after carefully inspecting it and sensing the mana within. "That's right. How is it? Can you use this magic tiger skin to make a magic tool?" The skin of the Stormwind Tiger can be made into many magic tools. The simplest one is to make blank spell scrolls and sell them to wizards. Hathaway stroked the Stormwind Tiger's hide as she spoke. The hide of this high-grade magical beast naturally contains mana. It's an excellent medium for creating high-grade spell scrolls. It's very popular among magi. Of course, this is a bit of a waste. Just use the edges and corners to make blank spell scrolls. A complete tiger skin like this is too extravagant. I have two plans for this Stormwind Demon Tiger pelt. Su Lin leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs, looking like he was listening attentively. Tell me about the two plans. One is to use the Stormwind Tiger pelt to make a cloak, and the other is to make a leather armor. Hathaway sighed as she felt the rich mana within the Stormwind Tiger pelt. What's the difference between a cloak and a leather armor? Su Lin asked. A cloak made from the Stormwind Tiger pelt can be enchanted with haste, featherfall, and camouflage. These three spells can be used once a day, and then it needs to be recharged before it can be used again. As for a leather armor, it has less of an effect. It can increase magic and physical resistance, and it can also be enchanted with lesser strength or lesser haste. The cloak is made of a larger material, almost twice as much as a leather armor. This kind of tiger skin can be made into about 12 to 15 pieces, and about 30 pieces of leather armor. Of course, no matter what you do in the end, you have to leave a piece of this Stormwind Tiger pelt for me, Hathaway said. What do you want the Stormwind Tiger pelt for? Su Lin was a little surprised. I don't have a wizard's robe yet, Hathaway said confidently. This Stormwind Tiger pelt is thick and warm, and it can be enchanted. Of course I have to leave a piece for a wizard's robe. Alright, I'll leave a piece for you. As for the rest of the Stormwind Tiger pelt, half of it can be used to make leather armor, and the other half can be used to make a cloak. Su Lin thought for a moment, then continued, enchant the leather armor with haste. Sure, but this is a lot of work. It'll take me a long time to finish it. Hathaway nodded. Then, as if she had thought of something, she quickly asked, by the way, since you have such a complete set of Stormwind Tiger pelt, do you have the other parts of the Stormwind Tiger pelt as well? Yes, do you want them? Su Lin asked. Hathaway said, to make leather armor and cloaks, you need to carve runes on them. The most suitable material for carving runes on a Stormwind Tiger pelt is its blood. Carving runes with its blood will have a higher success rate. I have quite a lot of blood stored in the Lord's Castle's warehouse. I'll have Chris send it over to you later. By the way, do you know what to do with the Stormwind Tiger pelt's heart? The heart, huh? It can be used to make potions, but I've only made low-level potions. I haven't made any mid-level potions with the heart of a Stormwind Tiger pelt, so I can't guarantee the success rate. It's fine. It's okay if you fail. Just treat it as practice. Su Lin waved his hand casually. I still have the skin and heart of the ogre shamans. I'll give them to you when you're done with them. Ogre shamans? Hathaway looked at Su Lin in surprise. Ogre shamans? What about them? Ogre shamans are at the level of great wizards. You killed them. Great wizard level? It's okay. Su Lin didn't take it to heart. Hearing Surin's words, Hathaway was speechless for a while. What did he mean by not bad? That was the level of a great wizard. As long as it advanced one more time, it would become a powerful legendary monster. Why did he say that it was similar to a gnoll? The heart and skin of the ogre shamans. I can't handle these materials, but I know what kind of tools they can be used to make. What kind of equipment can they be used to make? Su Lin was interested. There aren't many things that can be made from the skin of the ogre shamans. The best ones are the ogre strength bracers and the ogre strength girdle. The ogre strength bracers and the ogre strength girdle can both increase strength by 2 points. When combined into a set, it can increase strength by 6 points. The maximum strength increase won't exceed the strength of an adult ogre. The strength of an adult ogre was 16 points. This meant that the maximum increase from this set of equipment was 16 points. A novice knight with 10 points of strength would become a Hercules with 16 points of strength after equipping this set of equipment. However, this set of equipment was useless to Su Lin. Chapter 91. An adult barbarian's strength was around 12 points. After leveling up, the best barbarian berserker's strength was around 18 points. The ogre set had limited effects on them, but it was effective on normal humans. It could be sold for a good price. The ogre heart could also be used to make magic potions, but Hathaway couldn't make them. Here are some demon materials. Claws of claw demons. Deal with them as you see fit. Su Lin took out various materials from his storage space. Wait, how many materials do you have? Did you rob the Marquis of the North's treasury? There are so many materials. Seeing Su Lin taking out materials, Hathaway widened her eyes in shock. Although the materials in front of her weren't particularly precious, they were worth at least 50,000 kinner. How many monsters did he have to kill to earn that much? She thought about how she was almost ambushed by the mountain bear when she was looking for materials. She was almost buried in the wilderness. In the end, Su Lin took out so many magic materials so easily. It was too much of a blow. There are so many materials. Are you trying to exploit me like I'm your coolie? If you don't want to, I'll take them away, Su Lin said with a smile. Don't even think about it. Now that they're here, they're mine. Hathaway snapped her fingers, then controlled the magician's hand to put the items away. Take out everything else, Hathaway said after putting the items away. All right. I have a leaf from the wisdom tree. Su Lin took out the wisdom tree leaf that he had obtained last time. What? A leaf from the wisdom tree? After seeing the leaf in Sulin's hand, Hathaway immediately pounced over and hugged Su Lin. She reached out to take the leaf. Su Lin only felt a ball of soft meat pouncing on him, and a pleasant fragrance wafted to the tip of his nose. Fall. You're crashing into me. Didn't you think I was exploiting you just now? Su Lin flipped his palm and put the wisdom tree leaf into his storage space. Where are the leaves of the tree of wisdom? Let me see. Hathaway grabbed Sulin's hand and asked, Is it important to you? Sulin's eyes lit up. Very important, very important. Hathaway nodded like a chick pecking rice. I see. Su Lin nodded. When he saw Hathaway hanging on his body, he said decisively, No. You? Hathaway glared at Su Lin angrily. Her chest swelled with anger, making her look fierce. What about me? I'm your employer. Hathaway seemed to have thought of something. She gritted her teeth and whispered into Sulin's ear, Why don't I marry you and you give me the leaves of the wisdom tree? Get up first. Su Lin lifted Hathaway's tie and lifted her off his body. What do you want the leaves of the wisdom tree for? You'll give it to me if I tell you? Hathaway said angrily. Don't talk about conditions. Slap. Su Lin slapped Hathaway's perky butt. He had wanted to do it for a long time and finally found the chance. Hathaway looked at Su Lin with a wronged expression. She then pouted and said, The leaves of the wisdom tree can be used to make an awakening potion. It can increase my spirit and speed up the recovery of my mana. There are no side effects at all. I see. Then you can make it. Su Lin nodded and took out the leaves of the wisdom tree. Seeing the leaves of the wisdom tree, Hathaway immediately took it and stared at it with glowing eyes. How many bottles of awakening potion can be made with this leaf? One leaf can only make one bottle. Also, you can't just use the leaves of the wisdom tree to make the awakening potion. You need other ingredients. Luckily, although the other ingredients are expensive, they are not too rare. I have them all. With this awakening potion, I can become an intermediate wizard. Hathaway said excitedly. Not bad. I'm a man of my word. Hathaway did not want to waste any more time. After she chased Su Lin out of the lab, she immediately began to make the awakening potion. After leaving Hathaway's lab, Su Lin continued to instruct the slaves to build the aqueduct. After finishing his work for the day, Su Lin habitually came to the pub for a drink. As soon as he sat in front of the bar counter, Manager Wright whispered to Su Lin, Monsignor, a strange person came to the pub today. Really? How so? Sulin's heart skipped a beat and asked. I don't know, but I have a feeling that this person is not simple, Wright said in a troubled tone. Su Lin took a sip of wine and asked, Where is he? The corner by the window on the left, Wright said. Go get me another glass of wine. Su Lin looked in that direction and saw a man in his 30s sitting in the corner. He then turned his head and said to Wright, Monsignor, please wait for a second. Wright quickly brought over a glass of wine. A familiar prompt sounded in Su Lin's ears, Congratulations, host. A wandering hero has appeared in your tavern. You can try to recruit him. Pub, currently one wandering hero. Taking the glass handed over by Lighter, Su Lin picked up the glass and walked towards that person. New here? Su Lin put the glass in front of the man and sat across him. Yes. The man turned his head and glanced at Su Lin. At this time, Su Lin realized that the man in front of him was blind in one eye. Try this rum. Tastes pretty good. Su Lin gestured to him. Thank you, the man said coldly after taking a sip. I am the lord of this territory. Are you interested in joining my territory? Su Lin continued, not minding his cold tone. You are the lord? Hearing Sullen's words, the man looked at Su Lin seriously. Yes, why is there someone else pretending to be me? I heard that the lord of this territory is very powerful. I want to compete with you. If I lose, I will join your territory. The man nodded and said, You want to compete with me? Su Lin looked at the man in front of him with interest. Yes. Okay, then come with me. Su Lin led the man out of the pub and walked to the military camp's field. By the way, what is your name? Harrison. The two soon arrived at the field. Su Lin stood in the middle and waved at Harrison, indicating that he could attack. Harrison did not hold back. He pulled out his sword and rushed over to Su Lin with a sweep. Su Lin blocked it with his spear easily. Harrison was not surprised. He followed the momentum and cut down at Sullen's finger. Su Lin smiled. He shook his spear and pushed Harrison's sword away. Then he swept over. The battle was without suspense. Harrison was no match for Su Lin at all. P.S. Thank you to Longshin WZ11114 and NetDreamer for the 100 starting point coins. Floating Dream thanks you. Chapter 92. After trying a few times, Harrison realized that he couldn't hurt Su Lin at all. After understanding the difference between him and Su Lin, he simply admitted defeat. Since you have admitted defeat, then join my territory, Su Lin said as he put away his spear. Ding. Wandering Hero Harrison requests to join your force. Do you accept? Accept. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a hero. 1 silver treasure chest is rewarded. Name, Harrison. Loyalty, 75. Profession, Silver Eagle Swordsman. Level, Knight. Strength, 16. Dexterity, 17. Spirit, 11. Constitution, 16. Charm, 10. Command, 75. Features, Talent. Intermediate. Tenacity. Robust, Intimidation. Strong Will, Courage, Vigor, Dexterity, Vigilance, Discipline. Retired officer. He used to be an officer in the Army of the Kingdom of Florence. Command +2, Discipline +4, Veteran. He has experienced many cruel battles and survived successfully. He is an elite warrior. Will +2, Skills, Silver Eagle Swordsmanship, Crusader Swordsmanship, Combo / Triple / Tackle, Shield Bash, Air Combo / Defensive Block, Dual Wielding Weapon, Detection, Combat / Interrogation. Weapon Proficiency, Swordsmanship 145, Shield 130, Spear 135, Horsemanship 130, Bow 88, Throwing 82. This is an excellent officer. He had to escape and become a mercenary because he was inadvertently involved in the political struggle of the upper nobles. You need to pay him a reward every month. Officer? After seeing Harrison's attributes, Su Lin thought that he was very suitable to be the sheriff of the territory. Although his strength was not outstanding as a hero, as long as he was willing to spend time, his strength would steadily improve. Now that the territory and the Chamber of Commerce were trading, many mercenaries and guards came to Sullen's town. Although the town became more prosperous, it also caused the security of the territory to deteriorate. He was going to appoint a sheriff to manage the town's security and punish those who violated the rules. Harrison's appearance just satisfied Sullen's requirements. Welcome to the North Castle, Su Lin said with a smile. It's an honor to serve you, Harrison said with a knight's salute. Su Lin opened his storage space and opened the silver treasure chest. A burst of spiritual light dissipated, and 2 pieces of tempered steel appeared in his storage. After that, Su Lin appointed Harrison as the security officer of Northtown Castle and formed a security team. The members of the security team were selected from the mercenaries and trained in the military camp for a period of time. The mercenaries Su Lin had hired in the past had all settled down here. A few of them had even brought their lovers over to live here. Harrison recruited 30 security officers and formed a security team. Of course, the strength of these vigilantes wasn't high. Even after undergoing military training, their strength was only at the level of night squires. Only a few of them had reached the level of novice knight. Their professions changed from mercenaries to soldiers. North Fortress Recruits, North Fortress Guards, North Fortress Elite Guards, North Fortress Elite Guards, North Fortress Iron Eagle Guards. Compared to a powerful race like the barbarians, human soldiers were much weaker. The elite guards were only at the level of knights. Moreover, the cost of training a soldier wasn't small. In addition, they had to pay extra. The North Fortress guards were paid 2 kinnar, while the elite guards were paid 5 kinnar. Similarly, Sullen's barbarian guards also had to be paid. When the territory was first developed, Su Lin promised that as long as the territory was developed successfully, he would give them the status of free people. Therefore, Su Lin didn't have to pay those barbarians for a period of time. However, once the territory was on the right track, he had to pay them. According to the system's standards, the barbarian warriors weren't cheap. Of course, compared to their strength, it was still worth it. After all, they couldn't be hired in the human world with hundreds of kinnar. The security team was set up and trained by Harrison. Su Lin marked out an area in the town as the official residence of the security department. At the same time, he also asked the blacksmith to make special weapons for them. The security department's jurisdiction was within the territory, and the security team were all humans. They didn't have the strong bodies of the barbarians. Most of the people they faced were thieves or mercenaries who violated the rules of the territory. They didn't need the heavy armor and giant axes of the barbarians. The security team was equipped with light armor and chain mail. Their weapons were also longswords. Although these weren't the best, they were enough to deal with the guards and mercenaries of the caravans. Security Department, a simple security official's residence. This is the headquarters to protect the safety of the territory and fight crime. Security +5, popular +3, law +3. With the establishment of the security department, the prison was also built. Unlike the security department, the prison had to be rebuilt. After all, a prison was different from a normal house. The good thing was that the prison didn't need to be too big. Those who committed the most heinous crimes would be sentenced to death. Only those who committed less serious crimes would be locked up there. Under Sullen's mud-to-stone spell, the construction was completed very quickly. Prison. You should be glad that you're only locked up. You still have a chance to change. Reformation +10, Life of Repentance +10, Indestructible +10, Psychological Deterrence +10, Prosperity -1, Security +5, Criminality -2, Law +2. After the prison was completed, it was recognized by the system. Su Lin specially brought a few humans in to inspect it. As soon as they entered the prison, they felt that the atmosphere was oppressive. It didn't feel good, as if there were invisible things staring at them all the time. At the same time, it reminded them of the things that they regretted in the past. It definitely wouldn't feel good to stay in there for a long time. However, it was the best place to lock up criminals. This place was used to lock up criminals, not for them to go on vacation. After touring the prison, the faces of the few humans behind them were a little pale. When they came out, they looked at the prison with fear in their eyes. Obviously, the prison had left a very shocking impression on them. These two guys would probably involuntarily think of the prison whenever they wanted to commit a crime in the future. Most likely they would be honest. With the expansion of the town, the number of residents and officials in the town would increase in the future. With that, all kinds of crimes would definitely increase, especially the corruption of officials. In Sullen's plan, this place was to encourage business. When the time came, there would definitely be officials who couldn't help but take advantage of the situation. This was the real world, not a game. Those officials weren't NPCs and wouldn't make mistakes. Su Lin was considering whether to let the residents and officials experience the prison every once in a while. Judging from the behavior of the few humans just now, this prison was still very intimidating to criminals. Of course, in addition to the prison, Su Lin would also make strict laws and supervision departments. Chapter 93. After the police department was established, they caught a few drunken mercenaries causing trouble on the streets on the first day. They were then thrown into jail by the police. After they sobered up, they were handcuffed and sent to clean the streets or to do manual labor. With the existence of the Public Security Bureau, the security of the territory suddenly became a lot better. During this time, Su Lin had purposely spread the news to the other provinces in the north. Many civilians who wanted to own a piece of land knew about the Northgard fortress. However, due to the distance, they could not cross the wilderness even if they wanted to, unless they were escorted along the way. In order to attract more people, Su Lin made an agreement with the merchants that came here to trade. He asked the merchants to bring along civilians who were willing to come here every time they came here. Of course, in order to make the merchants do their best, he specifically asked that only civilians who brought along more than 50 people were qualified to participate in the sugar trade. Of course, this would make the merchants unhappy, so Su Lin compensated them by giving them a kinnar reward for every person they brought along. It did not cost them much to bring the civilians along. Other than being responsible for some security issues, they were responsible for their own food and lodging. They could also use their spears to defend against monsters when they encountered them. After some consideration, the merchants agreed. From the second month onwards, the population of the territory began to slowly increase. The local lords did not care much about the loss of the civilians. After all, the people who left were all homeless. If they stayed, the city could not provide enough jobs for them. These people could only steal to survive. Or they could become mercenaries. To be honest, mercenaries did not have a good reputation. Many mercenaries were part-time robbers in the wilderness. Some mercenaries would even attack their clients directly. After they did it, they would move to another place. Therefore, most merchants would have their own guards and mercenaries. Therefore, the lords would not stop the refugees from leaving. Instead, they would clap their hands and welcome them. When the refugees came to Sullen's territory, they were as poor as a church mouse. Sullen would not be kind enough to directly distribute land to them. There was a saying in his previous life that went like this: a small amount of kindness was a small amount of hatred. If Sullen directly distributed land, houses, and food to them, these people would probably think that these things were what they deserved. Once Sullen stopped providing them with help, they would even think that Sullen owed them. Therefore, Sullen didn't plan to do this at all. From the beginning, he planned to use work as a form of relief for these people. In any case, there were many people in the territory who needed to work, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to arrange for these people. Sullen would let these people work and pay them wages. They could also rent houses in the territory. Of course, they had to pay rent. The rent would not be very high, but it was necessary. When they went out to work, they would be given 2 meals. In this era, other than the nobles, the commoners only had 2 meals a day. The territory did not keep idle people. The civilians who came with the caravan were a mix of good and bad. Some of them knew their place while others were idling around. Sullen did not need to do anything for these people. He just threw them to the kobold or knoll supervisors, and the supervisors would teach them a good lesson. These people would work in the territory for 3 months, and then they would be qualified to buy houses and land, or the right to reclaim wastelands. Reclaiming wastelands here needed to be reported in advance. As long as one paid a kinnur, they could get the right to reclaim 10 acres of wastelands. These 10 acres of land would be tax-exempt for 3 years. After 3 years, the tax would return to normal. Houses could be rented, and if one had the money, they could also buy them. Therefore, in Sullen's territory, as long as one worked hard, they would live and get better and better. These people who lived at the bottom of the food chain worked hard more often than not, but they could not even afford to eat and wear. With the addition of population, the territory became more and more lively. In addition to white sugar, the rum in Sullen's territory also began to be sold. This kind of refreshing and sweet rum became very popular as soon as it appeared. Therefore, several chambers of commerce were fighting for a share of the rum's sales. Because rum was brewed from waste honey, the cost of production was not high. In order to sell it at a high price, Sullen made a new packaging for the high-quality rum. Because of the growth of the territory's population, Sullen built a glass factory by the Red Sand River. He used the river sand to calcine the glass. At first, he was worried that the quality of the calcined glass would not be good. He did not expect Hathaway to be so good at making glass. Thinking about it, as an intermediate alchemist, making glass was too easy for them. With Hathaway's guidance, Sullen's glass factory successfully produced qualified glass. After the packaging, the price of rum naturally increased. However, rum was not irreplaceable like white sugar. Therefore, Sullen wanted to let the chambers of commerce help to sell it, but he still had to pay a lot of price. However, these efforts were rewarded. Soon, the rum would become another important source of income for the territory. The glass factory was handed over to Chris to manage. Sullen found something interesting. Chris was actually a management genius. As long as she managed something, there would not be any mistakes. Therefore, Sullen planned to learn management from Chris. However, after seeing Chris's management methods, he directly gave up. There was no other way. This was a matter of talent. As long as Chris used her advanced charm, basically everyone would become her lackeys. Those people worked as hard as if they had been injected with chicken blood. If Sullen was a little black-hearted, he would not even give them a salary. After seeing Chris's management methods, Sullen directly gave up. He could not learn the advantage of talent unless he was willing to cross-dress and get an advanced charm talent. Hathaway had been cooped up in the lab all this time. She only appeared for a short while to bake the glass. Now she was completely focused on making the awakening potion. She did not make any of the magic items that Sullen asked her to make. Fortunately, the awakening potion was finally completed. The awakening potion was stored in a magic crystal bottle. This kind of magic crystal bottle was specially used to store advanced magic potions. As long as the bottle was not opened, the potion inside could be perfectly stored for about 500 years. The awakening potion was a blue-purple translucent liquid. The inside of the liquid was like a starry night sky, constantly flashing with spiritual light. It looked very beautiful, and the attributes of the potion were very powerful. Awakening Potion. Using the leaves of the wisdom tree as the main ingredient, meticulously made into a magical potion. After use, will +4, elemental affinity +2, mana recovery effect permanently increased by 30%. Side effects. None. This potion was completely for wizards. It could even change the physique of a normal person, allowing them to learn magic. P.S. Thank you to Qingji and 2 other book friends for their 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Chang'e's Ho E Mature and Steady, Jessa 1111, and book friend 1612200050555989 for their 100 Qidian coins tip. Chapter 94. Hathaway needed a quiet environment to take the potion, so Su Lin specially prepared a quiet room for everyone in the castle. He also arranged some barbarian guards to stand guard outside. Hathaway's advancement went smoothly. Su Lin could clearly feel the elemental energy in the surroundings gathering towards the room. After about 3 hours, the situation finally calmed down. After another 2 hours, the tightly shut door opened. Hathaway walked out of the room with a face full of joy. When she saw Su Lin and Chris, she immediately jumped towards them in excitement. I did it. I'm an intermediate wizard now. Hathaway hugged the 2 of them and yelled in excitement. It took a while for her to calm down. Su Lin also opened Hathaway's status window to check. Name, Hathaway. Loyalty, 95. Profession, Wizard, Alchemist. Rank, Intermediate Wizard, Intermediate Warlock, Intermediate Alchemist. Strength, 13. Agility, 12. Will, 23. Vitality, 15. Charm, 23. Command, 30. Characteristics. Talents: Intermediate Elemental Affinity, Strengthened Will, Focus, Strengthened Sense, Energy Control, Bloodline Awakening, Intelligence, Mana Regeneration Skills, Magic Trick, Magician's Hand, Illuminate, Hypnosis, Charm Person, Arcane Missile, Grease, Shield, Featherfall, Web, Burning Hand, Acid Arrow, Invisibility, Scorching Ray, Protective Arrow, Intermediate Alchemy, Potency, Elemental Resistance, Fly, Fireball, Lightning, Summon Magic Creature, Freeze. Abilities: Combat Casting, Proficient Casting, Rapid Casting, Meditation, Magic Talent, Spell Maximization. Weapon Proficiency: Sword Weapon 60, Staff 95, Horsemanship 107. Note: a wizard's research costs a lot of money. You need to pay her every month. This time, not only did her wizard profession level up, but her sorcerer profession also leveled up. The power of her bloodline had improved her physical fitness, and her will had improved the most. It had increased by 5 points, 4 of which were from the awakening potion, and the other one should be from her advancement. At the same time, her talents and skills had also changed. Her elemental affinity had leveled up to intermediate elemental affinity, and she also gained mana regeneration. Mana regeneration was the effect of the awakening potion. Some of those spells were not learned before because of her strength, and some were obtained through the further awakening of her warlock bloodline. Su Lin rubbed Hathaway's head and messed up her wine-red hair. All right, the advancement is complete. Hurry up and make those magic items. Well, in the past it was at most. But now it has become people. He had completed the leap from C to D. Hathaway escaped from Sullen's clutches and hid behind Chris. Sister Chris, look at this greedy face of the nobles. I just advanced and they can't wait to exploit me. Chris smiled and said, all right, it won't be too late to do it after you've rested. There's no rush to make those things. All right. Su Lin shrugged. After becoming an intermediate wizard, Hathaway was more familiar with making magic items. It only took her 2 days to make a leather armor and a cloak. These 2 magic items were made from the skin of the Gale Tiger. They look good. Cloak, unnamed intermediate magic item. Material, Gale Tiger skin. Defense +3. Warmth. Additional spells: Lesser Haste 1 time per day, Featherfall 1 time per day, Disguise 1 time per day. Lesser Haste. After activation, increase speed by 20%. Last for 10 minutes. Featherfall. After activation, reduce body weight. Won't be hurt when falling from a high place. Last for 10 minutes. Disguise. After activation, become one with the surroundings. Won't be easily discovered. Movement will lose effect. Last for 1 hour. Leather Armor, unnamed, intermediate magic item. Material, Stormwind Tiger Hide, Defense +8, Movement Flexibility, additional effect. Reduce magic damage received by 10%, additional effect. Increase strength 1/day, haste 1/day. Lesser haste. After activation, increase strength by 3. Last for 10 minutes. Lesser haste. After activation, increase movement speed by 20%. Last for 10 minutes. The 2 magic items were not bad. The cloak was more suitable for scouts, and the 3 additional spells were very practical. The leather armor was for warriors on the battlefield, and after wearing it, it would not affect ordinary equipment. Take this leather armor for example. Barbarians could wear a half-body armor on top of it. This would allow them to display the effects of leather armor and also gain the defense of iron armor. Similarly, after wearing a cloak, they could also wear a chainmail and leather armor underneath. As for why they didn't choose iron armor, it was because the scouts wore heavy iron armor. Not bad. Let's make it according to these 2 items. Su Lin checked the 2 magic items. He was very satisfied with them. I've calculated the Gale Tiger skin you gave me. I can make 6 cloaks and 10 leather armors. The rest can be cut into a few blank magic scrolls. If you agree, I'll make it according to this plan. Hathaway handed a blueprint to Su Lin. Let's do it according to your plan. Su Lin casually glanced at it and agreed. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you. I can also make the materials from the ogres. Hathaway said proudly. Her expression was as if she was asking for praise. Good job. Su Lin praised. After nearly 2 months of construction, the water supply system in the territory was finally about to be completed. There was a 4-kilometer-long elevated aqueduct, 4 30-meter-tall water wheels standing on both sides of the Red Sand River, and a reservoir that could hold 1,000 cubic meters of water. Such a reservoir could easily satisfy the water needs of a city with tens of thousands of people. The water supply pipes in the territory were made of pottery. Su Lin used mud to stone to connect the pipes. The water supply pipes would be connected to each house in the territory. The water pipes in the houses were made of iron. The ancient Romans disliked iron because it would rust, so they used lead to make water pipes. As a result, the pipes didn't rust, but the ancient Romans were poisoned by lead. Although this wasn't the direct cause of the fall of the ancient Roman Empire, drinking water with excessive lead for a long time would cause the people's health and fertility to decline. Ding. The city water supply system is complete. City water supply system. A water wheel is used to lift water, an elevated aqueduct is connected, a large reservoir is filtered, precipitated, and disinfected. Ceramic and iron pipes are used for water supply. Water supply plus 15, cleanliness plus 15, durability plus 20, city beauty plus 10, people sentiment plus 2, public security plus 1, prosperity plus 5. A good water supply will make the people living here feel more at home. A clean and convenient water supply will make the city more prosperous. Chapter 95. After the water supply system was built, the town's public facilities needed to be built as well. Fountains, public bathrooms, and other things had to be built. Since they had decided to expand the town, the bathrooms would be built outside the town. The 500-meter-long town was divided into the Lord's residential area. Other than Sullen's castle, this was where the Lord's guards and their families lived. After the outer city was built, the entire place would be moved to the outer city. The new city wall was 1 kilometer long and 4 kilometers in total. It was considered a small town. The original city wall became the inner city. In order to build the outer city, Su Lin brought the barbarian guards to the wilderness to capture a large number of slaves. In fact, after their continuous patrols, there were very few goblins, kobolds, and gnolls around the territory. Although these creatures were not very smart, they knew to avoid dangerous areas. Sullen's territory was now a dangerous area for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls. If they wanted to capture slaves, they would have to go to places further away from the territory. After wiping out a few goblin and kobold tribes, the number of slaves in the territory broke through to 2,000. Su Lin didn't intend to use mud to rock for the construction of the outer city wall, mainly because it was too much work. In Su Lin's plan, the height of the wall was 10 meters and the thickness was 4 meters. If he relied on himself to cast mud to rock for such a large amount of work, it was estimated that he would have to do it thousands of times. Therefore, Su Lin was going to build with bricks and stones. For a long time, the territory would be in a period of development and construction, so there would be a lot of bricks and stones needed. Su Lin was going to build a brick kiln factory in the territory to make bricks and stones for the territory. With the sugar trade, the territory would have a stable source of income. Su Lin once again sent Xian to the northern cities to buy slaves to increase the population of the territory. Now, there were more than 1,000 human slaves in the territory, and there were more than 300 refugees who came with the caravans. The population of Sulin's territory had reached more than 1,700 people. It was not difficult to transfer some people to build a brick kiln. Sulin was in a good mood during this time. With money, the construction of the territory sped up a lot. After fooling around with Chris last night, he was full of energy when he woke up in the morning. However, his good mood didn't last long. A soldier from the security team rushed over on horseback. The bad news made his face turn gloomy. Last night, 3 fishermen were killed at the harbor. Upon hearing the news, Sulin's good mood immediately dissipated. He walked towards the port with a gloomy face. The dead were slaves bought by Sulin. These slaves' job was to fish. Because the territory had been cleaned up so many times, the area around the town had become very safe. In addition, there were 2 rivers at the port. Goblins and kobolds couldn't pass through, and gnolls hated water, so the slaves would stay near the port at night for the convenience of their work. At night, they would rest on the fishing boats. Every 3 to 5 days, they would return to the shore to rest and replenish their daily necessities. In fact, these fishermen were ranked at the top in terms of points. The various types of fish caught in the harbor were the main source of meat for the territory. Because the bison needed to be farmed, they were no longer slaughtered. The spotted antelope had also begun to try to domesticate and breed them. Before they succeeded, they would no longer slaughter them. The source of meat in the territory had decreased by a lot. Now that 3 fishermen had died suddenly, the other fishermen would definitely worry about their own safety. When Sulin arrived, there were already many people gathered around. Seeing the Lord coming, the people around all moved aside. Sheriff Harrison came up to greet him. Looking at the crowd, Sulin frowned. Sheriff Harrison quickly yelled at the crowd, "Other than the fishermen, everyone else returned to their posts immediately. Violators will clean the public toilets for 3 days." Hearing the sheriff's yell, the crowd scattered immediately. Sulin followed Harrison to the harbor. There were 3 stretchers at the harbor. The bodies had been fished out after they were found. When were they found? What's the cause of death? Have you found any clues? Sulin came to the side of the corpse, and a soldier quickly lifted the linen covering it. "Monsignor," Harrison replied. "The other fishermen reported to us this morning after they found a few missing people. After some searching, we found them. These bodies should have been dragged into the water and drowned by the senior. Look, there are many signs of entanglement on their bodies. Their faces are purple." As a veteran with investigative skills, Harrison could still determine the cause of death of these people. These people were suddenly attacked in their sleep. The enemy they met was very strong. The 3 of them could not fight back at all. After they died, the murderer even dug out their hearts. Preliminary judgment is that the murderer is not human. It should be a kind of monster in the water. The 3 victims were all adults. Because there was enough food and the bodies of these slaves were not weak, they were killed before they could even fight back. Clearly, the murderer who attacked them was very strong. Ding. Triggered mission. Host, please resolve the danger in the river as soon as possible. Did you find anything on the fishing boats? Sulin asked after checking the 3 bodies. The 3 fishing boats are slightly damaged. There's also a lot of mucus on the fishing boats. Let's go take a look. The few of them came to the fishing boats at the harbor. The fishing boats had already been towed to the shore. The 3 fishing boats were slightly damaged. There was a kind of translucent mucus in many places. The mucus was very smooth and had a fishy smell. Clearly, the murderer was a creature in the river. A monster in the water? Could it be Murlocs? Sulin said with a frown. But Murlocs lived by the sea. This place was at least a few hundred kilometers away from the sea. Why would those Murlocs come here to kill people? No, judging from the bodies of these people, they were probably dragged into the water by tentacles. Murlocs do not have tentacles. Sulin quickly thought. Where were the bodies found? Sulin continued asking. Harrison brought Sulin to a bend in the river and pointed at a patch of seaweed. In a patch of seaweed. When they were found, the 3 bodies were all wrapped up in seaweed. Soon the few of them arrived. As expected, there was a lot of mucus on the seaweed. Sulin and the others continued to search around and expanded the search area. Not long after, one of the soldiers found a new clue. Monsignor, there's mucus here too. Sulin went to check it out. There was also a lot of mucus on the seaweed. Following that, the group continued to search along the mucus. More and more clues were found. The group continued to follow the clues. After searching for half an hour, there was no other discovery ahead. The group shifted the main search area to this body of water. P.S. Thank you to Say Loneliness to Loneliness for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Jining for the 500 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Heavy Dragon Rider for your 200 Chidian coins tip, Eat Well Ku for your 1000 Chidian coins tip, Heshipeng for your 100 Chidian coins tip, Old Cat for your 233 Chidian coins tip, and Chang'e's Hoi for your 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 96. After searching for a while they didn't find anything. Su Lin frowned and looked for a long time. He had no choice but to put the matter aside for now. He turned to Harrison and said, "Give all the fishermen weapons. Also, from today onwards, all the fishermen are to return to the city to spend the night. No one is allowed to rest outside the city at night." "Yes," Harrison replied. It was already noon. The sun was about to rise to the highest point in the sky. The sun shone on the water, making it sparkle. Suddenly, Su Lin saw a huge shadow emerging from the bottom of the water. "Get out of there." Su Lin took a few steps forward and shouted at the soldiers who were looking for clues on the water. Hearing Su Lin's warning, the soldiers didn't even look back. They hurriedly paddled to the shore. "Ding. Discovered water monster. Host, please deal with it as soon as possible." The shadow under the water grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the monster rushed out of the water. Under the sun, Su Lin saw the monster clearly for the first time. It was a monster with a few huge tentacles. The monster had 4 limbs like a human, but below the joints of the limbs were fish-like fins. The head looked very ugly and the body of the monster was huge. Those tentacles were at least 8 or 9 meters long. After seeing the fishing boats, it swam directly toward them. Although the water monster was huge, it was very fast in the water. In a breath's time, it was about to catch up with the fishing boat at the back. The shockingly long tentacles flew toward the fishing boat quickly. As long as the soldiers on the boat were caught by the tentacles, they would be easily pulled into the water. Whoosh! Just then, a long spear flew over and pierced the tentacle of the water monster. The tentacle was knocked away. However, for some reason, the long spear didn't pierce the tentacle. Instead, it slid to the side. The soldiers who escaped the disaster quickly left the area of the water monster. The attacked water monster roared at Su Lin. In the next second, a few green water pillars that were 10 meters long rushed toward Su Lin. F***CK, is this an acid arrow? Seeing the acid arrow rushing toward him, Su Lin couldn't help but say. A normal acid arrow was only about half a meter long, but the one in front of him was more than 10 times longer. Profound ice slash. A chilling aura emanated from Su Lin's body, and 3 ice blades were instantly summoned. Then, under Su Lin's control, the surrounding water instantly turned into ice. Then, with a flick of his spear, a huge ice shield appeared in front of him, blocking the acid arrow. The acid arrow hit the ice shield and splashed everywhere. The surrounding reeds and water plants instantly withered and turned black. Even the soil turned black. The ice shield was hit and cracks quickly appeared like a spider web. However, it was frozen again by Su Lin's cold air. With a flick of his spear, the massive ice shield was instantly shattered. Countless ice shards scattered in all directions, reflecting a 5-colored light under the sunlight. Su Lin did not hesitate. The chilling aura emanating from his body grew even colder and one ice blade after another swiftly appeared before slashing towards the water Yao. The ice blade flew across the surface of the river, freezing the water surface in its path. In the blink of an eye, 3 ice pads had appeared on the surface of the river. The water Yao raised a huge wave with its tentacles and rushed towards the 3 ice blades. The ice blades collided with the huge wave and the huge wave turned into an ice mountain. Then the next side was smashed by the waves behind it. Su Lin's body flashed and directly rushed towards the 3 ice pads on the river. In a breath's time he was in front of the water Yao. Seeing that Su Lin dared to rush over, the water Yao became even angrier. 6 of its tentacles whipped towards Su Lin. Su Lin's spear swept across and the 6 tentacles were swept away. However, Su Lin felt as if he had missed his target. It was very uncomfortable. After the tentacles were sent flying, the water Yao circled around and whipped towards Su Lin again. Su Lin roared and exerted force with his feet. The ice path instantly collapsed. Su Lin jumped a few meters into the air and swept towards the water Yao. Bang! The water Yao's huge body was sent flying a few meters away by Su Lin's attack. This time he finally saw that the water Yao's body was wrapped in a layer of transparent liquid. It was also because of this layer of liquid that Su Lin's attacks were dodged. The water Yao's body flew out and smashed into the water with a bang. Although most of the force had been neutralized, the water Yao still cried out in pain. The stimulation of the pain made the water Yao even more confused. The water Yao waved its tentacles and attacked Su Lin continuously. Huge waves several meters high rose from the surrounding river. Fortunately, the fishing boats had already gone far away. Otherwise, under such huge waves, the boats would have been destroyed and the people on board would have died instantly. Su Lin's body was getting colder and colder. The ice under his feet stood firm under the huge waves. Mystic Ice Slash. The 3 ice blades froze the huge waves. Su Lin exerted force with his feet and jumped high in an instant, dodging the huge waves that came crashing down from below. His 29 points of agility made his body very agile. With the help of the floating ice on the river, Su Lin directly jumped onto the water Yao's tentacles. Lightning Spear. Rays of blue lightning appeared on the surface of Su Lin's body. The lightning on the spear in his hand kept flashing. After a few leaps, Su Lin arrived in front of the water Yao. After realizing that Su Lin was close to it, the water Yao frantically tried to wrap its tentacles around him. However, in the face of the alternating lightning and ice, all the tentacles were paralyzed the moment they came into contact with the ice. The paralyzing effect of the lightning slowed down the water Yao's reaction speed by a few beats. By the time the tentacles broke free from the ice, Su Lin had already rushed over. Mystic Ice Slash. Su Lin didn't give it a chance to fight back. The chill in his body instantly broke out, and he continuously released a series of black ice chops. In the blink of an eye, the chilling ice blades swept across and froze the surrounding river. Numerous black ice blades converged, and a huge iceberg appeared on the surface of the river. But the huge water monster couldn't resist and was frozen. The iceberg sparkled under the sun. In the light blue iceberg, a water Yao that was about 4 meters tall was frozen with a frightened expression. Several of its long tentacles were also frozen. The soldiers who had just come ashore looked at Su Lin with admiration. They had just faced the water Yao's ferocious power. However, they did not expect that the water Yao that they thought to be extremely powerful would be killed by Su Lin so easily. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have killed the water Yao. You have received 13,252 experience points. The system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have leveled up. You have received 2 free attribute points. You have received 2 skill points. You have received 1 silver treasure chest. Ding! You have killed the water Yao. You have received a large amount of reputation. Your name has spread across the wasteland. Your soldiers are more supportive of you. Reputation +1. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the water Yao. Your territory's security +2. People's sentiment +5. Su Lin did not open his status window to check. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to transport the huge ice block back to the port. P.S. Sacrificing 2 books. Potioneer. There are runes, alchemy and magic engineering. This is an interesting world. Lord of Souls. Traversing through the boundless world, hiding the souls of 10,000 souls and merging into one's body. When Lincoln woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Chapter 97. Both the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River were rich in aquatic plants, and there were plenty of fish in both rivers. They could completely satisfy the demand for meat in the town. Currently, fishing was far more important than agriculture in Northgard Castle. Although 3 fishermen had died at the harbor last night, they still had to fish today. However, the territory gave each fisherman a weapon, and the fishermen were not allowed to act alone. After the weapons were distributed, the fishermen formed groups of 3 to 5 and went into the river to fish. Soon, the fishermen who had already caught some fish handed them in. The management office of the harbor would give them points according to the type and weight of the fish. After counting the fish that the fishermen handed over, the workers picked out the palm-sized fish and threw them into a fish pond not far away. The pond was more than 300 meters long and 50 meters wide. It used to be a depression, but Su Lin had turned it into a fish pond. The pond was connected to the Red Sand River by 2 canals, and there was a small dam at both ends. A pond like this was perfect for raising the small fish caught by the fishermen. Look, what's that? An ice mountain? Is that the security team? At the harbor, everyone looked at the ice mountain that was slowly approaching. The ice mountain was tied up with ropes and was being dragged by a few small boats toward the harbor. Look, there's something in the ice mountain. A fisherman suddenly yelled as the ice mountain approached the harbor. There really is something in it. Soon, the ice mountain was dragged to the harbor. The people around began to discuss it. Get out of the way. The water monster inside is the murderer of the 3 fishermen last night. The Lord has already taken care of it. Now you can all go back to work." With that, Harrison directed the soldiers to transport the huge block of ice into the town. Su Lin had already left. Riding on his horse, Su Lin opened his attribute window and added one of the 2 points he had just received to spirit and 1 to dexterity. Name: Sullen race, human level, LV 206854400000, strength, 37 dexterity, 30 spirit, 25 constitution, 29 charm, 19 command, 63 skills. Omitted. He opened his inventory and found the silver treasure chest that the system had rewarded him with. The monster this time wasn't very strong. The only problem was that the battle was in the water. Sullen's combat power underwater was only average. If the monster continued to hide underwater, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. On the surface of the water, Su Lin would have to depend on the player's control. Mystic Ice Slash could create ice cubes to give him a foothold on the surface of the water. Thunderbolt Gun could paralyze monsters, and it was the paralysis effect of the Thunderbolt Gun that gave Su Lin the opportunity to kill the enemy in 1 hit. He opened the silver treasure chest and a flash of light appeared. "Congratulations, host. You have opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the Iron Body Bow." Iron Body Bow, a bow forged with fine steel. The body of the bow is strong and has a long range. It is a rare bow. Requirement: Strength 17, Constitution 15. Bow range +3, bow power +2. Penetration: there is a 15% chance of penetration. After seeing the attributes of the bow, Sullen's eyes lit up. This bow was even stronger than the centaur longbow that Owen had given him. The centaur longbow was already a very powerful bow. However, although this bow was good, the requirement to use it was also very high. With 17 points of strength, it was impossible to draw the bow if one didn't have enough strength. Su Lin took out the iron body bow and tried to draw it. The body of the bow was very flexible. The bowstring was also made of steel wire and animal tendons. Such an iron body bow was very powerful. After playing with the iron body bow for a while, Su Lin suddenly thought of the problem he had with the archer squad. He didn't have any good wood to make a longbow, so he would try using this iron body bow. After returning to the town, Su Lin first went to find Hathaway. The water monster just now was a demon, but he didn't know this kind of demon. He didn't know the materials on its body, so he planned to let Hathaway handle it. Hathaway had been staying in the laboratory all this time. A lot of materials needed to be processed by her. She was in a state of pain and joy. During this time, she had used more materials to make magic than before. She carefully used a carving knife to carve the claws of the claw demon. The claws of the claw demon were made of 3 metamorphosed bone structures. They were between 30 to 40 centimeters long, and the middle one was the longest. This was the most valuable part of the claw demon. The rest, such as the heart and demon skin, were not that valuable. The claws of the claw demon were natural enchanted weapons. They were harder than steel and very tough. More importantly, they had a natural armor-piercing effect. It was not easy to make them into magic weapons. Hathaway had to concentrate. After carving the last rune with the carving knife, Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the potion that she had already prepared. Hathaway poured the potion along the rune that she had previously engraved. She murmured as she poured the potion. A magical power gathered in the laboratory. Soon, this magical power was integrated into the claws of the claw demon under Hathaway's control. A light flashed, and then the light integrated into the claws of the claw demon and disappeared. At this time, the claws on the test bench had changed greatly. They had become a curved knife. The curved knife was about 35 centimeters long. After adding the handle, it was 50 centimeters long. The shape of the curved knife was more like the curved knives used by the desert people. The color of the blade was dim, and it seemed to be able to absorb light. It was very suitable for sneak attacks in the dark. Ding dong. At this time, the magic doorbell suddenly rang. Hathaway put down the empty bottle and got up to open the door. "Why are you here?" Seeing that it was Su Lin, Hathaway opened the door and let Su Lin in. "Can't I come?" Su Lin walked into the laboratory and looked around. "Yes, my lord." Hathaway made a face at him and continued. "This is your new work?" Su Lin saw the curved knife on the table at a glance. After seeing that Hathaway agreed, he reached out and picked it up. "I just finished it." Su Lin picked up the curved knife. Unexpectedly, the curved knife was very light. He waved it twice and there was a burst of sharp wind. "It's a very good weapon," Su Lin said. Although he did not use curved knives, he could still distinguish good and bad weapons. Of course, I spent a lot of effort to make this curved knife, Hathaway said proudly with her chest out. Sure enough, she was a woman with two mountains. Curved knife, unnamed mid-level magic weapon material, Claw Demon's Claws. This is a well-made magic weapon. It cleverly uses the special characteristics of the Claw Demon's Claws. It is a night killer. Sharpness +1, armor penetration +1, attack speed +1, tenacity +1, PS. Thank you to Heshipeng for the 200 Qidian coins reward. Thank you to Longshen for the 500 Qidian coins reward. Thank you to Passion Juice for the 100 Qidian coins reward. Chapter 98. Do you have a name for this weapon? Sulin touched the blade of the scimitar. Hathaway tidied up the other things on the table and said without looking up, Not yet. Do you have any suggestions? How about the blade of night? Sounds good. Sulin put down the scimitar and said, How many scimitars like this do you have? Hathaway crossed her arms in front of her chest and rolled her eyes at him. Then she said, Do you think this is a potato? You can have as many as you want. Of the claws you provided, only 2 are suitable to make this scimitar. The rest can only be made into daggers. 2 are not bad. Sulin put the blade of night back and said, By the way, I just killed a water monster in the Red Sand River. See if there are any materials that can be used. Water monster. Hearing Sulin's words, Hathaway's eyes lit up. Where is it? Take me there. I've already arranged for someone to send it over. It should be here by now, Sulin said with a smile. The two left the lab. After waiting for a few minutes, they finally saw a huge ice block being pulled over by 2 horses. Hathaway couldn't wait to run over. Arriving in front of the ice, Hathaway stuck close to the ice and looked inside. This is an adult dark-scaled water monster. Its corpse is surprisingly well preserved. You recognize this monster? Sulin stood next to her and asked. Of course. This is the first time I've seen a dark-scale water monster. Send it to my lab later. I want to dissect it, Hathaway said excitedly. Sulin quietly stepped back. Looking at the excited Hathaway and the frozen body of the dark-scale water monster, he had already imagined a cute bear girl wearing a wizard's robe, holding all kinds of knives and scissors, and excitedly dissecting the monster. The image sent a chill down his spine. Hathaway didn't notice Sulin's gaze. She happily directed the others to push the ice blocks down and move them to the laboratory. What's the use of this water monster? Sulin asked curiously. The biggest effect of this kind of water monster is that its heart can be used to make underwater breathing potions, Hathaway explained. Sulin was confused. Underwater breathing potion? This kind of potion isn't that precious, right? Why do you value it so much? This kind of underwater breathing potion is not as simple as you think. Ordinary underwater breathing potions have a time limit of about 3 hours. Good potions will last longer, but at most, it won't exceed 6 hours. However, the underwater breathing potion made from the heart of the dark-scale water monster is permanent. It's equivalent to permanently fixing the underwater breathing spell on your body. Enchantment? So powerful. Sulin looked at the corpse of the dark-scaled water monster in front of him in astonishment. The effect of this kind of enchantment was very rare. Generally, only powerful spellcasters or some powerful beings could cast it at great cost. For example, beings above the legendary level could choose to permanently spend some mana to enchant others with a spell effect. This kind of enchantment was not something close to them or something they couldn't refuse. Otherwise, very few legendary wizards would enchant others with a spell. After all, they would lose part of their power permanently. Or some demigod or god's blessing, which could enchant others with a spell effect. Very few gods would give blessings. Only some gods chosen could receive this treatment. Under normal circumstances, these blessings from gods were very powerful. To cast these enchantments, one had to be at least at the legendary level, and this dark-scaled water monster had such an effect. Of course, the enchantment of the dark-scaled water monster was very ordinary. It was far less powerful than the enchantments of powerful beings. However, the cost was low and there were no side effects. Also, underwater breathing was very practical in many cases. In fact, there were still some enchantments in this world. The most famous enchantment was the magic tattoo craft. It was said that this enchantment was invented by the elves. This craft engraved magic tattoo on a person's body. This skill of engraving runes on the body was very powerful. There was a period of time when many wizards shaved off all their hair and engraved magic tattoo. At that time, the Red Robe Wizards were the best at this technology. It was also at that time that wizards, regardless of gender, were all bald. However, although this technology was very powerful, it had limited room for growth. Engraving magic tattoo was very taxing on the human body, and it was very painful. Many people failed because they couldn't bear the pain. After all, humans were not a magical race. They were born with spells and had a strong resistance to all kinds of spells. In the end, this spell was very expensive and the engraving conditions were very harsh. Because of the low level of the spell, people rarely used it. It wasn't that no one wanted to use magic tattoo to engrave high-level spells, but the human body's skin was limited. It was said that the elves had more powerful magic tattoo technology. After handing the dark-scaled water monster's body to Hathaway, Su Lin left the lab. Just yesterday, the white marble he had mined in the Sierra de Lotus had been delivered back. The marble was very delicate and pure white. It was a precious stone in Kalt, not to mention in a place like the northern wasteland. Originally, he was going to build a bathroom in the Lord's mansion today. However, after the incident with the water monster, it took him more than half a day to get rid of the monster and deliver it to Hathaway. Now he was going to hurry back and build a bathroom. Using marble to build a bathroom was something Su Lin had planned for a long time. The bathroom he built this time was the kind that could be used to swim in. He was even going to build a fountain in the bathroom. What kind of statue should he put in the fountain? Should he put a mermaid or something else? Su Lin hadn't decided yet. Su Lin's marble bathroom was a combination of ancient Roman and ancient Greek architectural styles. The function inside was modern, much better than the architectural style of this world. Even Su Lin planned to use this style for the public bathrooms in his territory. However, the material definitely wouldn't be marble. The water source for the bathroom was an underground hot spring that Su Lin had spent a lot of time using the underground spring spell to find. Then he spent a lot of mana to divert the hot spring and guide it to the bathroom. The water temperature of the hot spring was about 60 degrees, which was just right. Moreover, Chris loved to soak in hot springs. The pipe led the hot spring water directly to the bathroom. The bathroom's pool was a type of running water. The water here was clean at all times. There were all kinds of reliefs on the walls of the bathroom. They were the work of several sculptors. These reliefs told all kinds of myths and stories. Some were of powerful creatures. The entire bathroom was built like a work of art. Chapter 99. Now that the bathhouse of the Lord's castle had been planned, all that was left was for the craftsmen to slowly build it. Su Lin planned to build a central square in his territory. In fact, when he first started building the city, Su Lin had already set aside a lot of space. In his vision, the city that belonged to him would be a splendid, magnificent, beautiful, and clean city. Roads, flower beds, and sidewalks were all necessary. The square also needed a large fountain. The average width of the city's roads was about 6 meters. 4 carriages could travel side by side. The roads in the port's business district were even wider. The roads were all paved with stones, and after being rolled back and forth by stone rollers, they were very sturdy. Drainage canals were specially dug on both sides of the roads. The entire city was planned to have a complete drainage system. These drainage canals would uniformly discharge the city's sewage into a specially built septic tank outside the city. The septic tank was far from the town. Su Lin planned to ferment the sewage and various kinds of feces here, and finally make them into fertilizer for the farms. Since the beginning of the city planning, Su Lin had never stopped the construction of roads. The roads in the town had been almost completed, and the newly built roads in the outer city were still under construction. Now the roads from the town to the port and the glass factory had been completed. However, compared to the roads in the town, these roads outside the town did not have drainage canals. The road that was being built now led to the brick factory. The city's future construction required a lot of bricks and stones, so this road had to be completed as soon as possible. At the construction site in the wilderness, a group of goblins and kobolds were working under the whips of the supervisors. The ground had been marked with white lines. The goblins and kobolds needed to dig half a meter deep in the white lines, and then fill it with soil to make it sturdy. Each layer needed to be rolled back and forth by a camel beast pulling a stone roller. When the ground was flat, they would continue to fill it with soil to make it sturdy. Finally, a layer of stones was laid on the road, and the camel beast pulled the heavy stone roller back and forth. In the end, the road built in this way was very sturdy and difficult to use. Although the construction site was busy, everything was in order. Chris had already divided all the work, and the slaves only needed to work step by step. Suddenly, A scream rang out in the wilderness. The ground suddenly cracked open and a dog-headed man was bitten. The terrifying mouth opened like flower petals, and each petal was filled with sharp teeth. The dog-headed man was instantly shredded into mincemeat by the huge mouth. It's an Ankeg. The barbarian warrior immediately recognized the creature. The slaves were so frightened that they dropped their tools and ran for their lives. 2 barbarian warriors tried to kill the Ankeg, but it quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. The 2 barbarian warriors immediately became alert and scanned the ground, trying to find traces of the Ankeg. At this moment, another scream rang out from not too far away. Another slave had been killed. The 2 barbarian warriors rushed over once more, but the Ankegs were very cunning. They immediately hid themselves after landing a hit. The 2 barbarian warriors' faces darkened after seeing their slaves killed twice in a row right under their noses. They had failed in their duty to protect the slaves. The ground trembled slightly, and in the next second, a terrifying giant mouth suddenly appeared under the barbarian warriors' feet. However, the barbarian warriors' instinct to dodge was not something the goblins and kobolds could compare to. A second before the giant mouth opened, the barbarian was already prepared for it. At the same time he swung his 2-handed axe down. Poochie! Smelly blood splattered everywhere and a miserable roar rang out. The barbarian's axe tore open a terrible wound on the Ankeg's terrifying mouth. The other barbarian also cooperated well. He swung his axe horizontally and left a huge wound on the Ankeg's body. A large piece of flesh near the Ankeg's mouth was shaved off, leaving a large hole in its mouth. The Ankeg tried to escape again after being heavily injured, but suddenly, a green liquid shot out from its terrifying mouth. The 2 barbarian warriors immediately dodged, and the acid landed on the ground with a sizzling sound. The ground and vegetation were all corroded black. With the help of the acid, the Ankeg managed to escape again. Ankegs were social creatures, and right after the first one was severely injured, 2 more screams were heard from the surrounding wilderness. 2 more slaves were killed. The surrounding slaves quickly fled in all directions. All slaves retreat from this area. Don't move alone, they will attack anyone who strays from the group. Seeing 2 more Ankegs appear, the barbarian warrior immediately ordered the slaves to leave the area. The surrounding slaves quickly ran away, and the situation became chaotic. At this moment, the Ankegs attacked again. The 2 barbarian warriors were unable to save them in time. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, followed by a bright flash of a blade. The Ankegs let out another miserable cry. The barbarian warrior let out a roar, and his body instantly grew several times larger. Green veins popped up on his thick arms and his eyes became bloodshot. After activating Berserk, the barbarian warrior immediately charged towards the Ankeg. Berserk. The shadow immediately retreated a few steps after seeing the barbarian enter Berserk. It stared at the barbarian with a wary expression. Whirlwind slash. The barbarian warrior's muscles bulged and the bones in his body crackled. The heavy 2-handed axe brought out a blade of air and chopped down on the Ankeg's head. The powerful force directly chopped off the Ankeg's head, and dark yellow blood spurted out. The large body of the Ankeg struggled for a few moments before collapsing to the ground. After killing the Ankeg, the barbarian warrior's muscles began to return to normal, and the red in his eyes also began to fade. Soon the berserk state was dispelled. Another Ankeg tried to escape, but another berserk barbarian caught it between the cracks of its shell. It tried to shrink back but was unable to move because of the giant axe. Yellow blood gushed out, and the Ankeg's resistance became weaker and weaker. It would not be long before it died. Stranger, tell me what you want. The barbarian who was in berserk did not let down his guard because of the help just now. His eyes were fixed on the gray-robed figure. The figure looked thin but was about 2 meters tall. His entire body was covered by a large robe and even his face was covered. He looked very mysterious. Chapter 100. Hello, I don't mean any harm. I'm just passing by and want to buy some supplies, a hoarse voice said. You want to buy supplies? Who are you? Sullen's voice came from behind. Boss. Boss. The 2 barbarian warriors saluted. Su Luan nodded at them and said, Go and transport the bodies of the Ankegs back and gather the slaves back to work. The 2 barbarian warriors turned around and went back to work. You're not human, are you? Su Lin looked at the man again. Half orc? Half elf or some other race? Su Lin looked at the man in front of him and said, "But that has nothing to do with me. What do you want to buy?" "Food." "Food? The most precious things in the wasteland are weapons and food. Do you think I'd sell them to someone of unknown origin?" Su Lin chuckled. "I can buy them with money," the hoarse voice said. "I don't need money." Su Lin shook his head. "If you don't have a reason to move me, then goodbye." "Wait, what do you want?" the man hurriedly asked when he saw that Su Lin was about to leave. "Looks like you're quite strong. You're a rogue, right?" "I need you to train some scouts for me," Su Lin said, staring at him. The man was silent for a moment, then he continued, "You want me to train scouts for you? Nothing else?" "Of course. You're not worried about my identity? Who are you, a wanted criminal?" Su Lin spread his hands and said in an unquestionable tone, "This is my territory. I call the shots." "All right, I promise. Now, can you tell me who you are?" Su Lin asked. The man hesitated for a moment, then took off his hood, revealing his snow-white hair. Through the hair, Su Lin saw his grayish-black skin, slightly red eyes and pointy ears. "A drow?" Su Lin said in surprise. Although the man's ears were pointy, they were obviously different from those of elves. "No, half-drow." "Are you a half-drow?" Su Lin asked. "You actually came to the surface? Are you still willing to hire me now?" the drow asked. "Are you a defector?" Su Lin asked after sizing up the man. Most of the drows believed in the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, the god of conspiracy and fear. She was not a good person. Among the drows, the status of males was almost equivalent to that of slaves, while females were family members and only female drows could become Loltha's priests. Every drow city would be divided into a dozen or more families according to blood relations, and then these families would plot and assassinate each other in order to gain Loltha's favor. And it wasn't just between families, it was the same within the family as well. Male drows, on the other hand, had very little magical talent, so their status was very low. Even if they died and entered Loltha's divine kingdom, they would become ugly spider monsters or wax demons. Therefore, it was not unusual for drow defectors to appear among the drow race. The half-drow nodded. Su Lin glanced at him, then frowned and said, "Who do you believe in?" "I believe in the Dark Maiden," the drow said in a hoarse voice. "A believer of the Dark Maiden." Su Lin was interested. In the belief of the drows, the Dark Maiden was the only god of the good camp. The Dark Maiden Elizabeth was the daughter of the Queen of Spiders and the main god of the elves, but she was different from her mother. She was a goddess of the good camp. In addition to protecting all the good dark elves, she also protected the drows who hoped to return to the surface world and live peacefully. It was just that most drows hated her, so among the drows she had very few believers. And because of history, the surface races were not very friendly to the drows, and those who came to the surface did not have it easy either. If I remember correctly, the Dark Maiden has fallen. You escaped the encirclement and suppression of the Queen of Spiders? How many people are left now? Hearing Su Lin's words, the drow in front of him showed a serious sadness, but he did not say the situation of his tribe. Obviously he did not trust Su Lin. "Well, since you don't want to say it, then forget it." Su Lin shrugged, then took the drow to the town. These drows who returned to the surface did not have an easy time. Without the protection of the Dark Maiden, their priests lost most of their ability to cast spells. In the face of the pursuit of the priests of the Queen of Spiders, they suffered heavy casualties. These drows had mixed blood with humans in order to adapt to the surface. They migrated to many places before finally finding a little living space in this endless wilderness. However, the fertility rate of the elves had always been very low, even for the drows. There were many battles in the wilderness. After losing the god of their faith, many of these drows lost their ability to cast spells. Then they lost little by little in various battles. It was likely that there were not many drows left in this tribe. The wilderness lacked weapons, food, and all kinds of materials. There were also various magical beasts and other tribes. Even though the drows were very strong and there were a few warlocks, they were still getting weaker and weaker in all kinds of battles. After hearing that there was a human town here, the drow in front of him planned to secretly buy a batch of materials to help the tribe through this difficult period. But obviously Su Lin was not so easy to fool. In the end, he could only promise Su Lin to train soldiers for him in order to get some materials. These drows were not weak. According to the human classification, the drow in front of him was a knight. In the beginning, only the leader of the barbarians, Johnson, was a knight. More importantly, this drow was a rogue, proficient in detection, assassination, and other skills. He might not be as good as Johnson in a frontal battle, but in a sneak attack, the loser would most likely be Johnson. Of course, that was the former Johnson. Now that Johnson's strength had reached the level of a knight, he could easily defeat him. "What's your name?" Su-Lin asked. "Aiton," the drow said. Su-Lin nodded. "Aiton, how much food and materials do you need? I will sell them to you according to the market price. Of course, you need to stay here and train the scouts for me." "How are you going to transport the materials back?" "The materials need to be placed in a designated location. I will inform my people to come and transport them," Alan said. "Okay, you choose the location. Just tell me when the time comes. I will send someone to deliver the materials." Chapter 101. Su-Lin was still very interested in these drows, especially some of the drows' works, such as an analysis of the 36 forms of binding spell of shadow tentacles, the partial application of enlargement and reduction, and the 72 gestures of Mage's Hand of Ecstasy. Su-Lin was thinking about how to subdue this drows. Judging from Aiton's performance just now, these drows were now in a desperate situation, but even so, it was not easy to subdue them. Elves were naturally proud, even drows. Unless Su-Lin showed enough strength, it was possible to subdue them. Although the strength of Sullin's territory was good now, it was still a little lacking in subduing these drows. Su-Lin took the drows to a warehouse, which was used to store materials in the territory. Su-Lin had built many warehouses in the town and stored them in different locations. The one in front of them was just one of them. There are food, medicine, weapons, and other materials in this warehouse. You can take these back to your tribe. Of course, you have to pay for them, Su-Lin said as he pointed to the warehouse in front of him. Aiton was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the warehouse in front of him. The warehouse wasn't very big, but there were a lot of resources stored inside. Just the food alone was enough for their tribe to eat for 2 months. Adding on the other resources, it was enough for their tribe to live well. They had made deals with others before, but most of the time the price of the deal was ridiculously high, and the quantity was very limited. The resolute drows looked at Su-Lin with excitement, then saluted him and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency." It seemed that they were indeed at the end of their rope. Without supplies, without support, and without their own strength, it was not easy to live in the wilderness. Su-Lin looked at the drows in front of him and said, "These materials should be enough for you to live for a while, but after losing the protection of the Dark Maiden, you don't have many choices. I can help you, but I need something in return. The future depends on your choice. Tell me your answer when you've thought about it." After saying that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates began to load the goods from the warehouse onto the carriages. With the intelligence of the drows, they naturally understood the meaning of Sullin's words. However, there was more than a 90% chance that these drows would refuse. So now he planned to give them some help and make a good impression on them. When he was strong enough, he would subdue them in one fell swoop. It took a day for all the supplies in the warehouse to be loaded onto the carriage. Then he ordered his subordinates to drive the carriage to the agreed location. Aiton had already gone back to inform his companions. When they arrived at the agreed location, Aiton asked his companions to take the supplies away, while he took the money back to Sullin's territory. Su-Lin assigned him the task of training some scouts. The scouts were selected from the refugees and sent to the barracks for training. Aiton did not have any objections to Sullin's arrangement. He seriously trained these people in various skills. The 2 ankhegs killed by the barbarian warriors had been completely cut up. The meat of the ankhegs did not taste good. It had an earthy smell, and it was said that the texture of the meat was very similar to that of an earthworm. The meat was kept for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls as rations. The most precious part of the ankhegs was their carapace. These carapaces could be made into excellent armor in the hands of skilled blacksmiths. The carapace of the ankhegs was a natural +1 defense. Under the same defense, it was only 1/3 of the weight of steel armor. Armor made with this carapace had defense comparable to plate armor, but its quality was only at the level of light armor. Furthermore, in addition to its impressive defensive capabilities, this type of armor also possessed a decent resistance to strong acids. It was completely free from the corrosive effects of strong acids that metal armors would experience when exposed to strong acids. The carapace of the ankhegs could be made into 2 sets of armor. After the carapaces were removed, they were sent to the blacksmith's shop. Bruce's blacksmithing skills were the best in Sullin's territory. After spending some time forging weapons, Su-Lin had bought him a blacksmith's book from the shop, which greatly improved his blacksmithing skills. He was also the only blacksmith in the territory who could forge these carapaces. Ankhegs were social creatures and had a strong sense of territory. Although 2 of them were killed last time, there were still some that escaped. Ankhegs looked like earthworms, but they had more legs than earthworms. They could reach up to 10 meters long and could sense their prey through the vibrations of the ground. They had a terrifyingly large mouth that could swallow an adult in one go. Their teeth were so sharp that they could easily bite through trees, and even steel would not be able to withstand a few bites. They could also produce strong acid, and when they attacked they would spray their enemies with acid. The acid arrows used by wizards were not long, but they had a wide range. A group of Ankhegs consisted of about 2 to 5. Sulin had encountered at least 3 of them during the construction of the road. In order to complete the road as soon as possible, Sulin had to personally deal with all of them. The construction of the road continued. Sulin was constantly paying attention to the movements underground. As the stone rollers rolled over and over again, the roadbed gradually stabilized. The brick kiln factory was not far from the city. It was only about 3 kilometers away, and the road was also made of gravel that could allow 2 carriages to pass side by side. As the construction of the road became louder and louder, the Ankhegs living in the area were quickly alerted. They quickly moved towards the area. Boom! A strange sound suddenly came from the ground. When Sulin looked over, he was shocked to find that a large patch of grass had swelled up. In the next second, a terrifying Ankheg drilled out from the ground and pounced on the slaves around it with its large, ferocious mouth. The goblin did not even have the chance to make a sound before he was swallowed by the huge, ferocious mouth. Sulin flipped his palm and an iron bow appeared in his hand. Twang! The bowstring vibrated, and a special arrow about a meter long was shot out. The arrow was made of fine iron, and the arrowhead was made with barbs. Once the arrow was shot, it would be very difficult to pull it out. There was also a rope attached to the end of the arrow. The arrow hit the Ankheg in an instant, and more than half of the arrow was buried in its body. The Ankheg went berserk after being attacked. Strong acid spray. A ball of dark green viscous liquid was spat out by the Ankheg. 2 goblins that did not manage to dodge in time were hit by the acid, and they could only scream in agony before they were corroded into a pile of rotten meat. P.S. Thank you to Night Bell and Dawn for the 100 Chidien coins tip. Thank you to Black Bronze for the 1000 Chidien coins tip. Chapter 102. The surrounding goblins and kobold slaves scattered in all directions. Not far away, a barbarian warrior raised his 2-handed axe and leaped 3 meters into the air before swinging it down heavily on the Ankheg. Slash! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as the Ankheg let out a blood-curdling scream. It shook its head in an attempt to knock the barbarian away, but the barbarian retreated and swung his axe horizontally. A large gash appeared on the Ankheg's wrinkled skin, and yellowish blood gushed out. The Ankheg twisted its body in an attempt to escape, but it felt a sharp pain when it was halfway through the wound. Its body was being pulled by a huge force. The barbarian grabbed the rope and pulled hard. The barbed arrow that was deeply embedded in the Ankheg's body was hooked onto its flesh, and it could not escape no matter how hard it struggled. The Ankheg struggled madly, its dozens of legs flailing wildly and stirring up the soil around it. Sulin took out a spear from his storage space and leaped high into the air before thrusting it down. The 3-meter-long spear penetrated the Ankheg's body through a gap in its carapace and into the ground. The huge Ankheg was nailed to the ground by the spear. After receiving a fatal blow, the huge body of the Ankheg twitched a few times before collapsing weakly on the ground. Sulin stood on the huge body of the Ankheg and pulled out the spear. He shook it casually and the blood on the spear dripped down. Move the body of this Ankheg back. Understood, boss. Ankhegs were social animals and had a strong desire for revenge just like wolves. They would definitely come back for revenge since they did not kill all of them last time. Just as Sulin ordered his men to pull out the body of the Ankheg, a soft sound came from the ground beneath their feet. Crack. The strange sound came from the ground and the soil suddenly sank. An Ankheg opened its ferocious mouth and attacked Sulin. Just as the Ankhegs burst out of the ground, Sulin's figure flashed and dodged them. Acid spit. Fortunately, there was no one around Sulin. The green, sticky acid completely missed its target. With a sizzling sound, the ground and the surrounding weeds were corroded by the acid and turned black. Another one. Sulin charged at the Ankheg with its spear, its ferocious mouthparts biting at Sulin. However, the Ankheg had met its match this time. The 3-meter-long spear smashed the Ankeg's ferocious mouth into the ground. With a light tap of his feet, Su Lin arrived on top of the Ankeg's head. The previous heavy blow had left the Ankeg dizzy and unable to resist. Sullen's spear pierced the Ankeg's brain through a gap in its carapace. The carapace on the Ankeg's head was the best and he did not want to damage it. While one of the Ankegs attacked Su Lin, another one lurking underground attacked a barbarian warrior. It spat acid at the warrior's head, followed by a biting attack. In order to deal with the Ankegs, Su Lin had prepared a special shield. When he saw the acid coming at him, he immediately used the shield to block the splashing acid. He then rolled to the side and dodged the Ankeg's attack. The kobold slave beside him was not so lucky. A large amount of acid sprayed at it, and the sizzling sound of its flesh being corroded was excruciating. In just a few breaths, half of its flesh was corroded, revealing its white bones. Soon it was dead. There was a huge wound on the Ankeg's mouth. It was the one that had escaped last time. The last Ankeg had also appeared. It's the one that escaped last time. But this time you won't have the chance to escape. The barbarian warrior obviously recognized the Ankeg. With a roar, the veins on his body bulged, his muscles bulged, and his skin turned red. The large Ankeg was not agile. The barbarian warrior circled around it and attacked it continuously. Soon, the weakest parts of the Ankeg's body were covered in wounds. Yellow blood flowed out, making the Ankeg look extremely miserable. At this time, Su Lin had already killed the other Ankeg. The heavily injured Ankeg suddenly screeched and waved its limbs wildly as it burrowed into the ground. Su Lin looked at the Ankeg that had burrowed into the ground and smiled. He pressed his palm on the ground, and a surge of energy flowed from his body into the ground. He then continued to dig deeper into the ground and soon found the Ankeg that was escaping. After finding the target, Su Lin directed the flow of water. Gushing spring. Under the guidance of Sullen's energy, the strong flow of water instantly exploded. The water broke through the soil and rocks, and the Ankeg that was escaping underground suddenly felt the soil beneath it being pushed up. The huge flow of water directly pushed the Ankeg's body out of the ground. The Ankeg was pushed 10 meters out of the ground by the flow of water, and then it crashed to the ground. The Ankeg's already heavily injured body became even more serious. Its internal organs were severely damaged from the fall, and yellow blood continuously flowed out of its body. More than a dozen of its limbs swayed weakly, and its speed became slower and slower. After a while it stopped moving. With the death of the last Ankeg, all the Ankegs in the area were wiped out. Su Lin arranged for some people to collect the slaves, and the 3 Ankeg's corpses were transported back to the town with the others. The hardest part of an Ankeg's carapace was its head. The carapace on its back was slightly weaker, but it was more suitable to be made into shields. The carapace of an Ankeg could be made into about 10 shields. After killing all the Ankegs, the materials obtained could be used to make 50 shields and 5 full-body armors. The huge Ankegs had a lot of meat. Although they tasted bad, the goblins and kobolds did not mind. It was good enough that they had something to eat. The Ankegs were cut off and made into jerky for them. An Ankeg weighed about 5 tons. After removing the carapace and innards, there were still 3 tons left. 5 Ankegs weighed 15 tons in total, which was enough for the slaves to eat for 2 to 3 months. Although Ankegs were magical beasts, they did not have much use for wizards. The only thing that was valuable was the acid sacs in their bodies. The acid sacs stored a lot of acid, and for wizards who had not learned the material exemption ability, the acid sacs were very good materials for casting acid splash and acid arrow. The best material for acid arrow was the venom sacs of wyverns, but it was important to note that Ankegs were only mid-ranked magical beasts, and that was because they lived in groups. If it were wyverns, unless they were attacked by a grand wizard or above, they would just be courting death. Wyvern's poison could easily corrode metal armor. If one's constitution was not strong enough, they would be killed instantly. P.S. Ankeg, pack magical beast. Strength, 22 Spirit, 8 Vitality, 25 Agility, 9 Charm, 4. Specialty, Natural Armor, Sturdy, Underground Stealth, Listen, Vibration Perception. Skills, Acid Spray, Bite Attack. Chapter 103. After dealing with the Ankegs, the road leading to the brick kiln factory continued to be repaired. The construction of the kiln factory had been completed, but the first batch of bricks would take some time to be fired. Su Lin patrolled the territory once a day. With the black-maned horse, patrolling the territory had become very convenient. What was interesting was that he actually met a lone adventurer in the wilderness today. One had to know that there were all kinds of monsters in the wilderness. Anyone who dared to travel alone was either stupid or very confident in their own strength. It was noon, and Sulin was about to find a tree to rest and eat when he met the adventurer. It was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He had a square mouth, a wide nose, thick eyebrows and big eyes. There was nothing special about him. He wore ordinary linen clothes with many patches, and the edges were already covered in fur. His arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. His limbs were thick and strong and his body was also very strong. This kind of body was very suitable for heavy infantry. When Sulin saw him, there was already a mauler bear lying nearby. The creature that had made Hathaway suffer had become someone else's prey. Sulin noticed that the mountain bear was killed by Zhang Tai's bare hands, which was amazing. Although the mountain bear was just a knight-level creature, if a knight fought it with bare hands, he or she would be killed by it in a few seconds. However, the man in front of him could kill it with bare hands, which indicated that he was really powerful. Is he a warrior monk? Sulin thought to himself. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Sulin's first thought was that he was a warrior monk. Sulin jumped off his horse and came to the middle-aged man's side. He asked politely, "Master, are you here to train in the wilderness?" The middle-aged man nodded solemnly but did not say anything. Martial monks had many commandments, one of which was silent meditation. Every time a martial monk received a commandment, their strength would increase. The more commandments they received, the more powerful the martial monk would be. Basically, all warriors monks did not use weapons except for some special gloves. They also did not wear armor, but this did not mean that they were weak. In fact, the elemental resistance of a warrior monk was very high. They relied on their hands to fight. Although they did not use weapons, they had special techniques that could release powerful destructive power. The most typical one was penetrating force, which was a bug-like existence. It could ignore any armor and directly attack the human body. It was very similar to the effect of hitting a bull through a mountain in the novels of his previous life. There was also the inching forward attack, which was also very strong. It gathered all the power into one point and then exploded in an instant. Most of the time, martial monks would go to the wilderness or other places with harsh environments alone to temper their will. At the same time, they would comprehend the power of nature or the unity of man and nature. Speaking of which, this class had the strongest willpower among all the classes. They were almost immune to most charm spells and mind spells. After experiencing all kinds of cruel tempering, their willpower and beliefs were incomparably firm. Legend has it that legend-rank monks can ignore the charm of the succubus queen Mechanut. She is the succubus queen, a legendary existence that can charm gods and make gods fall. From this, it could be seen how perverted these guys were. It was not difficult to become a martial monk. The strength of a martial monk was related to the number of precepts they had received. For example, the advanced class of martial monks was called ascetic monk. The requirements of this class could be said to be abnormal. They were required to completely give up all worldly wealth, fame, and all kinds of material comforts. They did not use any weapons or extraordinary equipment. At the same time, they often went to places with harsh environments to practice and temper their will. These ascetic monks were also the most powerful group of martial monks. After Sulin learned of this class, he directly stayed away. In his mind, if obtaining great power was not for a better life and enjoyment, then what was the use of this power? What was the use of this iron staff? Becoming an ascetic monk was indeed very powerful, but once he violated the precepts, a part of his power would disappear. If he wanted to recover, he would need to undergo another redemption ceremony. Many martial monks gave up in the process of receiving the precepts. Not everyone had the perseverance to give up all kinds of material comforts. For these people, Sulin was still very respectful. These people's will and beliefs were too strong. The martial monk used the mountain bear to exchange some dry food with Sulin. It was not that martial monks did not eat meat, but they did not eat meat when they were practicing. They only drank water and ate some simple dry food. As long as this practice was successful, the strength of the martial monk would be improved by leaps and bounds. If the profession that wizards hated the most was rogues, then the profession that they did not want to face the most was the martial monk. At most, rogues would do some petty theft. They would steal things from the wizard tower when the wizard was not at home. As long as there were enough hidden magic traps, these thieves would die miserably. But martial monks were different. High-grade martial monks had amazing resistance to all kinds of spells, and the attacks of martial monks could directly pass through the magic shield. Facing those martial monks, even high-grade wizards would have a headache. After Su Lin had a meal with him, he left with the mountain bear. Originally, he wanted to invite the martial monk to his territory as a guest. After all, many of these martial monks were fighting masters. If he could learn some skills from him, it would be very helpful to improve his strength. Unfortunately, the martial monk refused Su Lin's invitation. He had already started practicing, and going to Su Lin's territory would affect his practice. When they were cultivating, they would not go near crowded places. In their opinion, crowded places had too much mortal aura, which would affect their communication with nature. At that time, Su Lin wanted to say that the highest level was to train one's mind in the mortal world. If one could understand nature and train one's will in the mortal world, then one would be a real master. But after thinking about it, he held back. What if he fooled the martial monk? After returning to the camp, he went to the barracks. In the barracks, the drow Aten was training new recruits. According to Su Lin's request, Aten was teaching these new recruits to become qualified scouts. Pay attention to your feet. Aten said in a low voice and then said, as a scout, you must pay attention to your feet because you need to often go to dangerous areas. There are many traps in many places. Once you make a mistake, it means that your life has entered the countdown. The enemy will not give you a second chance. Look carefully, your footsteps must be light and alert at all times. You have to make yourself as agile as a cat. That's how you can live for a long time. Don't take too big a step. Remember the places you have walked. When you retreat, try to walk where you have walked before so that it is not easy to step on traps. Chapter 104. The weapon in your hand is your only guarantee. Hold it tight. You need to use it to protect yourself at critical moments. Aten was training a recruit seriously. Even when Su Lin arrived, he was not distracted at all. However, the recruit was distracted when he saw Su Lin. He was then smashed to the ground with a wooden stick. If you were on the battlefield just now, you would be dead. You can't be distracted in battle. You don't have a second life to make up for your mistakes. I'm sorry, instructor. The recruit ignored the pain and got up from the ground. His expression became serious and he started training again. Perhaps in front of the Lord, the young man wanted to show off. This time his attacks were much fiercer. Aten was still calm. He blocked and instructed, you can't be impatient at any time. Look at other people's attacks clearly. Don't rush to attack. When facing attacks, you have to learn to dodge. Scouts don't have shields, but that doesn't mean they can't defend. You have to learn to parry with weapons. Don't worry about the means in close combat. The recruit had just parried the wooden sword when he was kicked in the crotch by Aten. It's not only swords that can threaten you. Enemies on the battlefield will do anything. The poor recruit lay on the ground in pain. Fortunately, Aten had restrained his strength. Otherwise, it would have been a complete loss. Stand up. Although the cruel training method made these recruits suffer, it also allowed them to grow quickly. Well, today's training will end here. If you want to become a qualified scout, you still need to learn a lot. Remember to practice more when you go back. Aten threw the wooden sword on the weapon rack and walked to Su Lin. Monseigneur, you're here? The drow said respectfully. Yes. Su Lin nodded and pointed to the young man who was leaving. How's the training going? Monseigneur, although they learn quickly, their strength is still far from enough. Aten hesitated for a moment before saying, Monseigneur, these people don't have a good foundation. Their future achievements are limited. Of course, Su Lin knew that these people had poor foundations. However, with the system's bonuses, their levels would increase after participating in a few more battles. However, it was basically impossible for them to break through to become heroes unless Su Lin was willing to let them use their self-created hero templates. Most importantly, this item was too rare. So far, he had only obtained one. It would be a waste to use it on these people. The last time he hunted an Ankeg, he only received some EXP and no treasure chest. After the water supply system was completed, the construction of the public baths in the territory was also completed. Due to Su Lin's mandatory requirement, both humans and barbarians were forced to bathe every day. After a period of time, even without Su Lin's request, they would involuntarily bathe. Although the Northgard castle was not big and had a small population, it was the best in terms of hygiene and hygiene among humans. Public baths. Good hygiene can make you healthier and the city more prosperous. Hygiene +5, health +5, prosperity +3. Of course, in addition to the public bathrooms, Su Lin also built a number of high-end baths. These bathrooms were built with marble, and the inside was also carefully carved by a sculptor. They were designed for the use of rich businessmen and nobles. If he asked these people to bathe in the public baths with ordinary people, they would definitely refuse. The social class system in this world was much stricter than in his previous life. If you asked a noble and a commoner to use the same baths, they would feel that you were insulting them and would immediately fall out with you. Su Lin naturally would not make such a mistake. Although he advocated equality in his previous life, the various clubs were not open to ordinary people. After the public baths were completed, Su Lin added a decree to the town. Anyone who entered the town, regardless of race, had to clean themselves up before they could live in the town. The promulgation of this decree made many people speculate whether Su Lin was a germaphobe. However, no matter how much they criticized him, they had to follow Sulin's instructions. Because the brick kiln factory had to produce a large amount of bricks, relying solely on manual labor was too slow. Su Lin planned to build a water wheel here to provide power. There were many processes in the brick kiln factory that required a lot of manual labor. Crushing clay, mixing water, pressing bricks, cutting strips, and cutting embryos could all be done with machinery. Su Lin also wanted to try and see if he could make a simple production machine with the help of water power. He was already very familiar with the construction of the water wheel. This time, Su Lin did not use gear links. Instead, he chose to use belts. After all, gear links were too time-consuming and expensive. The brick kiln factory did not need such complicated equipment. If overly complicated equipment was damaged, Su Lin would have to personally repair it. Therefore, the equipment here was simpler and easier to repair. Crushing clay and mixing clay did not require much precision. It was better to use belts. However, ordinary belts were easily deformed and would need to be replaced soon. In the end, Su Lin asked Hathaway for some leftovers of the Gale tiger's skin to make belts. At the same time, he also boiled some glue from the water monster's body. He used the glue to glue the Gale tiger's skin into 3 layers. After that, he made the belts. The belts made in this way finally met the requirements. They were much better than the belts used in factories in his previous life. It took him 3 days to complete the basic equipment. Water wheel, sturdiness plus 15, durability plus 18, hydraulic transmission plus 20, water lifting plus 16, disintegrator. Mechanical power plus 15, crushing plus 17, smooth operation plus 17, mixer. Mechanical power plus 15, uniform speed mixing plus 18, smooth operation plus 16, conveyor. Sturdiness plus 18, abrasion resistance plus 15, power transmission plus 18. Although these machines were simple, they were sturdy and durable. They were easy to maintain and would not break easily. As the water wheel slowly rotated, the disintegrator rotated along with the belt. A large amount of clay was poured into the disintegrator. After adding other ingredients, the clay was crushed into fine particles. The crushed clay was poured into the mixer and mixed with water. Soon the clay was formed. After that, it was rolled and cut into shape and sent to the warehouse to dry in the shade. The process of drying in the shade took a long time. After the bricks were dried in the shade, they were sent to the kiln to be calcined. Only then could they produce sturdy and durable bricks. Although such bricks and stones were not as strong as the wall made by directly mining large pieces of rock, they were not much worse. After the bricks and stones were built, Su Lin released a mud to stone, and after merging them into one, they would not be worse than the rock wall. Compared to digging rocks, the cost of bricks was much lower. More importantly, the expansion of the city and the construction of houses required a large amount of bricks. P.S. Thank you to Bai, and for the 200 coins tip. Fu Ming thanks you. Chapter 105. The houses in the town were no longer built using bricks. The houses that were built this way did not look good. They were only used as temporary housing. Now that the brick kiln factory had been built, the houses in the future would be built with bricks. Sulin's plan had divided the inner and outer city into 5 zones. 2 residential zones, 1 trading zone, 1 military zone, and 1 noble zone. The 2 residential zones were divided into the rich zone and the commoner zone. Apart from selling some of the houses to the slaves and commoners, the rest of the houses would be sold. Other than the trading zone, a large number of shops and a commercial street were planned to be built in the trading zone. The military zone was close to the inner city. According to Sulin's plan, the city could accommodate 30,000 to 50,000 people after it was completed. Since they had a good water supply system, Su Lin planned to build a few fountains in the town. Apart from the large fountains in the noble zone and the commercial zone, The rest of the fountains were scattered around the city. Su Lin had already planned everything in advance when the city was being developed. At the same time, he had also reserved a lot of empty land for the development of the town. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the wasteland. A caravan was traveling through the wasteland toward the Northgard fortress. The caravan was not traveling at a fast pace. A group of people in tattered clothes was following the caravan. Judging by their appearance, they were most likely refugees. Since Su Lin had set a rule that only a certain number of refugees could trade with him, the caravans had no choice but to follow the rule. The refugees in front of them were brought here by the caravan. In order to ensure that the caravan would not be half-hearted, Su Lin rewarded each refugee with a kinder. "Daddy Khan, when will we arrive at the Northgard fortress?" A skinny boy who looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old asked the middle-aged man leading the caravan. "Little Kevin, go back to the team and don't run around," the middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man said, "This is the wilderness. There are goblins, kobolds, and gnolls who eat humans everywhere. Their favorite food is tender children like you." "Daddy Khan, I've grown up. I'm not afraid of those stinky goblins, kobolds, and gnolls," little Kevin said while waving his little fist. "Is that so? Little Kevin has grown up." Khan smiled and patted his head with his big rough hand. "Daddy Khan, don't touch my head. I'm not a kid anymore," Kevin said unhappily. Good. Little Kevin has grown up." "Father Khan, you still haven't told me how long it will take for us to reach the Northgard fortress," asked Kevin. "The steward said that if everything goes well, we will arrive at the northern fortress this afternoon." The middle-aged man looked at the caravan and said, "When we arrive at the northern fortress, we can eat our fill. Little Kevin won't have to starve. When we get there, we'll have a house to live in, clothes to wear, and food to eat. We won't have to suffer from the cold in winter, and we'll have meat to eat." When little Kevin heard about meat, he couldn't help but gulp. "Is there really meat to eat?" "Of course there will be meat for sure," said Khan firmly. "Enemy attack. Get into formation." At that moment, a mercenary on a horse rushed in from the front. Khan's expression changed when he heard that there was an enemy attack. He quickly put little Kevin on the cart and ordered the others to hide behind the caravan. The caravan immediately stopped when they heard that there was an enemy attack. The long caravan began to form a circle. All the mercenaries and caravan guards took out their weapons. Even the strong refugees were organized and given weapons. Soon, about 15 minutes later, the caravan completed the circle. At that moment, a large number of monsters appeared in the wilderness in the distance. "Gnolls, we're doomed." After seeing the monsters clearly, the refugees almost broke down when they saw the gnolls that were everywhere. These refugees used to live near the city. Those territories had been developed for hundreds of years. As long as they didn't leave the city, there wouldn't be any gnolls. Even goblins and kobolds would be killed by the patrolling soldiers. They had never seen so many gnolls in the wilderness. "I don't want to die. I'm not married yet." One of the refugees broke down and cried. "I shouldn't have believed their bullsh*t and come to the northern fortress. I want to go home." "Shut up." The captain of the guards grabbed the refugee who was making the most noise and placed the long sword in his hand against the refugee's neck. "If you dare to disturb the morale of the troops again, I'll kill you with my sword." Seeing the refugee nod his head, the captain humphed coldly and let him go. "I'm telling you, the gnolls outside won't take prisoners. Once the caravan formation is broken, the guards and mercenaries might have a chance to fight our way out, but you will definitely die. Gnolls like to eat human flesh. They will kill you and eat you as soon as possible. Don't even think about surrendering. As for running away, the closest northern fortress is 30 kilometers away. You won't be able to outrun those monsters in the wilderness. So, you only have one choice, and that is to pick up your weapons and kill all the gnolls, or hold on until the reinforcements from the northern fortress arrive. There is no other choice. If you want to live, pick up your weapons, listen to the command, and fight them. Fight. Fight." The mercenaries and guards around the caravan roared together. The refugees who were trembling in fear a moment ago also regained their courage at this moment. Seeing the morale of the troops rising, the captain of the guards let out a sigh of relief. If those people's morale had collapsed, the guards and mercenaries would have been affected as well. If that happened, they would be in a really bad situation. After boosting the morale of the troops, the captain of the guards hurried to a carriage. There were already 2 people waiting in the carriage. "Vader, what's the situation now?" the manager of the caravan asked anxiously. "We've just calmed them down. The morale of the troops is not bad. We should be able to hold on for a while. There are too many gnolls this time. We can't fight them off at all. Now we need to light the beacon and ask for help from the northern fortress. Then light it up. Ask for help from the northern fortress. We brought hundreds of refugees with us this time. They are all urgently needed by the northern fortress. They will come. The manager of the caravan clenched his teeth and said, asking for help from the northern fortress was not without a price. Sulin was not a charity. It would cost at least 500 Kinnur coins. As the manager of the caravan, he naturally had to reduce the cost to the minimum and maximize the profits at the same time. Selling sugar could earn him 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Paying 1/10 of that was enough to make his heart ache. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to ask for help from the northern fortress. After making up their minds, no one hesitated anymore. The captain of the guards immediately lit the beacon in the middle of the caravan formation. Thick smoke rose into the air. The weather in the wasteland was clear today. The beacon was clearly visible in the wasteland. Soon, 3 pillars of smoke rose from the caravan formation. P.S. Thank you Dawn and Night Rain for the 100 Chidien coins tip. Thank you Shimo Rujin for the 999 Chidien coins tip. Thank you King Cold Boy for the 200 Chidien coins tip. Chapter 106. Sulin's territory spanned 20 kilometers. In order to give early warnings, he had set up a few beacon towers around his territory and arranged for people to watch over them. Every day the soldiers would pass by the beacon towers when they patrolled, and they would light up the beacon as soon as they discovered any enemy. There's a situation. There was nothing in the open wilderness. Standing on the beacon tower they could clearly see the 3 beacons in the distance. That direction should be the caravan calling for help. Light the beacon. Soon the beacon tower lit up, and the patrolling barbarian guards gathered at the beacon tower. Sulin, who was patrolling the territory, also hurried over. Soon, Sulin met the patrolling barbarian warriors at the beacon tower. Boss, the caravan must be in danger, and lit up the beacon to ask for help. Johnson, who had arrived earlier, said. Bring some people to rescue them. Sulin looked at the distant beacon and ordered, be careful on the way, don't get ambushed. Don't worry, boss. Johnson grinned and led 20 barbarian warriors to help. The weakest of these barbarian warriors was a barbarian warrior, and the strongest was a barbarian great axe berserker. With Johnson, although there were only 20 of them, it was more than enough to deal with an army of 1,000. Although the native tribes in the wilderness had many people, they were far inferior to the human army in terms of probability and equipment. They would be easily defeated in a few charges, unless they encountered the ogre tribe from last time. However, after Sulin wiped out the Warhammer ogre tribe and piled up their heads, no ogre came here anymore. The caravan had more than 20 four-wheeled carriages. These carriages formed a large circle, and the carriages were connected by ropes or chains. The carriages were also equipped with large amounts of wooden planks. It seemed that the defense was good. Behind the circle of carriages, the refugees held spears, and the caravan guards and mercenaries were next to them. With a roar, hundreds of gnolls began to attack, followed by a large number of gnomes and kobolds. The monsters rushed to the front of the carts in a mess, and a rain of arrows shot out from the carts. A dozen of these monsters without armor were killed, but compared to the army of monsters, they were insignificant. The mercenaries relied on the carts to resist. These mercenaries cooperated well with each other. Kobolds and goblins were stabbed to death in front of the carts, and arrows were shot out from the carts. Soon the carts were filled with monster corpses. However, in the face of such casualties, these monsters did not retreat at all. The tall gnolls also rushed forward. These gnolls looked tattered, but each of them had a decent metal weapon. Although those weapons were obviously crudely made, they still had good lethality. The rough mace hit the shield and the shield creaked. There were many cracks on it, and it was obvious that the shield wouldn't be able to last much longer. The human mercenary holding the spear held his breath. The moment the gnoll attacked again, the spear shot out like a dragon and instantly pierced the gnoll's heart. However, even though he had killed one gnoll, there were more gnolls surrounding him. Under the heavy blows of the spiked club, wood chips flew everywhere, and finally, with a bang, it was smashed into pieces. The archers in the back continuously shot their bows, and their arms were sore and weak. They could no longer shoot. Without the support of the archers, the carts were in even more danger. A refugee's spear pierced through a gnoll's chest, and then his head was smashed by a mace. Before his corpse could fall, it was torn to pieces by the gnolls. The gnolls gulped down the human flesh. Scarlet blood flowed out from the gaps between their sharp teeth, making them look even more ferocious and terrifying. Some of the more cowardly humans were so scared that their bodies trembled. They couldn't even hold their weapons properly, and the carts were about to collapse. At that moment, a dozen or so strong figures suddenly rushed out from the carts. These people wore armor and held sharp swords. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the gnolls. The swords in their hands were aimed at the gnolls' vital points. The swords quickly slit the throats and hearts, and the figures left without stopping. The sudden attack caught the gnolls off guard. In just a few breaths, a dozen or so gnolls fell to the ground, clutching their throats and hearts. After attacking for a while, these people did not linger and retreated to the carts. The shield wielders and spear wielders moved forward again, using the carts to keep the monsters outside. After resting for a while in the rear of the carts, the archers began to shoot again. However, compared to the previous rain of arrows, there were only a few arrows, and their strength was far inferior. Several jack-o'-lanterns were hit by the arrows, but they still did not retreat. Furthermore, the arrows soon stopped once again. More and more gnolls rushed up. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they attacked with all their might. They did not even try to dodge the attacks, and they fought without any regard for their lives. This kind of ferocious fighting style made it difficult for the humans to breathe. Seeing that the carts were once again in danger, the guard captain led a dozen or so warriors to charge out of the carts. Their attacks were still as fierce as before, but this time the gnolls were prepared. Even though the results were quite good, some of the warriors who could not dodge in time were hit by the spiked clubs. Their chests caved in and they coughed up blood. Some of the blood was even mixed with pieces of their organs. It seemed that they would not survive. Even though they had paid a price, the carts once again stabilized. The spear wielders and shield wielders worked even better together. The shield wielders blocked the gnolls' attacks, and the spear wielders took the opportunity to stab at the gnolls' vital points. In the face of the endless gnolls, the casualties of the humans were increasing. Many of the sword and shield soldiers were continuously attacked. Their shields were broken and their bones and tendons were broken. Some of the gnolls threw away their weapons and jumped over the carriages trying to bite the enemy. However, most of them were stabbed in the chest by the warriors in the carts, and their heads were cut off. Under the gnolls' reckless attacks, the humans were completely suppressed. Even if the guard captain led the warriors to charge again, the effect was very limited. Even though they killed some gnolls, a few more warriors were killed by the gnolls without caring about the casualties. The boards on the carts were all shattered, and the chains used to connect the carts were violently cut off. The wooden stakes used to fix the carts were all broken. Seeing that there was hope for victory, the gnolls' morale became higher and higher, while the humans in the carts looked desperate. Chapter 107. The battle between the humans and the gnolls had reached its climax. In order to survive, all the mercenaries, guards and refugees were doing their best. A gnoll had just smashed a human mercenary to death with its mace. Before it could retrieve its weapon, a spear pierced its throat and smelly blood gushed out. Before he could pull out his spear, a mace had already smashed his head into pieces. Under the continuous impact of the carts, a gap was finally created. The gnolls swarmed forward, wanting to rush in and kill the humans around them. The captain of the guards immediately led his men to block the gnolls. For a time, the humans and gnolls fought fiercely in this narrow passage. Because of the narrow space, the gnolls' heavy mace could not be used at all. Instead, they were killed by the humans. However, this situation only lasted for a few minutes. The gap in the carts grew bigger and bigger, and the humans' resistance became weaker and weaker. The sounds of fighting on the battlefield spread far and wide. The animals in the wilderness had long fled the area in fear. The thick smell of blood covered the battlefield. Johnson finally arrived at the edge of the battlefield with the barbarian warriors. Their arrival did not attract the attention of the gnolls. The fierce battle had caused the gnolls to ignore their surroundings. Johnson suddenly attacked from behind with more than 20 barbarian warriors. These barbarians were wearing iron armor and wielded sharp giant axes in their hands. The gnolls did not expect the enemy to appear from behind. By the time they wanted to turn around and face the enemy, it was already too late. After activating Charge and Whirlwind Slash, the barbarians had become efficient killing machines. All the monsters in their way were crushed by the sharp giant axes. These barbarians were at least barbarian warrior level. They were very powerful. The sharp giant axes they wielded were like chopping vegetables. The giant axes swept across and blood and flesh flew everywhere. They were even able to cut the gnoll's mace in half. The blades of the axes tore through flesh and bones. Colorful organs scattered on the ground, and then were stepped into the mud by the boots of the gnolls. The 20 barbarian warriors were like 20 sharp blades, tearing the entire battlefield into countless small pieces. The Jackalan army suffered heavy losses in a short period of time. The mercenaries who were struggling to resist suddenly felt the pressure on them lessen. The gnolls who were originally surrounding the carts turned around and rushed towards the barbarians. But this time they obviously kicked an iron plate. Anger and brutality could not make them strong. When they saw their companions being cut down like wheat, death and fear once again took over. Facing the barbarian warriors on the side of the killing god, the morale of the gnolls collapsed. They scattered in all directions trying to escape. The humans who were originally prepared to fight to the death saw that the gnolls were defeated. Their morale soared and they rushed out of the carts to chase after the gnolls. It was just that they were already exhausted and had no strength to chase after him after relaxing just now. The barbarian warriors stopped after completely defeating the gnolls. Their mission was to rescue the caravan, not to kill the gnolls. After the caravan people cleaned up the battlefield, the caravan set off again. Johnson was by their side as a guard. The mercenaries and guards were very respectful towards the 20 barbarian warriors. They had seen with their own eyes how powerful these barbarian warriors were. When the refugees found out that these barbarian warriors were from the northern castle, they were even more curious about it. With such powerful warriors, it must be very safe. Northern Castle in the Endless Wasteland. The first thing that appeared on the ground was a black dragon. The guards and mercenaries who had been here before screamed excitedly. This journey was very unforgettable for them. Many people had disappeared in this distance. At the same time, they also needed a safe place to rest and recover. The attitude of the guards and mercenaries made the refugees sigh in relief. In order to survive, they dragged their families and risked their lives to cross the 300-mile wasteland. Now they were finally at the end. Khan was lucky that he didn't die in the last battle. Instead, he killed 2 gnolls with the mercenaries, which improved his relationship with the guards a lot. The refreshing wind blew across the wasteland, and the black line in the distance became more and more obvious. Soon they found a neat gravel road under their feet. The road snaked all the way to the town in the distance. Large tracts of farmland began to appear. At this point they could finally clearly see the long dragon crawling on the ground. It was a majestic building that looked like a viaduct. One side was connected to the river, and the other side was connected to the town. On the river there were 4 giant things that looked like wheels. Everything in front of them was very shocking to the refugees who had lived in the northern provinces since they were young. The vision of the civilians in this world was very limited. Many of them had never been more than 30 kilometers away from a village in their entire lives. When they saw such a majestic building in front of them, they were all shocked. The Northgard fortress appeared on top of the mound. It wasn't a big place, but the environment was astonishing. Thousands of goblins, houndhead men, and gnolls were working under the whips of the overseers outside the fortress. The invincible aura they exuded fascinated the refugees. The closer they got to the Northgard castle, the more shocked they felt. Those ferocious gnolls, goblins, and kobolds were as small as dust under their feet. We'll be there soon. After fighting together, the guards of the caravan had become a lot more familiar with Khan. They looked at this rough-looking man and said with a smile, "When you get to the town, someone will make arrangements for you. As long as you work hard in the Northgard castle, you will have enough to eat. If you work hard for a few years, you can buy farmland and a house. The Sulin Monsignor is a powerful and benevolent noble. You don't have to worry about your safety here. However, you have to be careful. There are a lot of rules here. You must follow them seriously or you will be punished severely." "Brother, what are the rules here? Can you tell me about them?" Khan said worriedly. "It's nothing actually. The Lord here is a little obsessed with cleanliness. He says that everyone has to pay attention to hygiene, bathe frequently, and don't litter or pee anywhere. Otherwise, if you get caught by the security, the lightest punishment would be cleaning the toilets and the streets," the guard said after some hesitation. The guard hesitated for a moment before replying. Furthermore, when he mentioned cleaning the toilets and sweeping the streets, his eyes flickered a few times as if he still had a lingering fear. "Of course, apart from these strict rules, this place is actually quite nice. As long as you work for the Lord, you can eat 2 free meals a day. There is even fish meat inside." Chapter 108. Fish? Is there really meat? Khan said in surprise. Of course, the guard said with a smile. All right, we have to go to the market now. See you later. He patted Khan's shoulder and left. The refugees in the caravan had a place to settle down. There was a special shelter outside the town. All the refugees that came to the territory had to gather here first. Kevin, don't run around. Follow me closely, Khan said to the boy behind him. He then held Kevin's hand in one hand and a young woman's hand in the other as they walked towards the shelter. There were a dozen security guards around to maintain order. These refugees were very curious about the northern fortress. In their eyes, this place was too clean. The cobblestone road was spotless. There was no smell of feces in the air. There was no obvious stench on the people's bodies. It was different from all the cities they had seen along the way. There were even flowers and plants on both sides of the road. Khan, is that a bridge? The girl asked as she pointed at the aqueduct not far away. I don't know. The bridge should be on top of the river. It's too majestic. The most eye-catching structure in the northern fortress was the aqueduct. In this era, there were very few structures that were more than 10 meters tall, let alone a structure that was a few kilometers long and 35 meters tall. In the eyes of the refugees, it was a miracle. As they walked along the flat gravel road, there were many people observing this group of refugees. However, no one disturbed them because they also had their own jobs. If they were found to be lazy, then their points would definitely be deducted. Their points were related to their future farmland and housing. They could not afford to be careless. Khan and the others soon arrived at the refugee shelter. The officials at the shelter took out a piece of parchment paper to check and register all the refugees. After everyone was registered, they were led to a public bathroom at the side to take a bath. Surprisingly, everyone was given 2 sets of clothes. Although they were only coarse linen clothes, they were much better than what they were wearing. Everyone listen up. After you've showered, change into new clothes. Someone will bring you to have a meal. Throw your old clothes here. Those who don't change into new clothes won't get to eat, a worker said to the refugees. After that, all the refugees entered the public bathhouse in batches to take a shower. After bathing and changing into new clothes, the refugees no longer looked like beggars. After that, Khan brought his wife and Kevin to have dinner with the staff member. The place to eat was very close to here. Everyone was assigned a plate and spoon and then lined up to get the rice. Surprisingly, apart from a portion of mashed potatoes, everyone also had a portion of fish soup. The last time Khan had eaten meat was when he caught a rabbit a few months ago. He did not expect to have fish soup to drink as soon as he arrived here. A bowl of fish soup was not much and everyone finished it clean. Even the fish bones were licked until there was not a trace of meat left. After the meal, the previous staff member led them to their rooms. Those with families were assigned according to their families. Those who were single were assigned to a room. The room was newly built. Although it was not big, it was clean and tidy. There were already blankets inside. Compared to where they used to live, this place could be said to be heaven. Soon, a guard came to tell them that they could not go to those places. Those places were forbidden. At the same time, there were various rules and laws in the territory. At the same time, the house they were living in now did not belong to them. It was only for them to stay temporarily. If they wanted to live in a house, they would need to exchange money and points. Apart from today's food, from tomorrow onwards, they would need to work to obtain food. Every day they would earn points and money according to their work. If they wanted to obtain better food, better housing, or farmland, they would need to work hard. If they had skills, they could also report to their superiors and undergo an assessment. After passing the assessment, they would be assigned to suitable positions such as masons, blacksmiths, carpenters, brewers, carvers, and so on. Women who knew how to cook and sew clothes were all advantages. If they did not have skills, it was fine too. They could do manual labor such as manual labor or digging. The daily pay was at least 30 copper nars, and the highest was 70 copper nars. The pay was a little lower than in Cult City, but working in Northgard Castle provided meals every day, and at least one meal had meat and points. Points were very important here. If one wanted to buy farmland or a house, they would need a certain amount of points. If they did not have enough points, they would have to pay double or even triple the price. Houses and land. After hearing these words, Khan's eyes instantly became burning hot. As a commoner, he had 3 brothers. However, only his eldest brother had the right to inherit his father's land and house. He and his younger brother could only leave home when they reached adulthood and work for the nobles. If the nobles did not need them, they would have to go to the city to find work and become refugees. To them, nothing was more attractive than land and houses. If they could get a piece of land, they would be able to gain a foothold in Northgard Castle. It cost a lot of points to exchange for land and houses. Ordinary people would have to work hard for about 3 years to get a piece of land or a house. Of course, if they were married, it would be much faster. Of course, if they didn't want to use this method to exchange points for houses and farmlands, they could also sign up for the army. The North Town Fort also had a military merit system for soldiers. Compared to the points, the cost of exchanging for farmlands and houses was much lower. As long as they participated in killing a few enemies, they could earn enough points to exchange for land and houses. At the same time, what was even more exciting was that when they reached a certain level of military points, they could exchange for a noble title from the Lord. Of course, this noble title was the lowest level of knighthood. This title did not come with land. It only gave them some benefits in the territory and a higher status. Other than that, there were no other benefits. However, there were still many people who wanted to exchange for knighthood. Khan clenched his fists. Today he had killed 2 gnolls on the battlefield. Although it was a joint effort, it gave him the courage to join the army. Although he had only been here for less than a day, Khan was full of affection for this place. This was because in this city he saw something that he would never see anywhere else: hope. P.S. Thank you to Fenger for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to 20190803102225855 for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Lonely for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 109. The civilians in this world were actually very easy to satisfy. As long as you gave them hope, they would burst forth with shocking power. You didn't have to pay too much. Just give them a chance and they would work hard. They wanted houses, fields, and a better life. All of this required them to work hard. In the Northtown Castle, Su Lin was instilling a habit, and that was to rely on their own hard work to earn a better life. The next day, the new refugees went to the test site and work site. Those who didn't have skills went to work, and those who did had to go to the test site. Khan was going to sign up for the army. His wife was going to do some tailoring. Even little Kevin was going to sign up for work. There was a lot of work to be done in the Northtown Castle. With Sullen's decision to expand the outer city, the entire outer city became a construction site. There were too many houses to be built, a lot of building materials to be transported, and all kinds of living materials to be made. It could be said that there was a need for manpower everywhere. Khan had killed a gnoll manager, and his physical fitness was also qualified. He successfully joined the army and became a new recruit. After becoming a new recruit, he had to train in the camp for 3 months to half a year. He could only officially join the army after passing the test. Although he couldn't go to the battlefield and earn military merits as a new recruit, he would earn points as long as he met the standards of his daily training. On the first day of entering the camp, Khan didn't expect that their instructor would be a drow. In the legends of the human kingdoms, the drow was an evil existence. But here in the Northtown Castle, a drow was their instructor. Although he was confused when he thought of the rules that the soldiers read out, Khan put away all his thoughts. The training was hard. The drow was very cold and he would punish anyone who made a mistake. But the things he taught were very useful. For a better life, Khan gritted his teeth and persevered. When it was time for lunch, Khan realized that the food in the camp was much more sumptuous than yesterday. In addition to a piece of black bread and a bowl of fish soup, every soldier was given a piece of grilled meat. The meat was the size of a palm and was grilled to a crisp on the outside. Khan almost swallowed his tongue. The sumptuous lunch made him want to be a soldier who cooperated with him even more. Therefore, during the afternoon training, Khan became even more diligent. At night, the food in the barracks was still sumptuous. After the training ended, all the recruits left the barracks and returned to their living quarters. Returning to the small house once again, the other people in the surrounding rooms had also returned one after another. Although their bodies were exhausted after a busy day, these people who were still refugees yesterday were in high spirits. Some children were even playing around in the courtyard, and the adults would occasionally reprimand them. Seeing this scene, Khan suddenly felt much more at ease in his heart. Wasn't this scene what he had yearned for the most in the past? As long as he worked hard, he would be able to fill his stomach and feed his family. When he had enough points and money, he would be able to buy a piece of farmland that belonged to him. Su Lin was lying in the Lord's castle reading a book. It was the latest popular night novel in Cult City, called A Golden Scale is Not a Fish in the Pond. The main content of the book was about a commoner who worked hard to become a knight. Then, step by step, he became stronger and stronger, and finally he brought his wives to own his own territory and live a happy life together. The plot was full of ups and downs, and Su Lin finished the novel in one breath. After finishing it, he felt a little bored, and it reminded him of many things from his previous life. I wonder if Tokyo is still hot, if the people are still vegetarian, if the sea breeze in the Caribbean is still salty, if the art in the San Fernando Valley is still full of youth and sweat. Su Lin casually placed the book in the innermost part of the bookshelf and stretched his body. Then he walked out of the room and headed to the blacksmith's shop. He had obtained 5 sets of ankeg shells last time. Calculating the time, it should be almost done. Su Lin rode his horse all the way to the blacksmith's shop. The whole territory was undergoing construction, and the refugees who had just arrived were also immersed in all kinds of work. The whole territory was thriving, and Su Lin was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. When he arrived at the blacksmith's shop, Bruce personally came out to welcome Su Lin when he heard that he had arrived. "Bruce, have the ankeg shells been processed?" Su Lin asked directly. "Monseigneur, all the shells have been processed. A total of 5 sets of full-body plate armor and 50 shields have been made," Bruce said respectfully. Then he ordered the other apprentices to bring the completed armor and shields over. Su Lin casually picked up a set of plate armor. The armor was black in color and simple in design. He pressed his fingers on the armor with a little force. The armor was very tough, and the entire set of armor was very light. Plate armor, unnamed, material, ankeg carapace, weight, lightweight. This armor is made using the hardest part of an ankeg's carapace. Its defense is astonishing, yet it is extremely light. It is a rare treasure armor. Defense +3, toughness +2, lightness +2, acid resistance +10. This type of armor, which had the defense of a plate armor but only the weight of a light armor, was quite expensive. A brand new set of normal plate armor would cost around 1,000 gold nars. Since this type of light armor didn't have the weakness of metal armor against acid arrows, it was normal for the price to be several times higher. Many families would treat such a set of plate armor as a family heirloom. If Su Lin was willing to sell it, he could easily sell it for 4,000 to 5,000 kinar. After inspecting the 5 plates, Su Lin looked at the shields made from the ankeg shells. The surface area of the ankeg shells was very large, so Brock had made them into large shields. Each shield was 1.3 meters tall and 90 centimeters wide. It was second only to a tower shield. Su Lin picked up a shield and tested it. The shield was very tough, and the quality of the shields was also very light. Large shield, unnamed, material, ankeg shell, weight, light. This shield was made using the ankeg shells. It has amazing defense and is very light. Defense +3, toughness +2, acid resistance +8. There were more than 50 of these shields. Su Lin planned to use them to train a group of heavy armor. Although the barbarian guards were strong, they were more used to attacking. This time, Su Lin planned to build a defensive army. Once the barbarians went berserk, their entire command system would be paralyzed. The only thing they could think of was recklessness. They could charge and break through enemy lines, but they could not be counted on. The territory needed a group of heavy infantry, and these shields were light and tough. They were just right for the job. Chapter 110. Sullen's hero template came with the Lancer, which was the most common soldier type. It took a short time to train and was cheap. Of course, after a few upgrades it was still very strong. Another point was that although the Lancer was not very good, it was the prerequisite for activating a few special soldier types. For example, the special soldier types Formation Breaker and Great Halberd Warrior required the Lancer to advance. There were many other special soldier types in the system. For example, the special soldier type White Horse Cavalry, the special soldier type Tiger Leopard Cavalry, the special soldier type Mountain Cavalry, the special soldier type Unparalleled Flying Army, the special soldier type Crossbow Soldier, the special soldier type Eagle Archer, and so on. There were also some powerful soldier types that the system did not introduce. Su Lin could only choose from the Formation Breaker and Great Halberd Warrior. Of these two, Su Lin was more inclined towards the Formation Breaker. The system's evaluation of this unit was very simple. Every attack, no one is undefeated. Moreover, this unit was equipped with heavy infantry. To advance to this special soldier type, one must first upgrade the Lancer to the highest level and become the Spear Guard. Only then would one have the opportunity to advance to the Formation Breaker. The Lancer's initial advancement was the Recruit, Lancer, Elite Lancer, Heavy Armor Lancer, and finally the Spear Guard. Only the spear guard had the qualifications to advance to the formation breaker. According to the division of strength, the heavy armor lancer was the knight level, the spear guard was the grand knight, and the lowest level of the formation breaker was the knight commander. This level was not weaker than the barbarian axe berserkers. Moreover, compared to the barbarians who liked to be reckless, the formation breaker was very disciplined. If the two sides really fought, the barbarian axe berserker would definitely lose. It was not surprising that the barbarians, with their terrible discipline, would be beaten up by the formation breaker. Su Lin had already started to form the lancer and archer units. However, these two units did not have many people. The lancer and archer units were recruited from the refugees who came to the territory. The two units added together only had 40 people. Moreover, these refugees were in poor health. After all, as refugees, many of them did not have enough to eat. The first 1 or 2 months in the military camp were actually for them to nourish their bodies. The intensity of the training could only be said to be average. Only when their bodies recovered would the next step of training be carried out. Sulin's territory could be said to have gained a firm foothold. As long as he was not unlucky enough to be besieged by a large tribe, there would not be any major problems. Therefore, during this period of time, he had also begun to explore the surrounding wilderness. Because the Sierra de Lotus was to the north, a group of Cryopterists lived in the mountains, so he avoided this place and explored the east and south. In the northeast of the territory there was a centaur tribe. Owen's caravan would go there every once in a while to trade with the centaurs. Although Owen was very cautious every time, Su Lin still knew the general direction of the tribe, so he planned to open up a trade route with the centaurs. Owen traded with the centaur tribe for food and weapons in exchange for the centaur longbows and horses. When Owen once again led the caravan to the centaur tribe to trade, Su Lin also sent people to form a caravan to follow. However, the goods they brought were different from Owen's. Su Lin prepared wine. In the northern wilderness the winter was very cold, so wine was very popular. However, because of the problem of food production, the wine production was not high. Moreover, it was rarely sold in the northern wilderness. After all, wine was not a necessity. Under Sulin's half-forced request, Owen could only agree to bring Sulin's caravan to the centaur tribe. The construction of the territory was in full swing. The slaves and refugees were working hard. No one noticed that a black dot had appeared in the distant sky. The black dot quickly became bigger. In just a few breaths, the black dot became a huge monster with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. This monster was grayish-white. It had a pair of fleshy bat-like wings, but it was 100 times bigger than a bat. At the end of the wings was a pair of sharp claws. On its head was a sharp beak filled with sharp teeth. Its legs were even more terrifying. It looked very similar to the pterosaurs of the dinosaur era. However, compared to the pterosaurs, this guy was much stronger. Cryopteris, a type of cold urone. These pterosaurs had flown to Sulin's territory. The territory was currently working. No one noticed Cryopteris. However, as Cryopteris continued to approach, the smell of a superior predator appeared. Dragon. It's a dragon. At this moment, a refugee inadvertently raised his head to take a look. He was completely stunned. What dragon? Hurry up and work. Otherwise your points will be halved today. The supervisor beside him said impatiently. It's a dragon, a giant dragon. Run. The refugee who reacted threw down his tools and ran away. Seeing that the refugee threw down his tools and ran away, the supervisor shouted angrily, "Come back, you better come back. Your points for today are gone." I still want. At this moment, the surrounding refugees were in an uproar. Dragon, it's a dragon. Run. Run. The evil dragon is here. A strong wind pressure swept across the top of their heads. Many people were directly blown away by the strong wind. The powerful Cryopteris only circled above their heads once. The strong wind brought about by it was enough to throw many refugees off their feet. The surroundings were filled with the screams of monsters and humans who were struggling for their lives. Cryopteris came quickly and left quickly. It only circled once before flying away. Only the group of trembling humans and monster slaves were left behind. A huge black shadow flew into the sky. Cryopteris's ferocious claws grabbed 2 human corpses tightly. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host's territory is under attack by a powerful creature. Just as Su Lin was dealing with the matter, the system suddenly notified him. Then there was a loud commotion in the town. Sulin's expression changed. He immediately opened the balcony window and walked out to take a look. He saw a huge black shadow flying across the sky above the town. It then flew towards the sky in the north. Cryopteris. After seeing the huge shadow, Sulin immediately recognized that it was an adult Cryopteris. What's going on? Why is Cryopteris here to hunt? Sulin's expression was a little serious. Sulin didn't have time to think about Cryopteris. He immediately went downstairs to calm the people down. Although Cryopteris' attack just now only killed 2 humans, the dragon's influence was too great. If it wasn't handled properly, there would be a large number of refugees in Sulin's territory. Other than calming these people down, the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls in the territory were now in chaos. As an important labor force in the territory, Sulin didn't want them to take the opportunity to escape. Chapter 111. Luckily, the Cryopteris didn't cause too much damage. All the refugees hid in their rooms. Although many of the slaves had escaped, the situation was quickly controlled by the barbarian guards. Other than the 2 refugees who died, there are 13 people who were injured. 9 of them were injured by the strong wind, 2 were sprained, and 2 were trampled. A worker reported the casualties to Sulin. I understand. What's the situation with the slaves? Sulin nodded and asked another person. Monsignor, 43 slaves escaped. The rest are locked up in the slave camp. There were 12 slaves who tried to escape but were killed by the barbarian guards. Let's stop working today and let them rest for a day to recover. We'll continue working tomorrow. Oh, and give them a good dinner. Sulin thought for a moment and ordered. The same goes for the refugees. Send someone to comfort the dead and give them some compensation. Also, immediately build a watchtower. There must be 2 soldiers on it at all times to check the situation in the sky. If they discover any enemy, they must warn them immediately. The security team will maintain order. When they hear the warning, send them to a safe place to hide immediately. Arrange for people to guard the crossbows. If there are any wyverns or other creatures that invade, prepare to attack immediately. Sulin methodically assigned tasks to them. At the same time, he set up a warning system to prevent the wyverns from attacking again. At the same time, he arranged for people to guard the crossbows and be ready to attack at any time. After arranging everything, Sulin let out a sigh of relief and let the people go do their own things. Master, are you going to look for the Cryopteris? Chris walked over with a cup of black tea. Yes. Sulin took a sip of the black tea and said, Sulin, are you really going to slay the wyverns? Hathaway said in surprise as she pushed up the glasses on her face. If I don't take care of them, am I going to let these wyverns use my territory as a hunting ground? Sulin said with a gloomy face. Slaying a wyvern was not easy. Even a Euron was not easy to kill, let alone a wyvern that could fly. Master, are you confident? I'll go with you. Chris came behind Sulin and put her hands on Sulin's shoulders to massage gently. Sulin's head naturally leaned back and lay on the plump face wash. I need you to take care of the territory. Without you I won't be at ease. Sulin closed his eyes and said comfortably. Then let Sister Hathaway go with you along with Johnson and Aiton. What are they going to do? Will you hold us back? Sulin curled his lips and said. Who are you talking about? Hathaway said angrily. I'm talking about you. You've just become an intermediate wizard. Have you learned all the spells? Sulin said as he glanced at her pair of big bears. He thought to himself, this girl is growing up fast. Cryopteris can fly. Can you fly? Hathaway looked at Sulin and said. The problem of flying was still a headache for Sulin. Although he was powerful, he couldn't fly. But Chris could fly and her flying speed was not slow. Should he let Chris be his mount and take him to fly? Intermediate wizards could also fly, although the flying speed was not very fast. Your flying spell is too slow. If you fly, you'll become a target for those Cryopteris. Sulin shook his head and said. I can help you take down those pterosaurs. Hathaway said proudly. Cryopteris is a cold Euron. Fire spells can do 1.5 to 2 times the damage. Also, these pterosaurs don't have dragon scales. If they are hit, even if they don't lose their ability to fly, their flying speed and height will be greatly reduced. What you said makes sense, but it's too dangerous. You don't have the ability to protect yourself. Once you're targeted by those pterosaurs, you won't be able to escape. Sulin was a little tempted, but he still shook his head and refused. He didn't want his little sister to die. How do you know I don't have the ability to protect myself? Hathaway wrinkled her nose and took out a delicate little magic staff. She knocked on the table and said. Sulin's interest was piqued. Every time this girl learned a new spell, she liked to show off. What spell did you learn this time? Of course, watch carefully. Hathaway raised her head. Her beautiful face was full of pride. She gently waved the magic staff in her hand. To Sullen's surprise, a light flashed and Hathaway suddenly disappeared. Invisibility? This isn't just an invisibility spell. I also cast an erasure spell. Not only is my body invisible, but even my scent and footprints can't disappear. Unless I actively attack or break the invisibility spell, those Cryopteris won't be able to find me. Hathaway's voice echoed in the room. What was strange was that Su Lin couldn't find her location through her voice. Hehe, you want to use sound to find my location? I used ventriloquism. You won't be able to find me, Hathaway said proudly. Su Lin scanned the room and indeed didn't find any trace of her. There was no scent in the air either. It was as if she had really disappeared into thin air. At this moment, Su Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain on his scalp. A strand of hair was pulled out. You can't find me, right? Hathaway's proud voice sounded again. Su Lin could already imagine her smug look now. Since he couldn't see Hathaway, Su Lin directly opened the system map and zoomed in on the room he was in. The map clearly marked the location of the three of them. After glancing at the map, Su Lin knew where she was hiding. He then got up and pretended to look for her in the room. Just as Hathaway was about to sneak up on him again, Su Lin suddenly turned around and hugged her. You can't run away now, right? Hathaway didn't react at all when Su Lin suddenly hugged her. How did you find me? Hathaway looked at Su Lin in surprise. Su Lin nodded and said, Your magic is pretty good. I promise you can come with me. You still haven't answered me. How did you find me? Hathaway asked. That's a secret. Tisk, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares? Hathaway snorted and turned her head away. However, her white and delicate ears perked up. Since he had already decided to slay the dragon, Su Lin began to prepare the tools needed to slay the dragon. Fortunately, it was a pterosaur. Although its body was tough, it didn't have dragon scales. The pterosaur's defense would be greatly reduced. Even so, it wasn't easy to hunt this kind of monster. Su Lin needed to prepare some things to limit their flying ability. If it was close combat, Su Lin was confident that he could kill those pterosaurs. Chapter 112. After the javelins, food, ropes, clothes and other materials were prepared, Su Lin left the territory with Hathaway. The Sierra de Lotus, where the Cryopteris lived, was about 300 kilometers away from Sullen's territory. To them it was just a matter of a few flaps of their wings, but to Su Lin it would take a few days. Fortunately, the black-maned horse that the system had won was very powerful. It could gallop across the wasteland like it was flat ground. Su Lin carried Hathaway on the horse's back. Hathaway originally wanted to ride the horse herself. According to her, her horsemanship was very good, but she gave in to Sullen's excellent marksmanship. The black-maned horse ran very steadily. Although Hathaway was tall, she looked small and delicate next to Su Lin. She was just right in Sullen's arms. Her whole body was hidden in Sullen's cloak, and only her palm-sized face could be seen. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose. It was an indescribable floral scent. It smelled very comfortable. It was Hathaway's unique scent. Occasionally, a strand of knotty hair would come out of the cloak and run to his neck to tickle him. Hathaway was very interested in the wasteland. Her body leaned against Sullen's warm embrace, and her eyes constantly looked around. However, she soon felt a little bored, and her body moved back to lie more comfortably. Should Su Lin open the strategic map to compare and adjust their route? Su Lin had obtained the approximate location of Cryopteris from the giant rock. Their barbarian tribe had been forced to move because they were in Cryopteris hunting range. With the arrival of these Cryopteris, the other races and predators in the wasteland would choose to leave. Cryopteris would consciously hunt these people and animals who competed with him for food. It was a bit ironic. The ice Quetzalcoatlus drove away the other predators, and then the number of bison, spotted antelope and giant antler deer increased. Although the ice Quetzalcoatlus was hunting them, compared to the previous hunting of so many predators, their population had actually expanded. Although they had to face Cryopteris predation, these animals were still unwilling to leave. Su Lin rode the black-maned horse in the wasteland. Some gnolls wanted to attack him, but before they could reach him, the horse had already left them behind. Some smarter ones wanted to stop him, but Su Lin casually flicked his spear and sent them flying. After running in the wasteland for 2 days, the two entered the Sierra de Lotus. Su Lin recalled the black-maned horse and put it in the storage space. He then started climbing the mountain with Hathaway. The mountain path was steep and difficult to climb. Sulin was worried that Hathaway would not be able to adapt, but after a while he realized that Hathaway was even more familiar with it than he was. Sulin later found out that Hathaway had made him a full set of equipment with all kinds of buffs. The mountain where the ice Quetzalcoatlus lived was very high. In fact, there was no road at all. Fortunately, the two of them were not ordinary people. Although the mountain was steep, it was not difficult to climb up. The ice Quetzalcoatlus was very powerful. They were one of the few subdragons that inherited the true dragon's breath ability. Their breath of ice could directly freeze a grand knight, and their explosive strength could lift an elephant. They were also much more intelligent than normal beasts. However, they also had a weakness, which was that they moved very slowly on the ground. Compared to dragons, Cryopteris lacked a pair of front claws. Their wings were also large. Although this gave them powerful flying ability, it also made it difficult for them to move on the ground. If Su Luan wanted to hunt these pterosaurs, the best time would be when they were not in the sky. Facing the flying pterosaurs, the difficulty of hunting them instantly increased by several levels. These pterosaurs' diving attacks were very powerful, and there was a record of directly killing a commander in a second. The two moved quietly on the steep mountain. From time to time, a few Cryopteris roars could be heard from the sky. A huge black shadow swooped down from the cliff, bringing with it a large amount of ice crystals and snowflakes. The air here was very cold and the biting cold wind whistled past. Sulin was very focused. He had already activated the strategic map to monitor the situation here. Cryopteris were social animals. Through the strategic map, Sulin had already found 4 Cryopteris. Every Cryopteris nest was made up of a male and a female pterosaur. Of course, sometimes there were also their young. Pterosaurs would lay eggs once every 2 to 3 years. Each time they would lay 3 to 6 dragon eggs. Compared to the long growth period of a real dragon, the young pterosaur would live on their own after 3 years. They would reach adulthood in about 10 years. When they got close to the Cryopteris nest, Sulin did not attack directly. Instead, he found a crack in the surrounding area and asked Hathaway to hide inside. For this purpose, Sulin even used his weapon to decorate the crack. The space inside was a lot bigger and there was a turning point at the entrance. This way, even if the Cryopteris found her, as long as she hid inside, the Cryopteris would not be able to do anything to her. Just stand here. After you cast your spell, hide inside. Remember, don't take their attack head-on, Sulin said in a serious tone. Although Hathaway's strength was not bad, it was still very dangerous for her to fight against a Cryopteris. After all, low-grade wizards were famous for being fragile. Sulin rubbed her pretty face that was a little red from the cold. Hathaway was very excited. She held her magic staff tightly and her big eyes looked around. She was eager to try. Don't worry, I won't joke about my nickname. My goal is to become a legendary witch, Hathaway whispered. She waved her magic staff with her small white hand and said, also, if a Cryopteris flies into the air, you can lure them here. I'll help you shoot them down. Got it? Sulin nodded. He then checked the surroundings and began to prepare. Dragons could change the natural environment of their habitat. For example, a white dragon's habitat would become an ice cave over time, a black dragon's habitat would slowly become a swamp, and a red dragon's habitat would eventually become a volcano. Dragons were born with a strong radiation ability. Not only could they change the environment, but they could also affect the creatures living around them. There were many dragon descendants in this world, but not all of them had the blood left behind by dragons. Many dragon descendants were just exposed to radiation for a long time in the area where dragons lived, and their bodies had some dragonization effect. The most famous of them were the kobolds. These guys liked the things left behind by dragons the most. They would collect the scales shed by dragons and put them near their eggs. This would increase the blood of dragons in their babies and increase the chances of awakening to become a dragon disciple sorcerer. P.S. Thank you 2000822110735094 for the 500 Chidien coins tip. Chapter 113. After finishing his preparations, Sulin stretched his body and prepared to hunt the dragon. Ding. Defend the territory quest activated. After your tireless efforts, your territory is finally on the right track. However, a group of Cryopteris has set their sights on this place. They are using this place as a hunting ground. Please take care of the Cryopteris as soon as possible. The cold voice of the system rang in his ears. Su Luan took out the steel-made javelin and checked if it was damaged. Then he put the javelin in a place within reach to make sure that he could throw the javelin as soon as possible. After preparing the javelin, Su Lin took out some other things he had prepared. There were a few steel chains. He wanted to use ropes before, but after testing the strength of the ropes, he found that ropes were not strong enough. There were no chemical materials like nylon in this era. The strength of ropes was too low. Cryopteras were very strong. They often hunted large herbivores. Many animals like bison and giant antlers weighed more than a ton. Cryopteras could easily pick them up and fly back to the mountain peak thousands of meters high. The ropes in this world could not withstand their strength at all. In addition to the steel chains, Su Lin also prepared a few steel balls to restrict the flight of the Cryopteras. If there were too many Cryopteras and the chains could not restrain them in time, these steel balls would affect their flight. The javelin was connected to 2 steel balls with chains. Even if the Cryopteras could fly, it would be difficult for it to maintain its balance after being hit. The steel javelin had special barbs on it. It would be difficult to break free after being hit. Be careful. Hathaway looked at the figure and then clenched the staff in her hand. The cold wind on the mountain peak whistled and rolled up countless ice crystals. There was a layer of steel-like ice under their feet. It was very slippery when they stepped on it. In addition to the whistling cold wind, there was a bottomless abyss just a few meters away. Without enough courage, they would not dare to move in this environment. This area was very narrow. It could only accommodate a few people at most. It was impossible to use human wave tactics. Moreover, even if there were many people, there was no space to dodge once the Cryopteras attacked in such a narrow environment. The biggest possibility was that they would be swept directly into the cliff next to them. Cryopteras hunted once every 2 days. Normally, the male hunted while the female stayed at home. Su Lin saw Cryopteras returning from a hunt when he was climbing the mountain. They were most likely in their nest now. Su Lin carefully approached the Cryopteras nest. The Cryopteras was very confident in its nest. Building a nest in such a dangerous place could stop 95% of the attackers. Walking slowly along the cliff, the whistling mountain wind completely blew away some of the sound. After bypassing a few steep rocks, a stone platform appeared in front of him. The stone platform was more than 10 meters high, and on top of it was the nest of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. It was a nest made of animal skin and some unknown materials. It looked like an enlarged bird's nest. There was a Quetzalcoatlus inside, and outside the nest, there was an even larger Quetzalcoatlus. Passing through the gap between the Cryopteras' wings, Su Lin saw a white dragon egg. It seemed that the Cryopteras had built their nest here to hatch their offspring. This was good news for Su Lin. With the dragon egg as a restraint, the Cryopteras would not all rush up to attack when they discovered an intruder. This would greatly reduce the pressure on Su Lin. Furthermore, the winged dragon egg was very precious. It was very difficult to tame an adult pterosaur. Only by hatching a dragon egg could one tame a pterosaur. In the human world, the price of a winged dragon egg was very high. An egg that could hatch a pterosaur was worth around 3,000 kinnar. Even a dead egg that could not hatch could be sold for 500 kinnar. The winged dragon egg contained a large amount of elemental energy that could strengthen the body. It was very popular among the nobles. There was no place to hide on the platform. As soon as Su Lin appeared, the Cryopteras noticed him. Seeing that someone had invaded its nest, the male Cryopteras roared and immediately flapped its wings and flew down. The Cryopteras flew into the sky with a gust of wind. After circling in the sky, it dived directly towards Su Lin. A foul smell came from its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The ice Quetzalcoatlus dived very fast. Just as it was about to reach Su Lin rolled to the side in an instant, and then waved his hand to throw a 2-meter-long fine steel javelin. In such a short distance, the Cryopteras only had time to turn its body sideways. The steel javelin instantly pierced through its wings. The Cryopteras cried out in pain. Dragon blood splashed everywhere. Its body tilted and fell to the ground. However, the pterosaur's flying ability was very strong. It quickly regained control of its body and struggled to fly higher. How could Su Lin give it the chance? He pulled the chain behind the javelin hard and then pulled hard. The huge force made the chain very tight. The pterosaur's wings were very strong. Although the wings were injured and the dragon blood was spilling, its strength was not reduced at all. The steel chain made creaking sounds as it was pulled, and many parts of the chain had been deformed. Bang! In the end, the steel chain could not withstand the huge pulling force and broke. The ice pterosaur, freed from its shackles, wanted to fly up. However, even if it desperately flapped its dragon wings, it could not maintain its balance at all. It almost spun and fell from a height of more than 10 meters, and then hit the cold hard rock hard. Su Lin threw away the broken chain in his hand, took out the spear from the storage space, and then rushed to the place where the Cryopterus fell. He was going to kill the male Cryopterus before the female Cryopterus could react. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in an instant. The spear in Su Lin's hand was about to pierce into the Cryopterus's head and completely end its life. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the struggling Cryopterus, and then it opened its horrible and ferocious mouth in an instant. Su Lin's heart sank. Without thinking, he dodged to the side. A strong stench hit him in the face. Frost breath. The extremely cold breath was spat out in an instant. Su Lin only had time to move his body before his left arm was covered by the frost breath. His left arm quickly condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The piercing cold spread and continued to spread to his body. At the same time, the still struggling Cryopterus opened its complete wing and slapped at Su Lin with a huge wind pressure. Dragon Wing Strike. This was the most dangerous attack of the pterosaur. As the most muscular part of the dragon, the strength of their wings was very amazing. After the frost breath hit Su Lin, it immediately slapped at his head. Chapter 114. Su Lin continued to attack. The energy in his body exploded instantly, shattering the ice on the surface of his body. He exerted force on his feet, shattering the rock that was as hard as steel. His body rushed to the left at an even faster speed than before. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The sharp wind cut off a few strands of his hair. Su Lin dodged the dragon wing attack by a hair's breadth. Cracks appeared on the rocks behind him, and the hard ice shattered into powder. Using dragon breath and dragon wing strike continuously was very taxing on the ice Quetzalcoatlus. They would have a very short period of weakness. Su Lin held the spear in his hand and activated the thunder lightning spear. Lightning flashed around him. His body flashed, and in the next second he appeared beside Cryopterus. The spear in his hand pierced through its jaw. The sharp spear pierced through the tough dragon skin, and then went all the way up along the gap between the frontal bones, tearing through the muscles and piercing towards the brain. Boiling dragon blood gushed out, dyeing his body red, and a piercing pain came from his skin. The blood of dragons and your own was corrosive. For example, the blood of the red dragon was almost as hot as magma. An ordinary person would be burned to death by the dragon's blood. The 3-meter-long spear pierced the ice Quetzalcoatlus brain through the gaps between its bones. The lightning attached to the spear paralyzed the ice Quetzalcoatlus. In the end, half of the spear pierced into the ice Quetzalcoatlus brain. As a viper, its brain was still very fragile. After being pierced by the spear and destroyed by the lightning, the ice Quetzalcoatlus body shook a few times in an instant and then collapsed. The sound of wings flapping was heard. The female Cryopterus in the nest saw that the male Cryopterus was severely injured. She immediately became restless and flew up. Then she pounced on Su Lin. Hearing the strange noise behind him, Su Lin picked up the other spear without thinking. The lightning in his body instantly covered his whole body. He exerted force on his feet and turned around abruptly. The spear that was covered with lightning flew out like a bolt of lightning and hit Cryopterus' abdomen directly. The powerful power of thunder and lightning instantly detonated in its body. The ice Quetzalcoatlus's body stiffened instantly, and then it fell directly from mid-air. With a bang, it hit the cold rock and then slid to Su Lin under the action of inertia. Taking out another steel javelin, Su Lin jumped up. Strong lightning flashed back and forth on his body, and the javelin in his hand was wrapped in thunder and lightning. Then, the spear pierced through Cryopterus' head with a thunderous force. The female Cryopterus fell to the ground. Su Lin took a deep breath. The lightning on his body had faded. It was not easy to kill 2 Cryopterus in a row. These Euron had high damage. If Su Lin was not careful, he would be injured. The male Cryopterus was also very cunning. If it was not for his quick reaction, he would have been severely injured by the pterosaur's full-force wing attack. Su Lin took out the spear and the spear that was buried in the skull. He used ice to freeze the corpses. He did not have time to deal with the 2 pterosaur corpses. Although the battle was short, it had attracted the attention of the other Cryopterus. At this time, 2 more Cryopterus were flying towards him. Behind them, 2 more Cryopterus were approaching. Without stopping, Su Lin quickly jumped off the platform and ran back to where he came from. Facing 4 Cryopteris at once was very stressful for Su Lin. After killing 2 Cryopteris in a row, Su Lin gained a lot of experience. However, he was still some distance away from leveling up to 21. After seeing Su Lin rushing over, Hathaway stared at the Cryopteris in the sky, ready to attack at any time. Thunder Lightning Spear. The violent power of thunder and lightning instantly erupted from his body, and an energy field appeared around him. Even on this mountain peak that was thousands of meters high, the perennial wind and snow stopped. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time, illuminating the dusky sky. The 2 Cryopteris circled in the sky and then swooped down towards Su Lin. The wind and snow they brought with them formed small whirlwinds in the sky. Frost Breath. Frost Breath. When they were about 10 meters away from Su Lin, the 2 Cryopteris spat out a wave of extremely cold frost at the same time. The temperature of the cliff, which was already very cold, dropped again. Su Lin quickly jumped on the cliff. After running for 10 meters on the steep and cold cliff, Su Lin finally escaped the range of the frost breath. He raised the javelin in his hand towards the sky. Accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly hit the steel javelin. The bright lightning instantly lit up the entire sky. Under the support of the lightning power, a blue lightning appeared on the steel javelin, and the entire javelin was drawn into a bolt of lightning at this moment. Sensing the terrifying power of the lightning javelin, the 2 Cryopteris swooped down again. Their huge wings stuck close to the cliff and swept over. They were determined to sweep Su Lin off the mountain and off the cliff to his death. The violent power of thunder and lightning quickly converged, and the spreading electric snakes ran all over Su Lin's body. Even he felt a little numb, and the lightning brought with it a burning pain. Feeling the violent power of thunder and lightning in his body, a faint electric light appeared in Su Lin's eyes. Dense electric currents flickered around his body, and the javelin in his hand had completely turned into dazzling thunder and lightning. Lightning Javelin Throw. Su Lin instantly threw out the lightning javelin that had reached its limit. The 2 Cryopteris were very close. Su Lin could even clearly see the pieces of flesh hanging from their white sharp teeth. A dazzling bolt of lightning appeared and instantly flew towards the Cryopteris that was slightly in front. Rumble. A bolt of lightning exploded in midair. The roar of thunder instantly covered all other sounds. In the dazzling lightning, the lightning javelin instantly hit the frost Quetzalcoatlus. The violent power of lightning exploded out of thin air. The hit Cryopteris was directly wrapped in lightning. Even the nearby Cryopteris was affected. The violent lightning exploded in an instant. The hit Cryopteris did not have the slightest ability to resist. Under the effect of inertia, it directly hit the hard mountain, rolled down, and finally was blocked by a few rocks. However, the Cryopteris was already dead. There was a terrible bloody hole in its body, and the surrounding dragon skin was scorched black. The other Cryopteris was affected. One of its wings was scorched black and its body was stiff. It struggled in midair, trying to fly away. Chapter 115. Fireball. An orange-red fireball the size of a basketball suddenly appeared and flew directly towards the injured Cryopteris. The Cryopteris, which had not fully recovered from its paralysis, had no time to dodge and was hit by the fireball. Boom. As a cold Euron, their resistance to fire spells was very low. Although Fireball was a level 3 evocation spell, it was the most powerful low-level spell. Many level 4 spells were not necessarily comparable to it. Otherwise the 5 Fires sect would not have emerged. The orange-red fireball exploded after hitting the Cryopteris. The scorching flames instantly caused serious damage to the Cryopteris. The Cryopteris, which was barely flying, was directly hit by the fireball. Its huge body fell from the sky and hit the cold rock with a bang. Ice and gravel flew everywhere, and blood slowly flowed out under its body. The Cryopteris cried out a few times and its struggle became weaker and weaker. It seemed that it would not live for long. Before Su Lin could catch his breath, the other 2 Cryopteris had attacked again. The death of their companion made them even angrier, and because of the previous battle, they were very vigilant against Sullen's javelins. The biggest advantage of the Cryopteris was not their powerful dragon breath, but their ability to fly. With the ability to fly, they had the opportunity to attack and retreat. The best way to kill them was to make them lose their ability to fly. The two Cryopterists took turns to attack Su Lin. Every time Su Lin was about to throw his javelins at one of them, the other Cryopterist would immediately attack him. If Su Lin insisted on attacking, it was very likely that he would be severely injured by the claws or wings of the other Cryopterist. The two Cryopterists cooperated very well, which gave Su Lin a headache. He wanted Hathaway to launch a sneak attack, but the two Cryopterists were very vigilant. Cryopterists who could fly would have a high chance of dodging the fireball if he couldn't sneak an attack. Hathaway had tried it once before. However, there was still a solution. A few pieces of rock and ice hit his face, causing him a slight pain. Su Lin dodged the Cryopterist's wings again and continued to dodge. Spells like Flame Arrow or Scorching Ray could be used to attack, but they weren't very effective against first circle spells. Haste, Cat's Grace, Bear's Endurance, Elemental Resistance. Several spiritual lights entered Su Luin's body in succession, which improved his already sensitive body again. Even if he was walking on the smooth and steep rock wall, he could now walk on it as if it were flat ground. The two Cryopterists were very cunning. They cooperated with each other to exhaust Sullen's stamina. In such a steep and cold environment, a fierce battle would consume a lot of stamina. Once Sullen's stamina ran out, the two Cryopterists would swarm him and tear him apart. Su Lin took out another chain from his storage space. The two ends of the chain were connected to two metal balls. They were specially made by Su Lin to disrupt the balance of the Cryopterists. Compared to the javelins, the chain balls were almost useless, but they could disrupt the balance of the Cryopterists. Compared to the javelins, the chain balls had a much larger attack range and were harder to dodge. Soon, the two Cryopterists swooped down again. Su Lin rolled away and threw the chain in his hand. He jumped up again and dodged the attack of the other Cryopterist. Life and death were decided in this moment. The Cryopterist swooped down on Su Lin. He had no room to dodge. Suppressing the soreness in his muscles, Su Lin took a deep breath and rolled back along the ground. The hard and cold rocks hit his body, causing him pain. When the ice Quetzalcoatl saw the chain coming towards it, it flapped its wings and adjusted its direction to avoid it. But this time it miscalculated. Su Lin pulled the other side of the chain in his hand and shook it slightly to change the direction of the chain ball. Then the chain wrapped around the ice Quetzalcoatl again. After loosening the chain, the adjusted chain hit the long and narrow neck of the ice Quetzalcoatl. Under the effect of inertia, the chain wrapped around the ice Quetzalcoatl's right wing and upper claws. Although it was only one round, it was a big problem for the ice Quetzalcoatl. As it flapped its wings, the two heavy chains began to sway around irregularly, which seriously affected the ice Quetzalcoatl's flying state. The ice Quetzalcoatl, which could fly freely, suddenly became like a baby eagle that had just learned how to fly, wobbling. After wrapping the chain around the Cryopterist, Su Lin ignored the pterosaur because the other pterosaur was about to attack him. A steel spear appeared in his hand in an instant. He blocked the pterosaur's sharp claws with a horizontal sweep. Then he used the momentum to dodge the pterosaur's wings. Fireball. While Su Lin was fighting with the other Cryopterists, Hathaway immediately attacked the pterosaur whose flying ability was greatly reduced. Cryopterist, whose flying ability was greatly reduced because of the chain, watched in horror as the fireball hit its wings. With a shrill cry, Cryopterist fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the cold rocks. No one knew if it was dead or alive. The Cryopterist that was fighting with Su Lin realized that all its companions were dead. It spat a breath of ice at Su Lin and flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. However, it was already too late. Faced with the bone-chilling frost breath, Su Lin had no intention of dodging. After activating Bear's tenacity and elemental resistance, the frost breath's power had weakened significantly. He could now take it head-on. Thunder Lightning Spear. A violent power of thunder and lightning gushed out of his body. Bolts of lightning jumped in the sky and then directly hit the spear in Su Lin's right hand. The 3-meter-long spear flashed with lightning in an instant, and the violent lightning kept jumping. Even Su Lin couldn't bear such a powerful electric current. Su Lin endured the burning sensation of the lightning, looked at the panicked ice Quetzalcoatl, and threw it at it with all his might. Thunder Spear Throw. The powerful force tore the surrounding air apart. The lightning spear was like a flash of lightning, and then it ruthlessly pierced into the back of the ice Quetzalcoatl. The 3-meter-long spear almost completely sank into its body. The dazzling lightning burst out, and the escaping ice Quetzalcoatl let out a sorrowful cry. It fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. P.S. Thank you to Heavy Dragon Knight for the tip of 200 coins. Thank you to Gue Hong for the tip of 200 coins. Thank you to Chang'e's Ho Yi for the tip of 100 coins. Thank you to Traceless Immortal Dragon for the tip of 888 coins. Thank you to Loneliness for the tip of 100 coins. Chapter 116. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have killed Cryopteris and completed the Territory Guard quest. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. You have completed the Territory Guard quest. You have obtained 10,000 experience points and +1 to all attributes. You have killed Cryopteris and gained 15 peace of mind and 15 stability in your territory. Congratulations, host. You and your hero Hathaway have killed 6 Cryopteris. You have obtained 60,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. You have obtained 2 skill points and 2 free attribute points. A golden treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have broken through LV20 and reached LV21. You have broken through the limits of mortals and stepped into the realm of legends. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the realm of legends. Your storage space has expanded to 10 cubic meters. If you want to increase it further, please explore on your own. Your Advanced Sturdy and Advanced Tenacity have evolved into Legendary Sturdy and Legendary Tenacity. You have obtained a Skill Fusion Point, Legendary. You have obtained partial information about the legendary ability, Thunder Domain. You have obtained partial information about the legendary ability, Lightning Control. You have killed Cryopteris. You have obtained the title, Dragon Slayer, your own. Dragon Slayer. As someone who has killed the most powerful dragon-type creature in this world, you have an even stronger deterrent force. Your name has begun to spread across the continent. Fame +2. Su Lin felt the surging power in his body. After breaking through to the realm of legends, he could clearly feel that his power had increased once again. In the depths of his soul, a spark of lightning appeared. Su Lin's soul instantly came to a magical place. It was an ocean that contained endless power. All kinds of power mixed together and emitted a shocking power. These powers were filled with violent power. It was like chaos. Su Lin was like a small drop of water here. Su Lin's soul underwent some strange changes under this powerful power. His originally blurry soul became much clearer. There seemed to be no concept of time or space here. Su Lin didn't know how long he stayed here. Perhaps it was a second, perhaps it was tens of thousands of years. Then his soul instantly left this space and returned to his body. Looking at the cold snowflake in his hand, Su Lin knew that only a moment had passed. Feeling the power in his body, Su Lin found that the violent power of thunder had become much gentler. It was also much smoother to control, and the previous feeling had disappeared. The original Advanced Sturdy and Advanced Tenacity were upgraded to Legendary Sturdy and Legendary Tenacity. Legendary Sturdy had 2 more points than Advanced Sturdy and 2 more points, and Legendary Tenacity. Legendary Tenacity. After a long period of training in battle, your body has surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. You have gained stronger vitality. Normal attacks will reduce damage to you by 100%. Permanent increase of health points by 100%. Increase of health points by 100%. Increase of health points by 100%. At the same time, you have gained elemental resistance. All elemental attacks will be reduced by 20%. Magic resistance +20. With the Legendary Tenacity talent, Su Lin's defense had reached a ridiculous level. In addition to elemental resistance and magic resistance, he would have no problem taking on normal spells. He could even try taking a bath in lava. Advancing to Legendary wasn't a simple matter of stacking data. Although data was important, it was more important to start touching the power of laws. He had a deeper understanding of the power of thunder. Originally, he thought that he was very familiar with the control and use of thunder. However, after touching the power of laws, he realized how crude he used this power in the past. Many times he would waste a lot of unnecessary power. After feeling the power in his body, Su Lin began to collect the spoils of war. After becoming a legendary, he still needed time to familiarize himself with the power he gained. The corpses of Cryopteris in front of him had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Although Cryopteris was a Euron, as long as it was related to dragons, all kinds of materials would become very valuable. Hathaway also ran out from the gap where she was hiding. She jumped up from afar and threw herself into Su Lin's arms. She pushed Su Lin back a few steps and sat on a rock. Seeing the bloodstains on Sullen's body, Hathaway became nervous. She touched his body with her small white hands. "You're hurt?" "Okay, I'm fine. This blood belongs to the Cryopterus." Sulin grabbed Hathaway's small hands. If she continued to touch him, he would lose control. This place was cold and not a good place. He still liked to go back and sleep on the blanket. Seeing that Sulin was fine, she was relieved. Then, she let out a cheer and ran to the corpse of a Cryopterus. Sulin tidied up his tight clothes and walked over. "So many Cryopterus, so many magic materials. I'm rich, I'm rich." Sulin walked to Hathaway's side and found that she was touching Cryopterus wings and muttering to herself. Her eyes were shining with the light that belonged to Kinnur. Sulin realized for the first time that this girl was a money grubber. "Wake up, your saliva is freezing." Sulin pinched Hathaway's delicate little face and teased her. "What?" Hathaway subconsciously wiped the corners of her mouth with her hand, and then realized, "You lied to me." Then she was ready to fight with Sulin. Sulin reached out his hand and pressed Hathaway's head. Hathaway, who was squatting on the ground, could not stand up at all. Her two arms were swinging back and forth as if she was swimming. As a wizard, her strength was no match for Sulin, who was in human form. "Okay, stop fooling around. It's getting late. We have to get rid of these Cryopterus quickly. The value of these corpses will decrease if we delay any longer." I'll remember this. I'll deal with you when we get back," Hathaway said angrily. Sulin laughed in his heart. "You want to deal with me? You've become arrogant after a few days of not fighting. When we get back, I'll let you have a taste of my advanced plasma cannon." Cryopterus corpses were very valuable. The smallest of these Cryopterus had a wingspan of 15 meters, and the largest was 18 meters. It was basically impossible to transport all of them back. Sullen's storage space was only 10 cubic meters. There was no way he could fit so many Cryopterus corpses. Hathaway also had a few storage items on her, but they still could not fit all of these big guys. She could only disassemble these corpses and throw away the worthless and low-value parts. She could only bring back the valuable parts. P.S. Cryopterus attributes: Cryopterus, your own, grade 4, gregarious, monster level, 17. Strength, 28 will, 10 vitality, 25 agility, 15 charm, 12. Skills: dive, dragon's bite, frost breath, dragon's wing strike. Talents: advanced strength, advanced tenacity, dragon's skin, frost resistance, dragon's bloodline, flight, poison resistance. Difficulty, B+. That you're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.